Hello everyone and welcome to the realme BGIS 2025 Round 4 stages, and of course it is a brand new round coming into us today itself. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Fixers Cast as we take you through the commentaries of round number 4. And guess what? A new round means the competition gets tougher. Fixers, what is happening here in round 4?
2 days earlier, we had 256 teams in contention, and now we just have 128 teams. This is life literally flashing by our eyes, because just when you think that you have done enough, it's sometimes not. Because what we have witnessed, I see, we've seen some big names crash out, whilst we've seen some underdogs make their mark.
Well, speaking of underdogs as well, because it seems to me we do see a lot of upcoming teams coming up in towards this particular group. Because why? We have teams coming in from the grind stages of week number 4 means that there are the bottom 8 teams coming from Group A playing in round 4 itself.
Along with, we've got bottom 8 from Group A, we've got the top 8 from Group B also chiming in. So that makes things a little bit more feisty in terms of the action. We see some big names coming up. Of course, we're going to talk about them just a couple of moments later. But for what it's worth, now we've got in this stage a second chance at life. That is going to be the wildcard as well.
Well, it's interesting as well, considering the fact that the teams that are going to be participating and competing today itself in all the groups respectively in round 4 is that only the top 7 will advance in towards the quarterfinals.
Yes.
Whereas on the bottom, only a couple of teams will be selected. So they do need to score some points in the bottom out of all the groups to actually advance in towards the quote-unquote wildcard stages.
You definitely would not want to get there, considering how intense it gets, because yes, the bottom 6 goes in, then we have the quarterfinals from which we'll get selected more teams, and that will be more better explained as the format does come up. We've been talking about the format quite a lot. One more big recap at it as we begun our journey from the in-game qualifiers that was held from the 25th of January to the 2nd of February, out of which we got 1,016 teams that made it to round 1. We also did have our grind weeks, from which the bottom 8 from week 1 made it inside of round 1.
Yep, and of course, during the week 2 stages as well, which is Group C, they pretty much, the bottom 8 makes it into its round number 2. So when they duke it out, we saw all this during the 27th of February all the way to the second match. And of course, we've hit 496 teams playing in round 2 stages, but whereas only 240 teams actually advances into its round 3, along with the grind teams coming in from week number 3 itself.
And in fact, in round 4, which we currently are in, like we said, we've got 2 different sets of groups. We've got Group B top teams, Group A bottom 8. They'll be duking it out in round 4, out of which only the top 56 shall qualify into the next round, which is going to be the quarter-finals. That is where the masala gets more intense, because that is where the big dogs, they come to fight it out.
Exactly. Speaking of which as well, and of course, when they make it into those quarterfinals as well, of course, those teams who did not make the cut in the top 7 in each respective group will be sent off into the wild card, whereas the ones in the top will make it into the quarterfinals. However, those who qualify from the quarterfinals will directly be advanced into the semi-finals, where they will be fighting for the chance to make it into the grand finals, and only the top 8 from semi-finals week 1 will advance to it, whereas those who do not make it will have to play a second semi-finals too.
Yeah, and from that second finals, we will have the top 8 that make it inside of Kolkata. We've been talking about the grand finals of the realme BGIS 25, and what is on the line? It is a massive prize pool of 2 crore plus IC, out of which the winner takes home 60 lakhs. The lion's share is what we can call it.
Agreed. And of course, why did we say 2 crores plus is because that the esports crate will be launching very soon, and once that is out, every purchases that you guys make inside the game will be contributing and increasing the overall total prize pool to help our esports players. And of course, in the bottom, so we do have a certain set of awards for all these respective teams when they make it into the grand finals itself.
And how do you make it? You need to earn a lot of points, and we have been talking about the points distribution. It has been pretty standard for the past couple of years. For every chicken dinner, you get 10 points, and it keeps on descending. What really stands out in this points distribution has always been that 1 point per finish. Sort of enables you in taking more fights and rewards you accordingly.
Yep, and of course, when it comes to point for finish as well, most teams do have different kind of play styles. But before we talk on a little bit details on teams here, this is the teams that's going to be appearing for Group 1. We have TWM Gaming, K9 Esports, TEXTCW Officials, Los Hermanos Esports, Universe 7, BO7S, Burnex Officials, and Mastermind Mavericks for the first 8. And on the second 8,
we've got Walk Esports, we've got 2OP Officials, Royal Emperor, Mafia Official, Godsend Kiddos, SAR Esports, Team for Snake, and Team Korba. So it's going to be pretty interesting because there are a lot of names we've already seen in the previous rounds, and now there are certain new names that have popped up. But the whisper in the woods has been as such that these teams have earned their rights. They have played quite well in their round 3 matches, so really excited. But we do not have just one group. As we move on ahead, it is going to be Group 2, in which we've got Raven Esports, we've got Team 8-Bit, we've got Welt OMG, Diesel Esports, CV Academy, GSG Circa Gaming, Team Altitude, and Damn Who Cares. That's an interesting name.
Well, damn, who cares indeed, because one thing I do care is that Sakar Gaming has a little bit of a name change here, because I think they do have a brand new sponsor. It's going to be GSG, so I'm curious to see whether with the new sponsors, will they be able to perform even better. Meanwhile, joining the 8 that we've just mentioned as well is going to be Rivals Apex, Team Halo, Cyclone, Sign to Gods, Rider Esports, Mysterious 4, Dread Havoc, and Volcano Esports. Wow, that's a shocker here, a volcano in the midst of our presence right now.
So much eruption on our way, because we head on towards the schedule where we'll have Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok for Group 1. As we move on ahead for Group 2, they will come into action a little later. They will be starting things off with Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel. That's going to be quite exciting, because tomorrow when they come back, it's going to be a complete switcheroo. But I think before we start off the day, it's always that we have to make our casters' predictions. So let's see what the talents have gone with, or rather whom the talents have gone with. A lot of K9s in the mix. We do have Team TE, but you know, I have gone out of the ordinary. I've gone with LHE. That's going to be interesting.
Well, why would you go for LHE? Like Burnex Officials, me and Necros pretty much, you know, understands based on their performance coming from round 3, right? They were top of the charts. It makes a lot of sense why we want to support the undergods. But coming from Anki and Darshita going for K9, I'm a little bit suspicious of this, because K9 didn't really do too well during the grind stages, whereas TE makes sense because TE, yes, they were from the bottom of the grind side. They played from round 1, they played round 2, round 3, round 4, and based on their track record so far from round 1 all the way to now, they have been the table toppers in each respective round so far.
Makes sense, but you know, I like to just tad bit gamble a little bit. I feel like Los Hermanos has a lot to offer. We'll talk about that a little bit later, because when you did mention TWM Gaming, they were the toppers of their group. When you look at their stats, 97 finishes. We're talking about Group B in grind. This is how well they've played whilst their time in grind.
See, the thing about TWM Gaming is that it's really unfortunate for them, because they came in from Group A. You know, they were doing pretty okay. Lobster has been doing really, really well in personal execution-wise. But when it comes to qualifying, they are barely about 30 points away from actually making it towards the quarterfinals, which is really, really unfortunate for them. Meanwhile, here's a little bit more of a performance state here, because just now we briefly talked about K9. These are the players here: Beast, Ninja Boy, Slug, and Omega. And I'm pretty sure you have a lot to talk about Beast as well, based on his overall history in the game itself.
He's pretty much Mr. Dependable, isn't he? Because every single time K9 needs some savior, he's been the hero. But then again, when you talk about the spearhead of K9's attack, has to be Slug. This young lad lately has been playing a whole different level of BGMI. He's amped up the aggression, but the factors, or rather the winning factors for K9, will rely on how well does Ninja Boy perform.
Yeah, it comes down to when we actually saw K9 Esports during the grind stages as well. Like, the only times that K9 Esports was able to kind of deliver has always been coming in from Beast himself, right?
Yes.
So I feel like it comes down to a predicament where they weren't really comfortable during the grind stages. So now when they're back as well, they are going to be put in a spot where most of these teams has a little bit more experience now compared to them who take a little bit more rest. Yes, they have more data, they have more analysis, but execution comes otherwise.
It certainly does, and K9 need to work a lot, but this brand behind us has worked a lot, and they've got a very important message for you guys just about now.
Well, there you have it. The brand new phone coming up. As you can see, if you guys are familiar with the English stats, we usually have two phones here, which is the Realme P3 Pro. But guess what? It's gone now, because now we have something new installed for you, and that is going to be the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. Not the Pro anymore, it's the Ultra 5G.
It's kind of that mystery that surrounds over it, because I'm still yet to check the phone, but from what we've heard, it's got the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, and it gives you literally double the performance in its segment. And just to add on, I see it has got a 1.45 million of Antutu benchmark score. That is massive when you talk about a phone in that price.
Wow, it's not to be released yet, apparently. It seems to me it's a brand new phone. It is going to be launching on the 19th of March, which is, if you guys want to find out more details, you can search it up on Google, which is Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and stand a chance to win some amazing prizes. And for people like me who do not know what the heck is Antutu score, can you explain to me what Antutu score is?
It's pretty much a benchmark score that tells you how well your device performs. So they go through all sorts of tests, and after that, you get a score, and the higher the score, the better it is.
Wow, so you're saying 1.45 million score. That is pretty much insane. But nevertheless, that is pretty much it for the sponsors ourselves. Guess what? It's time to talk the upcoming match right now. This is the matchup up on screen. We are going to be witnessing Group 1 right from the get-go.
Yeah, we do have TWM, K9, two big shots making it from the grind directly, followed by TE. We've got Los Hermanos Esports. We've got Universe 7. We've seen them in the past. Same goes with BO7s. This is going to be a true dance with destiny for them. Burnix officials, they've impressed me. We're talking about Team Mavericks. They've also been pretty well in their matches that they've played. As we move on ahead, we've got Quacky Sports to OP, Royal Emperors. Now, Royal Emperors, we've got so much to talk about them. And then you've got the likes of MFO. So, Mafia Official, let's see how they perform. And Gods and Kiddos, they've got a really interesting logo. So, really sparks my interest as to how they're going to perform.
I agree, but in this bracket itself here, especially when it comes to round 4, things are getting a little bit tougher as well, because we've seen the journeys coming from Royal Emperor in particular as well.
Yeah.
I've seen the highs and lows coming from them, but last week itself, round 3, it seems like they were very, very shaky. So it looked like they narrowly qualified into round number 4, but hopefully they are able to fix those indifferences that made them kind of fumbled a little bit. And personally, I feel like I have a soft spot for Royal Emperors. You know, when they came in, debuted, I predicted them. They were doing really, really well. But round 3 was what kind of... I have a little bit of a heart change now for Royal Emperors, unfortunately.
I think simply put, they haven't been consistent. It was just that one game of Erangel, I see, the first day, the third game, which they came into play. That is where Voltric really pulled them through. Because when you look at the overall standings of round 3, they were somewhere around 33.5 points, which is not going to be enough. If you look at the average of all the other groups that we had, it went somewhere around 36 to 38. So Royal Emperors, they need to buckle up, they need to pull their socks. They need to do whatever needs to be done. We know their style of play, and I see for all the right reasons. I also love them as well. They've been quite aggressive. They need to tone it down a little bit. I think they need to play a little bit more smarter.
Agreed. And of course, another team that I actually want to bring out as well is the BO7S, because during their round 3 stages, especially for day number 1, it seemed like a little bit shaky. Doroki, he was playing during the first day itself. After a little bit of a roster change coming from day number 2, it seemed like everything completely flipped the scripts, because Ghostface was popping off, and Ghostface was the MVP. And personally, in my opinion, was the MVP coming from BO7S, which got them enough points to qualify on day 2 to the 2nd position to actually qualify to round 4.
So from the 6 matches they played, they secured 2 chicken dinners. And guess what? They got both the chicken dinners in the game of Miramar. So that has to be their strong suit. Last time around, we saw them. They had the better of the circle, but they are still yet to be tested out in terms of how well they have been executing their fights. We know Ghostface has been there, but the other players also need to pull through.
Agreed. There's so many teams that I actually want to talk about as well. And sorry, there's one more team that I actually want to bring out as well, is which quote-unquote I feel like is a personal dark horse in my opinion, is got to be Mastermind Mavericks. This is a team that none of us kind of knew where they were doing in the previous round itself. And round 3 itself, out of nowhere, hey, these guys are getting points. And none of us actually knew what they were doing because they didn't get chicken dinners. But they were somehow very consistent every single game itself. And I know you, in fact, that you have a lot to talk about this team.
Exactly, because they somehow always get under the radar. They are very smart, sly, cunning team. They know when to go in for the slam in, when to capitalize on situation, when to enter inside those third-party situations, get the best out of these teams. Yes, they might not have a lot of chicken dinners there, but it's still fine as long as you can constantly get around 8 to 9 points per average in a game. That's still fine. But now, round 4, we've been talking about the competition sliced into half. So this is where I feel like the maps will be truly tested, I see.
Well, it is going to be a game of skill, or in this case, maybe a little bit of luck as well, because as of yet, we've reached towards round number 4. We've filtered through a lot of teams thus far. We have reduced the luck factor out of the equation. Now, those who's made it into round 4 have some serious guns, and every single team in this group itself does have a decent amount of capabilities. They were once the table toppers in their round, but now it's full resets, it's even Stevens for all these 16 teams, and they are about to jump into game number 1.
Look at how competition has changed, really. You've got K9 officials, one of the podium holders of the previous BGIS, now battling it out, which, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, is going to start right about now.
To kick things off in round 4 in the realme BGIS 2025. This is going to be the first match in Erangel where all these teams are going to be resetted and start off with 0 points. It is going to be 6 games in total for all these teams, and they will start things off with the flag path coming in from the outskirts of Kamishki and ending towards the outskirts of military base, which is the western sideline. So it seems like it is a southeastern flight path for all these teams to actually traverse.
I think it is a pretty standard flight path if you look at it. All these teams have been very well versed with where they want to drop down and from where they want to start off their rotation. We have been talking about those new zones being implemented, and we have seen how the pace of all these teams rotating in has increased. But first of all, we will be eyeing out for those drop collisions. If around Pachinki, maybe around that farm area, or maybe even around Milta. Sauri Sports. This is again one of those teams that is very good with their circle reads. So I want to see how they perform, because in the previous 2 rounds, we've seen in round 2, round 3, they've been quite good with their zones. Heading towards Pachinki, it is looking a little interesting because they've got a fight, I feel, against Universal 7.
No, it's really interesting to see all this collision as well, considering that Sour Esports were the table toppers during round number 2. Round 3, it felt a little bit lackluster coming from them. Yes, we haven't seen them on screen, but we did see their overall stats based on what we have gathered so far off the desk. And hopefully round 4, they are able to pick themselves up. But look at the circle. Seems like it is going to shift far towards the northwest side. So teams who are heading towards that direction will have a little bit of an upper hand. But the question here is, it seems like there is no contention for Georgiopol at all.
There isn't for Georgiopol, but there still is for here. You've got 2 OP against the players of TWM. Now, looking at the stats and figures, of course, TWM, a better team, considering they've come in from grind. They've performed really well in their group. Now about to lock horns. Now, Yasnaya fights are always tricky, I see. You need to find a vehicle, which is a very tough job to do, because this city has everything but vehicles. There are a couple of those spawn points. There's a garage around. There's that road where you have a small buggy. But look at them. Nobody has a proper access to any vehicle so far.
Well, technically, quote-unquote, Yasnaya does have enough loots for 2 teams to actually share, but the only question here is, do they pick each other apart? Because right now, it's still relatively early into the stage, and of course, when it comes to this early, do you want to be caught in the crosshairs in a fight, considering the fact that when the circle shifts into a stage 2, stage 3, you kind of want to be in a position, and considering how Yasnaya is towards the next phase of zone, it is pretty clear. But because of the new meta, well, stage 2 is going to be most likely really far away from Yasnaya right now.
Of course it will be, and they will have to rotate early. But looking at Team 4 Snake, that is exactly what they are doing right now. Because when you look at the players, they've got very minimal loot. The scarcity is pretty much there. Still one more buggy. I will welcome that, and it's fine. It's fine. You know what they're trying to do? They're heading over maybe towards Giorgio because I feel like this circle is heading a little towards those areas. In the Realme BGIS, we have witnessed IC. We've seen those container circles, and this could be one of those games where we could have a repetitive one.
Yeah, in this case, like you said as well, nobody's head on to George Bo yet. Nobody's head off to Zarki as well, which oftentimes is kind of out of the way. Meanwhile, on screen, K9 Esports going to be having uncontested loots here in 70, which is kind of surprising considering that round two, all the way to round three itself, a lot of teams tend to favor 70 in general.
But they tend to go when K9 Esports aren't around.
Ah, fair
They're
enough.
always hunters on the prowl. And look at this, Los Hermanos Esports. We've seen these players, Kalan, Sai OP. We've got Spy and Afu, formerly playing from Obey Esports. They've got a different org under them now. And as of this point, look at them. They're just guarding a team in front of them. Or maybe could take them down while they're going out. But what I really wanted to mention was Team SAR Esports, I see. Because if you look at the position, they dropped down on Pochinki. They realized that U7 is right beside them. So what did they do? They instantly headed off towards the southwestern Georgie and by their natural playstyle have yet again taken the central position.
Now, here's a little bit of interesting stats for you guys here. TEX officials is by far one of the teams in this group, respectively, that has played the most amount of games because they played all the way from round 1 until make it all the way to round 4 itself, which is insane in general, to be honest.
Yeah, if you have to talk about following the tracks of Revenant X Park, the previous BGIS 24 run, kind of sounds similar, but Burnix officials in front of us, just about to cross the bridge. The Western one, in fact, and Burnix officials have been stellar in their Erangel games. Their reads of the game, they are a very balanced team. And look at that. They also have a hovercraft if situations go quite dire. And for now, they're going to be taking a little bit of a halt around this gas station. Make sure they get some better armors because I still see level 1 on them.
Wow, this is pretty early ones coming in from Burnax as well. Having hovercraft and also taking a pit stop in case the circle shifts down south. And especially if circle hits towards Quarry, it is going to be a little bit of trouble. Meanwhile, Mastermind Mavericks, their pit stop seems to be able to catch out remnants coming from another team, but unfortunately to say, it doesn't pick off the members coming from 2OP. And in this case, unfortunately for them, they've given a little bit of sound cue, but unfortunately, they won't be able to get any kind of pickings.
Look at this. Team 4 Snake right beside another team. And this is one of those fights that they would like to avoid because whenever it's K9 around in the vicinity, things get really heated up pretty fast.
I think K9 isn't a factor right now. I think from Team 4 Snake's position, look at them. They have been scrapping since the beginning until now. They haven't been able to find solid footing to actually stock up and to lose. Yes, they have vehicles, but they have been looting on the go. That means they have been very, very inefficient in their overall loots. And because of this, this might actually affect their overall progression into the later stage of the game.
I feel like they're leaving things at chance. Because whilst you're constantly on the prowl, you're constantly looting up, imagine there is a team and you suddenly fall flat. But Team 4 Snake, they've realized that they want to take over these compounds around Ruins area. We've seen them being quite populated. So they wanted to be the first ones, but I do not really like this area because it's quite open. You get surrounded and you are exposed to a lot of firefights. As for Team Godsend, we've got the kiddos making a move all the way from shelter. They will be one of the late entrants inside the circle. But the good thing I see is that there's nobody around to block them off.
Yeah,
at least as of now.
As of now, you know, it is still stage 1. People have realized that taking early fights and getting halted on and bleeding out utilities is going to hurt them in general. So I hope Team 4 Snake has got that figured out because they are always on the go. And I feel like being on the go means that you will lose out in terms of overall weaponry fights. So do they have the right tools is a little bit of question here. But Godsend kiddos having a little bit of a collision with those cars. Unfortunately, it's not going to do too much damage. Meanwhile, K9 is going to be setting up shop in this compound near towards North George. This is one of the famous compounds that actually hold out any teams rotating towards the bridge into Georgiopol from the northern section.
Does give you a lot of accessibility in case there's a hard shift. You can easily maneuver. in case there's a shift down south, you'll be the first ones to make a rotate quickly. So as a result of which, K9 being the smarter bunch. And of course, this comes all because of Omega's addition, who's quite well reversed in terms of how to approach these circles. As of now, Koba,
Uh-oh.
they're being shot upon. It is the players of Team 2 OP, and Team Koba suddenly decide that they need to go for a halt.
Yeah, unfortunately, they will lose a tire of it as well. Gunshots all the way from northwest. The circle actually shifts towards ruins. You said you don't really like ruins, but T4S is inside, and if the circle shifts onto the ruins vicinity, they will have the church covered in their section. But right now, nobody knows where the circle is. Pochinki is pretty much occupied as well, and we do hear gunshots from across the map. What is going on?
I don't like Throwsty's position. Just on that buggy, sitting on that backseat, keeps you completely exposed. And yes, of course, I do not like that position for all the good reasons. Yes, you're now safe and sound, but how do you get out of it? You are going to be surrounded from enemies from every possible direction. As of now, K9 Esports, having spotted the players out from TOP officials, they take a little bit of pot shots, but nothing so far seemed to have connected.
Well, K9, they expected the circle to shift kind of towards Georgieville, but unfortunately it is going to be shifting Pochinki, and now they are scrambling to actually find picks, because if they don't thin the herd, things are going to get extremely dicey when they actually go in for the entry point. And as of yet, we see at least 2 to 3 teams surrounding them, which is a good sign, but that is also a sign that says that there is a lot of people coming from the north side.
One interesting thing that I just noticed is Omega does not have any scopes to work with. Just had that red dot, so you can see K9 Esports, they also made quite a quick rotation over there. Having spotted out so many teams, and what Ninja Boy is trying to do is just get over the roof and maybe guard it. Do you actually like it, I see, this position? And of course, you know, we would talk a lot about that a little later, but now we've got our new sponsors, Realme P3 Ultra 5G. It's got the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset to ensure that there's no lags and hiccups while you're gaming.
Exactly, double the performance in its segment. It is, after all, the segment's best performance phone. And it is currently launching on 19th of March. And all you gotta do is just search Realme P3 Ultra 5G on Google and stand a chance to win amazing prizes. Meanwhile, on the screen, we do see gunshots, like you said, K9 Esports taking pot shots onto its Mount Everest itself. And on top of the mountain does seem to be inside the zone, but it is right at the edge. And that's going to be a problem, because eventually, if the circle shifts down towards the south side, it is going to be a long rotation for them.
They've been drawing so much attention. That is what I'm worried about at this point, especially for K9 Esports. We know they tend to get very aggressive, and that has been their kryptonite in many situations. As for TWM Gaming, they're keeping things quite mellow, quite chill, just around the peripheries. They're making sure that all these teams just squeeze in out, because we haven't seen a hardship. This is what TWM were looking out for, and this has to be a very tough circle. So many open spaces. You've got a couple of compounds around that Gatka region, but imagine, I see, if the circle takes a northern shift, then I think K9, they will have such a good chance to get a chicken dinner in this one.
Agreed. Based on this circle itself, K9 and 2OP has one of the best spots here in terms of overall compound to try and protect those vehicles and hold down the fort. Meanwhile, Korba is pretty much stuck on Mount Everest, because if they come down, they are going to be completely blasted. So, yes, they do have back high ground, but can they translate to that to something is going to be the question, which, again, all this team seems to be a little bit more cautious in taking fights. On screen, Mastermind Maverick scouts out the members coming from TWM. And guess what? Here comes a collision. Guess MF going to be wiping the floor with GOS.
But yeah, Mitsuki did decide to dive in. But look at this. Beast, it feels like he's the only player alive against Light as he clutches it out for Mafia Official. A very important fight at that. But let's not forget, IC, they are still not out of the woods yet. You still have U7 lurking round the corner.
Well, speaking of lurking, this stage does provide them a lot of cover to work with, so unless people are going to be committing to dropping nades or getting close and personal, Mafia Officials does have a lot of vehicles and a lot of loot to actually progress further.
True.
So for now, it is going to be them just taking a chill pill and just waiting for people to fall into this pitfall.
At this point, it felt like U7 were quite unsure if they wanted to go in for the commit. It would have paid off had they taken over that little bit of a dip area. But look at this. Lost our Manos falling prey to Honey, one of the best players from U7. And now in front of us, we do have even K9 getting themselves into the action as they one after the other just mop the floor with bodies falling down from the players of LHS as Saib, the lonely straggler, as he will also wait for his death to arrive as Slug from a different angle.
Wow.
Just trying to shred them down, and this is K9 Esports starting to take over.
This is an insane spread coming from K9, and with that cover, they're doing fantastically well. Meanwhile, on screen, TWM having a little bit of run in with Team MM, and Arib now going to be trying to save the day to try and reset the fight, but they do get 2 knocks in advantage right now.
Yeah, at this point, it's still stage 3, so I think they can get those revs back up. But at this point, Adi, he's got to cut on his losses. TWM Gaming having secured 2 or rather 3 finishes already. The Mavs not off to a good start. This is what we were talking about. Round 4 being their actual testing rounds, and this is looking rough for them. But even for TWM, the good part is they've not lost out on a single player. But whilst they make an entry inside the circle, you've got the players of Royal Emperor who could gatekeep them.
Oh my goodness, this circle is going to shift them all out in the open, and K9 has got the best spread so far, and they've been holding down the fort, and every single team has been dodging them from the north side. Meanwhile, everyone from the east, look at TWM, they're just pretty much stuck. They had a little bit of a small run-in, and even then, they haven't even found a way to actually penetrate through. And this is tough. Every single team that is playing right now is playing so safe.
What I really wanted to point about is Team LHS, but we'll get to that a little later. As Royal Emperor, to have a little bit of that high ground to play with, they have spotted out Team TWM, Ralphie in the far off fray. Look at Royal Emperor, they've got a very nice spread to work with. The only problem is that they have to get inside the circle. This is something really smart that is coming in from the players of TWM against the players of Quark, as Arjun already down on his knees, whilst the remainder of the players of Quark were pretty much unprepared.
This is smart from TWM. This is really, really smart. They know for a fact they need to commit to the fight, and guess what? As soon as they commit, Royal Emperor comes in for the third party as well, and they get the knock immediately. TWM says, we have to get the heck out of there. Third party comes through, and Royal Emperor looking to try and salvage the fight and be vouchers themselves. Voltric himself does find a decent amount of angle, but the circle, look at the circle. It's just completely putting TWM out of position right now.
At this point, they're completely pinned down. They've got no other option, and Royal Emperors, they know that, as it is Just Lobster who's still standing for them. He needs to be the hero. Ooh. Indeed, he has begun. Did manage to take one player down, but Voltric, he feels enraged at this point.
This is not looking good for TWM, but Royal Emperor says, what? The damage has been done. We will sacrifice Hunter. But seeing how Voltric is, he is a little bit hesitant, considering the fact that there is still a lot more players in front of them. Seeing which, guess what? Clutch X does got a little bit of a stray out in the open, but decides to make a little bit U-turn because he doesn't have a space to actually crawl home. And it seems like he's going to be setting him down out in the open in another ditch himself to try and hold down the fort.
Spot him though. Look at Saib. Finally gets taken down. And he's quite alienated from his teammate, as even Clutch X just giving his position away. He's been caught off guard as Royal Emperor. They are in a mad frenzy at this point. All these teammates starting to panic in the situation. As we move on to a fight, we do have Team 4 Snakes dealing with Team Burnix officials. A lot of fights happening. It is starting to look very chaotic, I see.
What a clash coming from Burnix officials. But Team 4 Snake, they wouldn't be scrapping around, but seems to me they are winning the fights. But, well, they are winning the fights. Here comes the third party as well. TE is going to be coming in to actually clean out the house and take this compound themselves. They're going to be setting up nades, and T4S, they are all split up. What can they do? They've lost one, and they're just dropping nades after nades after nades to hope to get a pick off, but unfortunately to say, T4S under some serious heavy fire.
They are. They're just being bombarded at TCW officials, being quite opportunistic there. They go in for the drive, as now Emperor still out of the building. He somehow managed to find some angles with that DBS. Slaps one player, not enough to get the knock. Has brought him down quite low as a pour comes in from above, takes him down. as lots of shots have been fired, but eventually it is going to be the players of TCW officials who take over this compound.
My goodness, TEXTCW officials, this is by far the most confidence I've seen them play since the grind stages, and because of the amount of games they played and to climb from round 1 until round 4 just makes a statement because they are hungry for all these finishes.
Look at all these lonely stragglers. You've got Adi from Mastermind Mavericks right in the middle of nowhere, so alone. And there's Afu. He's also left to fend for himself as we've got TCW officials continuing on with the onslaught. Feel like they've got a little bit of a vision on the players of Team Quark. As Quark, they've got an interesting setup as well. One player quite ahead whilst the others still trying to provide cover fire as BO7s and Korba. This is quite uncanny from BO7s. They're playing from the edges.
They're just playing very, very safe as of now because they were the latest one to actually travel all the way from Milta and Novo, who tanked up first 2 circles before making it here. Technically, they don't have a lot of mats, but they don't also have a lot of information because as of yet, they're just gonna have to take any kind of fights they can pick off, any kind of inch to push into the next phase of zone. And currently, right in front of them is going to be 2 OP officials, and maybe even running in towards K9, who's going to be on their left side.
It's going to be 2 OP right in front of them. BO7s might just have squeezed an inch of space, but they also know their backlines aren't really clear. As 2 OP, they've got their attentions diverted on the players of Korba. As Toroki trying to make quick work of things, already brought down quite low. Let's look at liability. He's far off. And look at this. Ghostface decides to go in for the slam in. His HP pretty much already down the gutters as even Kandu. He's taken quite a lot of damage. They need to go inside ASAP. As aim hacks, he decides to pounce in. But look at Dusty. Beautiful trades coming in from his side. As Botfire, he wants to follow up. Dusty right in front of him. A lot of these players are already down on their knees. Now it comes down to a 1v1 between Botfire and Dusty.
Oh my goodness, he's going to try and get a couple more finishes as well. That's going to be the confirmation. Botfire doesn't know where the player is, and he's going to get the full mat off as well. BO7S does have the angle, but he needs the right-hand advantage, but he gets clipped right at the back. A pixel coming from Botfire was able to drop him down so low, and 1 pump is all he needs, and he will find it. Botfire clutches it for 2 OP officials.
Quite a scrappy fight, especially coming in by the players of BO7s. Just going out in the open as Korba in a world of trouble now. As of now, we can see Kor just a lonely player. He feels quite threatened. He feels surrounded at this point. And for all the right reasons, I see. You've got the players of Mafia officials. They have also started this game on a good note. As Senseiboy gets the better out of Kor. And there you can see the players of Korba, they have been eliminated.
This is absolute pandemonium. TMM also eliminated on 8 plays, and in one fell swoop, in Stage 5 itself, we are down towards the final 7 teams with 20 remaining. Every single team has struggled except for K9, SES, and U7, who's currently 4 men healthy. And like you said as well, K9. 8 finishes, one of the aggressors of the North. Every single team has been messed up because of this spread coming from K9.
Now K9 making it inside those final circles with all 4 of their players alive. It's an ominous sign. A chicken dinner might be in the making. And look at that spread. That is absolutely ridiculous. Slug, Ninja Boy, Omega and Beast. Everybody far off from each other. It feels like they want their own individual solo frags.
This kind of reminds me of a certain team, but so far, only the grind teams do have all this kind of confidence to make it work. And guess what? K9 Esports right from the get-go is going to take advantage of the fact that they have the experience and the firepower to take down any team to try and make it into the grand finals.
What still baffles me? Afu, he's still alive. Right from the 10th minute, he was left to fend all for himself. And he's straight smack center inside the circle. As now, Universal 7 decide to go in for the Ram, and Atlanta is already losing out on his life as Brawley. Everybody just surround them and annihilate, eviscerate Mafia officials from the server.
This is insane. This is so much vehicles and natural cover coming from Universe 7. And with that being said, because of all this cover, they will have so much protection in the long run, but only if the circle shifts down into their vicinity. But K9 Esports getting a little bit cheeky here. Ninja Boy taking the high ground, trying to bully out as many people and pick off any kind of strays. And seems to me they will be able to find some as well because TE on the other side was able to attack team and try to punish U7.
I still can't get it. Why does Omega want to stick around? He has replenished himself
Oh,
as
oh,
Slug. Does he
what?
spot out Afu? Yes, he does. He finally does. And Afu, he has been put to rest, driven away from his miseries. But if you do not want to be in Afu's situation, you would want to check out this new launch, which is going to be out there, the realme P3 Ultra, the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. Double the performance I see in its segment.
Which is launching on the 19th of March as well. You can search it up on Google, which is realme P3 Ultra 5G. Meanwhile, the game continues in one fell swoop. Guess what? We're down towards our final 4 teams. Out of nowhere, K9 Esports was able to get themselves 10 finishes. And Sour Esports as well was able to hold down the fort from the south side. And this is going to be a battle of experience of the tabletoppers.
This is absurd. K9 Esports pretty much playing on the knife's edge. All their players still quite apart from each other, while Sour, they make themselves present inside the zone. I do not know how do they manage to do it and get away with it. Seems like they have learned from round 3. Already 5 finishes strong. They do spot out Omega, maybe have a slight whiff of it. But Sour Esports, they've been such an interesting prospect, but they still need to have that 360-degree awareness because right next to them is still the players of TE.
Well, speaking of TE, both these teams do have experience from the grind. And the grind teams are definitely stepping it up big time. K9 Esports going to be lobbing a couple of nades, and K9 Esports seems like they've got a limited amount of ammo. And with this nade coming in, Slug gets a knock onto Sour Esports right at the noggins as well. And you can see suppressive fire from multiple angles. K9, they're just taking advantage of this huge spread coming from them.
They are just getting away with daylight robbery. As another one goes sailing in, would be enough to take out Rhaegar. As for Rockley, he's still alive, but he feels so threatened at that position. As K9 Esports, they have completely started to take over the greener pastures. Maybe even Kira has given his position away, courtesy to that one smoke that has been laid out.
What am I witnessing as well? Ninja Boy, he knows exactly where Sour Esports is. The smokes are just giving away. The nades comes through, but unfortunately, it is just a pixel of a range off as well. And surprise, surprise, he sees smokes from afar. And guess what? TE, he's gonna get scouted out. What a shot from Ninja Boy to actually get the knock.
This is blasphemous, honestly. At this point, how is he getting away with it? Those shots being fired, and Slug, does he have an idea that bot fire is right beside him?
What?
No way. No way Slug survives this, I see.
The
circle's starting to close in. And now bot fire needs to fire. Yeah, he's out in the open. Takes his shot. Slug still alive.
What?
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. He actually whiffed it as well. He could have gotten the knock, but it's going to be Sour Esports that saves K9's life. And because of this, we're down towards the final 3 team. Feels bad for bot fire, but we are now in a 4 versus 3 showdown. The best of the 3 teams from everyone, and we've got 2 grind teams just showing why they are the best here. Experience tells a big, big noise. In this case, will they be able to pull it off? Because as of yet, K9 Esports, right from the get-go, 11 finishes in total in the debut match here in round 4.
They are absolutely mental at this point for K9. Slug, he's been spotted out quite in the open. Now is the right time to take him down, but look at this. The IGL, he decides to strike first against the players of TCW, as Kira still trying to keep Ninja Boy at bay. Did connect that headshot, but that was all she wrote, as he's getting shot from elsewhere. It is going to be Predator doing his bidding, but how on earth I see is Kira still alive just by the whiskers?
He can't do much as well. Predator can potentially finish him off, but the question here is he's so afraid where K9 is, and guess what? Hunter's being knocked off, and you can see the paranoia kicking in. K9 getting knocked as well, but the second nade from Beast is able to get the double knock, and now TE is going to be on the back seats. Only one player remain. Beast taking off his bags as well. We are going to be seeing a game of snakes. What a flank that Beast is going to be attempting for K9 right now.
Look at this. The smokes are starting to dissipate, and this is not good signs for TCW. Just now, everybody, all 4 of these players shrouded under that one smoke, as K9 Esports keep on advancing at their direction. Beast slithering slowly through the ground.
Oh,
To
the crash!
Slug, he
What?
decides to just march in. Sensei Boy, he's been snuffed out as well as Slug comes in for round 2. Sensei Boy getting shot from the back lines as he gets taken down as K9 just rampaged through the greener pastures, as now you've got even the players of TE, one after the other. They're just being mowed down, hunted, devoured. And now K9 Esports, what a way to start their debut off inside of round 4.
There was an insane run coming from K9 Esports, from absolute domination from Circle 2 all the way to the end. Absolute control coming from K9 Esports from the northern section until the last moment as well. That was a very, very sick play coming from K9 Esports, where they actually had such a wide spread, and why they decided to have one of them actually drive the car in terms of baiting was because of the fact that Beast was in position of his off-angle flank, and the moment he needed information, guys, trust me, bait for information for me and I'm gonna pick them all apart. And TE stood no chance because that distraction was the perfect setup for Beast to clean house.
You know, at this point, what really baffles me is how did they make this game look so easy? It's such a difficult strat to execute. Imagine you're in the final circles, all 4 players doing their own individual part, and it was just not about one single play. Everybody did get a lot of finishes to their names, and yes, towards the end, they took complete control. One player, Omega, keeping all the players of TCW at bay. He was just constantly bombarding them, whilst the others, they were taking down Soar Esports one after the other. And towards the end, literally nothing remained. And these are exactly those things that, you know, K9 have improvised on, and it is starting to pay off.
I think that is a very, very good example of a lesson to be learned, right?
Yeah.
Like, there are a lot of teams trying to implement what taking space is all about. K9 Esports literally took space at a level where it's so difficult to pull off, but they did it so well because each 4 of them was able to hold individual space, which gave them so much strategic presence and advantage to actually take one advantage of everyone. And normally, this kind of risky plays would not have paid off, but because of how disciplined and how patient with their timings, it got away. And I'm like, wow, K9 technically should not be alive a lot of times, but because of their timings, their decision makings, and their comms, it just let them get away with it. So that's just insane.
There was that one small moment when we had one of the players of 2OP officials almost about to take down Slug, but he whiffed it bad. As we take a look at the highlights, I think this is where K9 Esports have learned from their mistakes. I see they knew that they were one of those bottom 8 teams from the final week of Grind. They had so much to work on, and it is pretty much visible as to what changes they've made. They're looking so much in control of the situation, and I think from here onwards, they just keep on getting better.
Yeah, it's so smart of K9 Esports as well, because normally if you are in high ground, especially when everybody is all prone down in these situations, you can see people. And the only downside of people proning is that because there is those foliages of grasses that prevents you from looking over unless you crouch, it gives those people in a high ground advantage even though they're out in open, which is kind of unfortunate because if anyone who's snaking outside tries to crouch, they pretty much get their heads popped off from multiple angles rather than the guys on top, which is really insane on how they take advantage of those angles in general.
And then you have Beast. He gets the MVP, Mr. Dependable, doing his bidding, and it is just K9 all over the place. We do have Lobster though. Lobster in that one Pochinki fight, we saw him hold guards up against the players of Royal Emperors, and even for U7, Honey, he's also been there in the previous rounds. But you know, coming back to the conversation that we are having, the point is there's a trade-off whilst you're proning down, I see. Yes, you do get away with the stealth, but I think you cannot really maneuver around a lot, and that is what really hurts you in the process. Quick look at the match summary. 246 smokes used. That's impressive.
Yeah, this is a very, very difficult circle to play as well. Without those smokes, it's so hard to actually play this. And I feel like K9 is able to take advantage of all this smoke usage because of the fact that, number one, everyone is out open. Means that they don't have a lot of cover. And all this smokes pretty much gives us a rough indicator of where everyone is. And because of that, look at this. 17 total finishes coming in from K9 Esports, which is insane.
That is insane. 27 points from just one game. I hope they keep on marching down like this. As TCW officials, I think they had been the opportunistic one, third-partying in the current fight, surviving to the end. Star Esports, they've been doing what they do the best. In round 2, we saw them securing those centers, as a result of which they have performed pretty well. But Burnix officials getting taken down with not even a single point will definitely raise eyebrows. The same goes for Mastermind Mavericks and BO7s. They will have to bounce back in Miramar.
I think this is a very, very tactical circle to actually play, and teams who have a lot of LR experience will be able to take advantage and understand that sometimes grouping up is not the best. And normally, in most circumstances, in terms of formation as a team play, sticking together and rushing compounds together is the best solution. Everybody knows that. CQC, you want to trade as much as possible, but because of how open it is in terms of circle, spreading out actually gave so much more advantage for K9, and because of that, everybody was pinned to corners just because they were limited in terms of angles, which is unfortunate.
At the same time, I still feel like the teams were still scared by the presence because nobody was really trying to fight back. There were so many instances, but I hope that happens in the map that come up later, which is going to be Miramar. And before that, there's going to be a shuttle break. We'll be right back. You don't go anywhere.
सो नीरज, फ्लाइट पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता। ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता। नहीं आता। अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओह यस।
Welcome back, folks. Once again, you are watching the realme BGIS 25 as we are on with our round 4 matches of Group 1. One game already done and dusted. K9 Esports sweeping the floor with the bodies of their opponents. But heading on, we've got the game of Miramar. And for that, I've got the youngest talent on the desk. It is going to be Baby Necros, because we also have a big Necro. It's Baby Necros. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty fine, and after seeing what just happened in this last map of Erangel, I'm already gelled up. Like, what just happened? K9 Esports, I mean, they didn't have that much good performance in the grind, but coming to round number 4, it seems like they've already oiled up.
They certainly are already, and it is them trying to bring upon their wrath on literally everybody in the server. They just don't care about what lies ahead, because if you want to play like K9 Esports, you need to have the best weapon in your arsenal. We are talking about the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and this houses the best, in fact the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, and by my words, it has got some amazing performance, double in its segment.
Exactly. Just imagine having an Antutu score of 1.45 million. That's so great. And I mean, you would definitely love to have a look because it's launching on 19th of this month. So there is still time, but definitely just search it out in Google and definitely you can stand a chance to win some exclusive rewards. But eventually diving back into the match as well, Fixes, I'm also looking forward to TCW. I mean, that team was there till the very end, showcasing some real class out there, but eventually they did not get the chicken dinner, but they did get some finishes.
You know, the problem with TCW and even Sari Sports, I felt, is they were getting faced by K9 Esports. This is something that both these teams need to work on. There were multiple situations where they could have gone after K9 Esports. They were just too hesitant because in those early and mid fights, we saw them engage in the right third parties. It's about letting them get the better of themselves is what I feel about TCW at all. But you know, these teams have still performed well, Necros. What do you have to say about Burnix officials? We had a lot of hopes from them.
I mean, I did predict that Burnix official will be one of the teams to table top today, but it seems like, you know, the kind of prediction isn't working out for me and IC. But hey, it was just the first match. There's still 2 more maps to go. There is Miramar, there is Sanhok, and I really do expect Burnix to do something evident out there because they're a very experienced team. When we talk about the players, they have been doing really great. In round 3, we did saw their performance, but right now, again, it's a different stage. It's the first map. They can gel up. The performance was not that good, but there is always a second chance for them.
There's always a second chance, and this time around you get 5 more. 6 matches in total. You have to ensure you are in the top 7 once we have the overall standings. But barring Burnix officials, there's another team that performed exceptionally well during round 3. I'm talking about Los Hermanos Esports because we know these players. They have also graced the LAN stages, but this match, they were looking quite lost.
Exactly. That one last player was surviving till the very end. He was trying to get as many placement points for his team. But, I mean, a solo player can't just win you matches. It doesn't happen every time because, I mean, Fury did it. It was a different case for Dragon Esports. But, yeah, right now it was a tough call. It was very open out there and K9 had the entire control. But also, when we're talking about the solo competitors and the solo players being alive, there's one player of 2 OP who was there who could have spoiled the game for K9. I mean, he literally choked big time. Otherwise, 2 players would have gone out.
It's all about handling that pressure.
Exactly.
I think he will learn that with time, but I think that was the golden opportunity for anybody. Even if he would have been taken down because his HP bar was running too low, he could have surely thrown a spanner to the works of the other teams, could have made K9 Esports' lives hell. But moving on ahead is going to be Miramar. Do you think K9 can continue with the same aggression that they just pulled off in Game 1?
I mean, I do think that because once, if you can see the entire game of what K9 pulled through, it feels like they're very confident with their game, with their individual plays most importantly, because the kind of split that they were having out there was like, okay, everybody's all set in the lobby, nobody's taking any pressure, eventually doing the individual jobs very correctly, and the rewards are just being there in their favor. But if they can continue this in the Miramar, again, they have to play in the very similar strategy. But what I think, Miramar will mark a comeback for a lot of teams like Burnix. You will also have Los Hermanos coming in the picture.
Now that you've mentioned Los Hermanos in Miramar, if my memory serves me right, Los Hermanos do tend to thrive in the map of Miramar. Along with that, I think BO7s, the only team that has managed to get 2 back-to-back chicken dinners in Miramar, did not have a great start in Erangel. What are your thoughts about them?
I mean, I feel like definitely they have that potential when you take 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, 2 different maps of Miramar. There is a kind of expectation level that you set for the audience, for your fans, that, okay, when this team is coming to the play in the map of Miramar, they will definitely look forward to, again, come up with them similar results as well. So, again, if Miramar is your comfortable map, BO7S will be looking forward to at least make a podium finish for themselves.
I hope they do because they've got some interesting players. We did talk about Ghostface, and this time in this game, it felt like they were not really prepared for that fight. They just went gushing in, were surrounded, were pummeled, and that hurts. But we have to also talk about a couple of other teams. We have to talk about TWM, another team that did come in from the grind, did not have the best of starts. How do they recover, Necros?
I mean, that was a little mishap that happened from the side of TWM. I mean, they were kind of trapped in that position, did not anticipate that there will be another team coming up from the backyards, did not check their 6 quite nicely. But again, that was a mishap. You can just push it inside and now focus on the next map of Miramar, because again, there will be another team that I want to put on. It's going to be U7.
U7. They did have a decent start, but towards the end, they could not survive for much longer. But like Necros did say, you need to rub it off your shoulders. You did not have a great start. It's fine. Just have that mental reset. quickly switch out and switch in, and now you have to focus on what's ahead of you, which is going to be, folks, the game of Miramar on your screen just about now.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're all set for this big bird to fly up high in the sky as we go down in the map of Miramar. The map of Golden Sand is already prepped up, and as far as we see fixes, this is an eastern side oriented flight path.
Yeah, quite skewed towards the east, so a lot of these teams have to take a little bit of that extra effort in trying to glide around if you have to get to as far as El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, Valle de Mar, and all those areas around those western corners. But taking a look at the flight path trajectory, quite interesting, because you did mention about U7 and they're heading off towards Tierra Bronca. A lot of these teams, in fact Korba and Team 4 Snake, have decided to drop down, and maybe we might witness an early drop clash.
We did saw a lot of drop clashes happen in the previous map of Erangel, and we did anticipate that because that was the first match of today's group. So we do know that there will be 1 or 2 drop clashes in every map that we're going to see. And yes, one of them in the map of Miramar will be that in the up north. But there are also a lot of teams going down to the southern side and the western side as well.
Yeah, a lot of these teams already taking their drop, and Sari Sport still heading down towards those southern areas. You've got TETCW with them. As for the others, BO7s, they've gone as far as Porto Paraiso. I don't remember them dropping down over here. So they've made those slight adjustments. And this is what we have been talking about. This time around the new zone, we've got a lot of these fights happening around those eastern sides. As you talk about fights, you see that first strike being pulled off. It is going to be Voltric. And it is happening, in fact, in the house of the boss, Hacienda del Patron.
Royal Emperor, they did annoy the likes of TWM in the previous match itself. But right now, again, starting things off early, they did find one of the picks. Again, it would be TMM, one of the players to go down. But on to the other side, the fight that we were anticipating in the extreme northern side of the map, it is Team Korba versus T4S. I mean, T4S, Thanos, his position is kind of compromised out there. He is in the compounds. But Team Korba, just look at the kind of positioning that they have. They're literally trying to surround them out and play in a similar strategy as one of the teams did in the map of Sanhok in the areas of Cam Bravo, surrounding each player one at a time and taking down individually.
Last time we saw Korba come into play, the biggest issue was them taking the center of the circle, eventually just to be bombarded from every different corners. They have to get past their miseries, and now we'll have to pull through, as it seems like Erangel from Team 4 Snake is going in for the march. And look at this, Throsty's got so much information to play around as T4S out in the open, and Throsty somehow trying to put them at bay. Look at the weapon he has. It's a single shot. It does not go on those auto fire, as he still needs to keep on peppering down those bullets. But Erangel comes down with that grenade and throws Throsty out of the server.
He did not anticipate that coming in, but Korba, it seems a little bit problematic. Oh my god, Kor, he's way too in the open yards and eventually gets punished by Emperor. That's really not the way how things are going to start for Team Korba. They did not anticipate a start like this. 2 players lost just in a minute.
Alarming signs for Team Korba, to be honest. They look so unprepared. Had no idea that they will be facing a drop clash against T4S. Because in the last game, we did see signs where T4S loved engaging in those fights. Was slightly unlucky. As for Team Korba, you've got Arsh. He does have 4 first aids to himself. He's got a decent kit. But he needs to get out of here. Needs to try and survive and secure as many position points. Because they do not even have those shotguns with them. And now the flush comes in. Pekka, all by his lonesome. He needs to work it out as Erangel. He will be the one spearheading the attack. They're checking every nook and cranny. As of now, the door opens. Pekka does strike, takes one down, takes another.
My God.
And this is looking ever so exciting.
Look at this, Pekka! He did find the support in the very right time. That's a backfire to T4S. Not a great situation to be in, but Pekka, he has now the confidence that he needs. He has found 2 finishes for his name. Alongside his teammate Arsh, he's been providing that support, but literally, this man, he's got the boost that he wanted, and right now he's looking forward to hunt every player down. He does have information about where are the remaining players of T4S.
Oh, he quickly flips the table, but there you have it, the trades coming in. And by the whiskers, Thanos saves the day. As T4S, this could have gone wrong in massive proportions. Do get these 4 finishes, but the big question here, Necros, is at the cost of what?
That was a mishap completely. We gotta agree with this. Team for Snake, they had everything under their control. The plan, the execution, everything was on point. I mean, they were literally hunting down the players one by one. But Arsh came into the picture, that was out of the equation.
And when was the last time we witnessed a player just dismantling players with an AKM? And that too, and in one spray, took down just 2. And that was crazy, if you ask me, as Los Hermanos Esports, they march their way inside the circle. And if you do want to play extremely well, you would want to check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G, which does debut the first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset.
Definitely a phone which you will be looking forward to get on your hands on. Again, it is going to launch on 19th of this month, so make sure that you also search in Google and get yourself something more. But right now, to look onto the other side, it's going to be GDS Light FTW running over Liability. 2 OP officials. This is not the kind of start they wanted, but eventually backfiring them. They're down to 2 man.
I still cannot process what just happened. 2 OP official went on for the hunt, and eventually they were the ones that were hunted away. At this point, 2 OP official, they've got no other option but to cut on their losses. As for now, Team Gods and Kiddos, they survived the wrath of the players of 2 OP. As awesome, aim hacks. Now they sort of clop it down to one corner.
Oh my god.
And Gods and Kiddos will take their sweet time, getting all that loot done, and now just go on ahead, go for the slam in, because I do see Awesome having an S12K. It is still one of those weapons that could prove quite fatal. But today is about Sarthak somehow trying to thread the needle and get the first knock.
Definitely. The previous match for Gods and Kiddos hasn't been the one that they were looking forward to. I mean, they got taken down at the very first. Didn't get any pointer from the previous map of Erangel. This time, they started things off in their own way, found out 2 finishes, but eventually 2 OP. This is the kind of position when you look down that you've lost 2 players just in an instant, but they are not even advancing. I'm really looking forward. Why is GDS thinking twice before pushing in? Because they know they have the numbers advantage.
They don't want to take chances. They understand the gravity of situation. Imagine somebody just pushing in through. They're not aware of our 2 OP officials' position. And even if one player gets taken down, that could be Mayday. We have seen tables being flipped already, so they do not want to leave things a chance. They want to get some information before they act on it. As to OP official, they've got their hearts out of their mouth in this situation. Aim hacks, look at him, just has a new MP, and this is a recap. As to OP, they were caught out in the middle of nowhere, just getting taken down. The trades, everything pristine and perfect.
That was a lucky one that Light survived out there. But right now we look onto the map. This is a central shift that we see that is happening out there. And look at that position. It's so much clustered. A lot of teams are still rotating from the southern side. You do see Sword in the extreme southwestern side, still around the areas of Valdemar. But the central area, it's so clustered that we can anticipate fight any moment.
It's such a different tale going on in Miramar. This time, looking at the circle, so many compounds to play around. There's western areas of San Martin. You've got on the northern side, few compounds to play around. There's a lot of ridges and dips to work your way out. But as things stand, look at the splash of colors. You could barely even see anybody outside of it. A little bit of a space on that northeastern side. Maybe for T4S, but you can see the players of Mafia officials and BO7s rotating whilst you've got SAR pretty late into the circle. And mark my words, Necro, the next time we will see SAR they will be somewhere hunkered down around the center spot.
There's no doubt about it, but just by saying, it seems like Royal Emperor, they have no breaks for themselves. Every time they're spotting one of the players, they're getting the finishes. This time it's Hunter. At first it was Voltric getting the first elimination of this particular game, but Royal Emperor, they just know exactly how to execute fights at the right moment, and they have kind of dominated this entire region of Hacienda del Patron, and there's really good positioning for themselves.
What really surprises me is that Los Hermanos let them do that. Suffered a casualty, but looking at Team Quark, they're spotting out all that rotation coming in from the boys of Godsend, who decided to find a better place inside the circle. And as of now, they're just traversing around the land, and taking over those hills would be still a better idea. Of course, you would want these compounds, but again, being on those lower dips, the next shifts, it's going to be a little bit of a troublesome scenario while they would want to rotate.
Definitely. But out there, when we talk about the rotations, there are a lot of teams still out there in the western quadrant of the map. But T4S, this is not a viable situation. Ross finds one of the players down. T4S, they were already down to 2-man, and right now losing another one will put them in the back foot. Thanos, being that one last player surviving, keeping the hopes alive for Team 4 Snake. But I'm really afraid, Fixes, how long is he going to survive? Because yes, the northeastern quadrant is quite vacant, but you never know when BO7S might just hop in.
Yeah, that's for a different story. That's for later. It could happen, but for now, a huge shout out to realme as they have a new product about to launch. We're talking about the realme P3 Ultra 5G that does have the first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset in the world. Double the performance in its segment.
Definitely one of the greatest phones that you can rely on right now in this segment. But right now, as we hop back into the match, it's going to be U7 that we are speaking about. They did have a decent match in the previous Erangel that we just saw earlier. Eventually, they've got one finish in this match as well. So one thing that they will be focusing on is collecting as many points as possible, because there's only one thing that they need to qualify for the top 7. But also on the top 7 spot, there are a lot of teams in contention. Mafia Official, they have the eye set on that one team, GDS. The shots have been fired, the position has been compromised, but this player decides to just rotate back.
At this point, everybody is just scouring for some good cover. You can see the players of TE, they're making a movement. The eastern side has pretty much been cluttered up. And that little area you see around the center, you cannot go there. That's an open land. You are digging your own graveyards. If you decide to pass, you are going to get rattled down by so many teams. Asar Esports trying to squeeze in from that exact western side. It's going to be interesting as to how they accomplish that. As of now, we've got BO7s already opening things up against the players of Godsend as Ghostface somehow trying to pre-fire. He's kept the players of BO7s at bay. One of them already down. Sarthak IGL back on his foot as now Khandu decides to lob open that grenade. In fact, a Molotov as Champ and Khandu fight it out, but Dusty does come in to overwhelm the numbers as Suki. He also gets spotted out in the open as Dusty marches in, tries to wipe in the numbers as now just like that, BO7s, they walk away with all the finishes of the players of Godsend.
What a confident fight it has been for BO7S. They might have created a lot of noise, and there is a team nearby. It's going to be Team MM. TMM will be looking forward to chime in, but they will be taking their time. That's really important. First get the intel, then make a move. But BO7S, they're looking really good this match. Yes, they did not get much points in the previous map itself. Started off with 4 finishes. This time, they have a good compound in their name inside the circle. That to almost close to the dead center. They will have their time to play along with it.
They will. They will once we get the next hard shift. I think that is what all these teams on the edges are eyeing out for. As for Soar Esports, this time understanding that the lobby is pretty much cluttered around those central areas, they decide to play from the peripheries. Seems like they've got a slight idea. Yeah, they have spotted out the players of TCW. And trying to just fire a couple of pot shots at them. Maybe get their armor depleted a little bit. But nothing so far, Necros, has seemed to connect.
For now, definitely. But I really like the split that is being played by TCW. 2-2 split in two different places, but the circle shift comes up in the northern side. U7 would be really happy with this shift. They are also playing in a 2-2 split, making sure that this entire territory is under their mark, but also chiming in. So just look at the southern side. So many teams, so many colors out there, and as soon as they start rotating, it will be a lot of fights happening in the southern end as well.
Yeah, like you mentioned, the southern areas, we are going to see a lot of migration coming in from that side. And for the players of Team Mafia, they've already started off with their rotation. Ajit still trying to ensure that there's nobody on the back lines as he's looking for his point of entry. As we can see, TWM getting into the thick and thins of action. Feels like it's against the players of Team K9. One of them already being taken down, Ninja Boy. He's going to be pretty quick on getting the rest back up.
This is the exact thing that we were just mentioning a few moments ago, that yes, this might be the start of the fights that we are anticipating. One of the shots being taken, one player got knocked out. Yes, he got revival, but it's going to be Burn X out there. They're looking forward to just get some knockouts, maybe kind of delay the rotation of K9 going inside the circle, but also they've also given up the information to the likes of TWM Gaming.
A whole different style of play being exercised by the players of K9. This time, they have grouped up, but for TWM Gaming, they need to understand they have to get inside the circle. They know that they can catch a lot of these stragglers from the edges, take them down, and that is what Toxic is intending to do. So Choke Boy just one shot shy, getting taken down. As TWM Gaming, they need to understand that they also have to march on ahead. If they have to engage in the fight, this has to be it. Whilst the last player of T4S has been dealt with, as even for the players of Mafia, they've started picking a fight against the players of Team Quark. Kakarot, he's been taken down already.
Indeed, as of now, we do see some slow fights happening around the corners, and yes, one of them, Mafia's losing the numbers with Burnex Choke Boy. He gets taken down finally, and it's going to be Royal Emperor to chime in. They have been annoying so many teams out there in the lobby from the very start of Miramar, and right now they're in the center. They're taking the fight with Burnex, who have slammed onto their compound, but we do look on to the other perspective. K9, they're also continuing their rotation, breaching through the teams. There are two teams on two different sides, but they have to be very cautious with whom they want to take the fight first.
I think they want to pick a fight against Team Quark, but they do realize there is another team right behind them. So it's always better to clear their backs, but Team Quark, a little bit of a kerfuffle over here. Two players inside one little shack. Not the best of ideas when you're going up against K9 Esports, as they have their attention shifted on another team. TWM Arib out in the open. He has to make an entry inside the circle, almost, before he gets engulfed by the play zone, as Slug will be the one enjoying, or rather, it's going to be Afu who gets that finish.
Unlucky for Slug out there, but still he's looking forward to find out more players. And Mafia official that one player outside the circle wants to enter. He does have a compound for some temporary covers, but TWM Lobster, he has his eyes. He knows about the player's location. Mafia official down to the final two players. Not going to be an easy task to survive in the ridges, but when you know from behind is coming another team in the question, it's none other than K9. They're in the dip, but they will be taking some more time to chime in. TWM, they might have a little bit of breather, but they are in a sandwich position, confused whom to take out first.
I see at least 6 teams around those southeastern corners, and everybody wants an inch of the pie. Rather a piece there as TWM Gaming. At this point, you've got Lobster. He's got just one more teammate along with him. As Quark somehow still alive. I do not know how, but they're doing this at the cost of a lot of these smokes getting exhausted. The moment it starts dissipating, that's when the trouble arises. Because K9, for sure, they know that there's somebody inside those compounds. As a result of which, a nade thwarted at Quark's direction. Has done a decent amount of damage, finds the opening finally, and Beast will make its mark. No, he does not, but still makes do with that shotgun he has, and now a Molotov to follow up. Arjun almost scared to death, but K9 Esports still being very careful with their aggression. Still, Doroki deals with the last player as K9 Esports, they also suffer a casualty.
But right now, BO7S, they're chiming in from behind, and that's really one of the important factors. They were waiting for this kind of moment to happen, and right now they're slamming left and right. K9 Esports is one of the sufferers out there, but with that Mafia official, they will also take an exit in the 11th spot. K9, doesn't have any finishes yet, but they did a lot of hefty damage to other teams, and all the finishes got stolen away.
They've got so much leeway. It's fine if they haven't gotten a finish yet. But they know that they are eventually going to catch up. As for U7 and Sa, almost ready to lock horns. As Kira, he's quite isolated, looking after the players of TE. As U7, they decide to take their chances, just trying to throw those grenades around those corners, hoping that one connects. 3 players of Team Sa just pins it to one position. If Demon has an inch of space around the eastern side, if he can somehow get the flank and get just one grenade, I think SAR Esports, they will fall flat on their faces.
No doubt about it. Kira has to look onto 2 different directions, but SAR Esports, the positioning is all prepped up. The Molotovs, the Utils will be done, but there's one player coming up close. Broly has been punished. There's second coming in line. Sense Boy gets taken down. Eventually, the trade comes in. SAR Esports, they're trying to fight back as much as possible. 2 players are down, but they're still driving. But from behind comes a different team, but it's Honey still fighting it all alone. He has a chance, and he will make sure that SAR Esports doesn't remain in this circle as well. But it's TXTCW officials coming up from behind, and now they won't spare the lives of U7.
Always pulling them out of dire situations. He is U7's Honey, but now he's all by his lonesome. He's got a grenade pinned out, just about to drop it down. Still won't connect as that Molotov comes in, exposes him, and that's quite unlucky, quite unfortunate. As TCW officials do it once again, as BO7 still surviving against the players of T2OP. Official is awesome. He's got his position, still not yet out in the open, and he reveals, gets one down. Will he get the other? The answer is going to be no, as BO7s, they survived the onslaught, and now look at that. 11 finishes registered in Miramar already.
That's what I was talking about, but right now K9 will be facing against TWM. The vehicle maneuvers is coming right, left and center, but Ninja Boy was acted as a bait. He got taken down, but instantly the trade comes from Mr. Reliable Beast, getting 2 finishes for the likes of K9 Esports. They're in the top 6. They know how to play along. They are in the northeastern part of this map. They have to enter the circle, but the main problem that they're going to face is LHS in the left-hand side, and from right, the BO7S. BO7S, they have been welcoming to every other team in the lobby.
Indeed, they have. As slowly the dust settles, Los Hermanos, who've been pretty silent throughout, they finally decide to show up. Royal Emperor from the backlines have already racked up 6 finishes, and now trying to go in for more. Saib is taking damage from the backlines against the players of K9. In fact, even Voltric, he wants a piece of the pie there. He also wants to take down a couple of players of K9, but Royal Emperor decide that getting inside the circle is a better option, and that is exactly what they're up to right now.
Royal Emperor has been playing an incredible game throughout this entire map of Miramar Fixes, getting all the loots properly and taking part in the fights where they will be in a very beneficial position. They have planned it very well. And right now, this is actually being fruitful to them. They have 6 finishes, all the 4 players alive, but right now the positioning is important because you do see TXTCW officials from the left-hand side, and they will be looking forward to get at least one of the picks out there.
And look at this, LHS caught between a rock and a hard place there. Had no other choices, as eventually they fell down as BO7s. Right next to the players of TE, Predator. He's been spotted out. They take a little bit of damage there, but LHS literally caught. No points of escape as Beast. He's been taken down. He's been dealt with as Ninja Boy. He decides to march through. He decides that he wants to take the fight. And by all means, K9 Esports, they have the luxury. But seems like a little overwhelmed there. Eventually, just to get punished as Voltric, he somehow gets Kalan down as LHS. Their misery continues as Saib, the only player alive.
Royal Emperor knew the right moment to do the third party. Omega barely survived. The shot has been connected. Voltric with some really exceptional sprays out there. 8 finishes registered. Still not a player lost. That's a really winning game out there for Royal Emperor if they don't mess things up. But as of now, LHS are being dealt, and they will be eliminated at the 6th spot, leaving 5 teams behind in the entire lobby, as Royal Emperor is one of them, and they do have the southern end under their control.
At this point, I really feel bad about predicting LHS. Seems like the caster's curse has hit them. As of now, Royal Emperor, 4-man strong, and that's audacious. They still want to get Ninja Boy back to life. And if they can sneak it through, that would be quite interesting. Because 2 players from K9 still alive. Not a really high frag affair though. But they also do understand they've got Royal Emperor right atop those hills. Ninja Boy, where was he even looking? As Hunter gets that quick knock, and now Omega might follow up next. A grenade goes sailing in, and that's the end of it. That's all she wrote. As K9 Esports, they have been eliminated.
Two teams have been segregating the entire map in two different hubs. In the southern, it's going to be Royal Emperor. On the northern side, it's BO7S. But right as now, we do see TCW going up against them. Dusty is the only player surviving out there. Two players have been knocked out. The nade is being cooked. Dusty, he needs to make a connection. The nade is onslaught, on point. Takes down Hunter. BO7S. This has to be the important 1v1 that he has to take, but Dusty doesn't have any idea of Team Mastermind Mavericks coming up from behind, and that's going to be the end of BO7S.
Trust me, nobody saw them coming. As Mastermind Mavericks, they try and decide to increase their tally. As they have their eyes fixated on one side, whilst the Royal Emperors, they decide to also strike back, making their presence felt, letting Mastermind Mavericks that they're still alive, still kicking. As of now, just 3 teams alive, out of which Royal Emperors have the most players alive. It is going to be a 4v3v3 situation. And if you ask me, Royal Emperors, they are on the driver's seat.
No doubt about it. Team Mastermind Mavericks coming into close proximity, and the main player out there having 5 finishes in his name, Hunter, is looking forward to hunt down the players. But Team Mastermind Mavericks, they do have a compound, a hard compound to play along with, while Royal Emperor, once again, they will be looking forward to gain the control, will be looking forward to find at least one opening to push that compound if they want to. But it doesn't seem like Mastermind Mavericks, they're not going to hold into those compounds for such a long time.
Certainly would not. As the dust has finally settled, it's all about them waiting for that 8th shift. That is where we can see these teams fight it out. It's all about trying to maybe get a knock, try to maybe get the better out of the situation, because at this point, the Mastermind Mavericks, they've got a compound to play with, whilst Royal Emperor and TCW, they've got to make do with these ridges. And it all comes down to where the circle shifts next. Do Mastermind Maverick have the same luxury of the zone, or will they have to venture out? Because the moment they come out in the open, Royal Emperor, they're all coiled up, ready to strike, and still nothing can really be said because all these teams are inside the zone.
And you look on the northern side, TCW, they're looking for to chime in. Yes, they do have a lot of space to play around, ridges to play around, take covers. But I really like the split of how Royal Emperor is playing. Levi watching the side of TCW. Out there you do see the other players watching the side of Team Mastermind Maverick. So yes, the winning percentage is definitely a little bit high for Royal Emperor because they do have the numbers, they do have the place to play around. Hunter is still out there, outside of the circle, trying to find a flanking position and at least get 1 or 2 knocks out there against Mastermind Mavericks.
It's a good thing that TCW officials have got a lot of smokes to work around with. Because trust me, Necro, they're going to need that. Get your boosters up. The next circle, it's going to be the final one. And somebody has to step out. Because that is when we will see majority of the fights. In fact, all of the fights panning out. So as of now, it comes down to how many resources all these teams have. We've seen Empire, he's got 3. One of his teammates, he did have 6. They have to make every single utility count. As for Mastermind Mavericks, they do not have a lot of these smokes, but they do have vehicles, which I believe they have to wait for TCW and Royal Emperors to fight it out. Maybe try to third party in the situation, but they also have to be careful because Voltric has got a very nice angle on them.
The shots have been fired already, and somehow Team Mastermind Mavericks, they do have an idea that yes, the fight is brewing. It has started in a Cold War way, but everybody's taking the time. But oh, that's problematic. That's really problematic. Filter getting knocked out by the blue zone is something that you really don't want at this point of the game.
They could not have gotten a worse chance, or rather a worse time to have one of their players taken down. For Mastermind Mavericks, the only good thing is they can still have him back up. As of now, Hunter, he is what separates Mastermind Mavericks from entering inside the circle. As now, you can see TCW laying down all those smokes, but Voltric, he still squeezes in. Scoops up a knock there, and now there comes those trades as Clutchix. He's already lost on his life as Empire. He's also fallen down. As of now, Royal Emperor, they decide to fight back. Ace out in the open. Voltric somehow trying to measure him up. Did soften him up a little bit though, but this grenade, a low toss one at Rat, has to go in as now he somehow reveals himself. But Hunter, that grenade sails in perfectly as now TCW still survive. Whilst look at the players of Royal Emperors, they are starting to get surrounded. Hunter getting dealt with by the players of the Mavs as Levi, he gets charged upon, and Royal Emperors, just like that, they're out of the server.
That's a nightmare for Royal Emperor, but right now it's going to be Mastermind Mavericks to strike at the very right moment against TCW. One last player surviving, and it has to be Ace. He's got 2 finishes in his name, has at least 4 Molotovs to play along with, but it's going to be a tough task. A 1v3 at this point of time, having 2 players in the back, 1 player in the front. Their need did damage filter out there, but I don't think it's going to be an easy task. The zone is coming up from behind. The smokes are being laid. One last smoke coming up from the side of Ace, wants to move forward, but all these Molotovs might just be a little bit problematic. But Ace, he's trying to pull things off. He's just got one of the players down. Still a 1v2. Out for him, trying to make those connections through the smoke, but doesn't have any idea fixes.
He certainly does not, but now he does reorient himself. This time with the shotgun, goes in for that finish, but in fact does not find anything, as it is going to be Maxima who puts the final nail in the coffin as Team Mastermind Mavericks get their first chicken dinner in the bag. The first game did not go their way, but in the second they decided to bounce back. But what an interesting, or rather exhilarating final circle we got to witness, because it was a complete mental game. It was all about who decides to pounce on first, who decides to get that first knock, who decides to get those trades. And for Royal Emperor, it felt like they had so much on their plates. You know, they were taking fights on 2 different fronts, as a result of which they got eliminated.
Yeah, but I really felt like this was the game of Royal Emperor. But again, that was a real class shown by TCW officials. The experience that we were talking about mattered the most in the very stage that they played the game well. And they finished consistently. Like both the matches, they were in the top 3, having a podium finish. Yes, not getting the chicken, but still, I mean, the average is being maintained, and that matters the most for them.
Yeah, the average of around 8 to 9 points, as long as you get that, you are still good to go. But then again, I feel somewhere down the line it was about TCW and Royal Emperors just exchanging blows, where the Mastermind Mavericks, again, being so smart and making the right moves at the right time, they excelled in that situation, because it was pretty much Royal Emperors having all their attention diverted. Yes, even Royal Emperors made the lives of Mastermind Mavericks a little bit easy, considering they pulled down a couple of numbers, just 1 player to deal with towards the end. So they took their own sweet time, got their players back alive, and then we saw what happened next.
Exactly, and that was a really tricky circle to play along. K9 also faced so many consequences. They were in, I wouldn't say they were in a very good spot. The rotation had been a little bit dicey. They were in the southern end, being annoyed by so many teams. Burnix was there. We did see Royal Emperor, who were there in the circle. They also annoyed them a lot while they were entering. Got one or 2 players down. Mafia official also did annoy K9 Esports. So it was a lot of hurdles that K9 had to cross, but they were not able to still manage to find at least like 3 to 4 points for themselves.
But who's to blame, Necros? Because I personally feel a lot of these teams were taking things so slow. We did not witness those early fights that the new zone is supposed to push you for, as these teams were just trying to find out a good position. It was all about them trying to ease up that pressure. Most of them did not have a good first game, so all they wanted to do was play passive, play it a little bit slow, which eventually was the bane of their existence.
Yeah, definitely. And I really believe that, yes, second match has been really good for 2 teams. 1 or 2 teams, it has been a very consistent game. But we can just know it better while we look back on the highlights of what happened in this particular map of Miramar. We started things off, Royal Emperor Voltric. He was an absolute beast in this particular map of Miramar alongside his teammate Hunter.
And at this point, Royal Emperor was so much in control, right? K9 could not do anything. Even for Los Hermanos, they could not even answer back. And Royal Emperor, they had that southeastern side to themselves, that conquered that area. But this is where so much happened that they could not really get back from, because now they were dealing with fights on 2 different fronts. One of them dealing with TCW, then the other dealing with the Mavs. As for Mavs, they had nothing else to do in that situation. They knew their work was pretty much cut out. All that happened was that 1 knock, eventually got the rest back up, and Maxima, he did not care. got that final finish, got that chicken dinner. Mastermind Mavericks pull through. But Voltric, he is one of those usual suspects that we get to see whenever those MVP stats do come up. Even in this game, look at this. He might have just 5 finishes, but the damage numbers over 1,000.
Exactly. We have seen so many players knocking down, but they did not get all the confirmations, but followed by that, his teammate Hunter. I mean, both of these players have done an incredible job in securing a lot more finishes for their team. Followed by that, we do see Hunter from the other side. There's a different Hunter, but on the other page, BO7S, what a match that they were having, but to see them getting eliminated like that was some real climax out there.
Yeah, it was a little gutting, but we move on. We have to. Because this time, when you look at the match summary, not a lot of smokes used, considering this is one of those games where we would have anticipated a little bit extra, at least 170 plus, but 5 grenades to work around with. One of that vehicle finish also out there. But the point standings comes in front of us. Royal Emperor might not have gotten the chicken dinner, but 13 finish points is still enough to put them at top. With 18 points, Mastermind Mavericks, courtesy to that chicken, 17 points. But BO7s, boy, oh boy, they were also quite scary.
Exactly, 12 finishes in their name, 16 points being backed up. Still in a very good spot, I would say. Did not had a very great match as map number 1 in the map of Erangel. But yes, a good comeback, I would say. But TXTCW, what an incredible, consistent game that they're pulling up. But being consistent on the other page, we do see some setbacks. Burnix Official, once again, a 0-pointer game for them.
Ouch, that's concerning. And even if you put Burnix Officials aside, take a look at TWM Gaming. They have been struggling. This is a team that has come in directly from the grind, and the performance hasn't spoken otherwise. Maybe it's that long gap that has really started to hurt them, but as the overall standings do come up, K9 Esports still stand atop, 32 points for them, as they're followed by TCW Officials, who have been consistent in the first 2 games. Royal Emperor, they do bounce back. They're at the 3rd spot, whilst Master Mavericks, they secure that 4-2 themselves, tied up with BO7s.
BO7S, they have 14 finishes in their name, but followed down the list. Sorry, Sports is there in the 6th space. Universe 7 have 10 finishes, but not enough placement points to kind of lift them above in the chart. But in the 2nd page itself, yes, there are a lot of setbacks. There has been some disappointments from the teams. Lost Hermanos Esports, once again, one of the crucial teams out there. They have had a really good performance in the previous round, but this time, the first 2 maps, it's really a disaster.
Honestly speaking, barring the banner that they've played in, knowing Kalan and his endeavors, every single time I remember, he was known for the one thing, always getting the first chicken dinner of the day. That was his specialty. This time, they could not start off with a good note. Second game also could not amass a lot of points. So many of those bigger names, they're starting to crumble, whilst a lot of these underdogs, they're already starting to make their mark.
Exactly, and that's the kind of speciality of this realme BGIS 2025. You get to see the new stars coming up, and definitely one of them will be Universe 7 that I'm still looking forward, because that team has some real capability. But you know what? There's still Sanhok left. We'll see you on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
I grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gate. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. Got iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, Taiwan Master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
After a very short break, we're already back, and right as of now, we have a change in the desk as well. We've got IC Baby with us, and I mean, this map of Miramar has been some real testament for a lot of teams. BO7S, you talk about Royal Empire. What are your thoughts about it?
I think Royal Emperor and BO7S has a very unique approach in the game itself. Just because of the choice of meta weapons, right? Normally, in terms of Miramar, you see a lot of DMRs, you see DBS being very, very popular over the years as well. I feel like the difference in approach from how they approach it was that they always have 1 or 2 guys have a UNP just because of the fact that if you jiggle with hip fire, it's a little bit more consistent compared to an AR or an M4, which is something that you don't see that often, but those little things that they are capturing is the reason why they're winning fights.
Yeah, definitely. And out of those, they did capitalize on a lot of fights, but you can also capitalize in your life by getting a really good phone. That's going to be Realme P3 Ultra, which is there in the question, having such a big benchmark of 1.4 million also to test. But right now, main thing that comes, and it's also launching on 19th of this month.
Exactly, it is going to be launching very, very soon. And all you guys, if you guys want to check it out as well, just Google and search Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you may stand your chance to walk away with potential amazing rewards yourself. So be sure, mark your dates. March 19 is the date for it. And of course, on the desk, there's no more Realme P3 Pro. We have upgraded. Unfortunately, the previous phones were stolen already by the previous set of casters.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm not the
me.
one to be.
The one is no longer here. Yeah.
I'm also not the one to be blamed out there. So yeah, I'm new one. So I want the Ultra one next time before I go away. But again, coming back to the map of Miramar, again a setback for Burnix official. What are your thoughts about them?
I think it's a little bit unfortunate considering the fact that they are just not familiar on the scale and intensity of the game itself, right? Just this game itself, just 2 games, we could see there was a very, very huge benchmark in terms of team play and also skill overall in general. Game 1 was a little bit more chaotic. It's understandable. Erangel, that circle in particular, there's no amount of skill can prepare you to actually take on open fights just like that. And in order to tackle circles like this, you need a team with a lot of experience. And whereas for Miramar, there's a lot more space, a lot more rotation here. You do see BO7S and also Royal Emperor start to give a little bit more life as well. But one thing I do know that's consistent is that TEX TCW is the most consistent thus far in 2 games.
Definitely. I mean, they have kind of made one benchmark that you need to take fights when it matters the most, and you need to understand the situation very vividly, because all the fights that TXTCW official have taken, they have waited. The patience is there for themselves, and they waited for 2 teams to collide, and as soon as the fight ended, they hopped on, got the rest of the amount of finishes. But also they have a calculated scenario for them of which team they need to engage first.
I think the final circle, especially in the chicken dinners department here, it felt like Royal Emperor should have took that.
Exactly.
And I felt like, in an honest opinion, Royal Emperor was getting a little bit greedy. Like, they shouldn't have went for the split. They know for a fact that the circle is in their advantage. The other 2 teams were kind of being pushed by the zone, and I don't think they realized that they were ahead in a sense where they had to push out first, and they take the preemptive measure to take more space. And the moment he went for the split, TEX TCW went for the pick, and then the other team also went for a pick, and that kind of let them bow out on 3rd place rather than actually taking the chicken dinner, which was kind of ironic because I felt like Royal Emperor did everything perfect until that final 3 moments.
Completely agreed. And I mean, this was just a bonus, a chicken dinner given away to Mastermind Mavericks, because everybody out there thought that this is not their game. The positioning was not right. As you mentioned, the zone is going to push them in the open yards. It was all about the free finishes that it could have been converted by Royal Empire. But as of now, we also look forward to the next map, which is going to be Sanhok. Sanhok is going to be a very small map, comparatively a little quicker in terms of fights as well.
I think if you compare Erangel and Miramar in general, like, Miramar is by far a little bit more tactical, a little bit more macro-based, and based on a lot of your rotations and decision makings. Same can be said for Erangel. Unfortunately, at the start of the day, that map, that circle was not tactical at all, because you are out and open. It's all about just maybe a little bit of coin flips, 50-50 coin flips here. Just hope that somebody's going to be out and open, and then hope that you don't get caught out. And I feel like the only one that took advantage of the scenario was, of course, the previous team, right? So I feel like K9 obviously has that kind of experience, but when it comes to Sanhok, rotations, macro, I don't know, man. It's just pure firepower, and I want to see K9 kind of duke it out once more.
Yeah, definitely. We have to see how things are going to turn around, because, again, the map of Sanhok has always been the map of comebacks for a lot, but setbacks for a lot of us. This is gonna be the 3rd match of today's day, and group number 1 will be playing this one. The big bird is already flying up high in the skies, and we do see some early drops being taken. This is a flight path which starts from northeastern part of the map, ends in the areas of Camp Alpha, completely northern side oriented flight path.
Yeah, it is a pretty northern approach as well, considering the fact that most of the teams who are going to be heading towards the south side here, especially for Kam Charlie, Sami, even Painan as well, is going to take a little bit of a run in. But I feel like in terms of this map in general, we are going to be expect a lot of drop clashes right from the get-go, just because of hotspots here. Bootcamp maybe seems to be a little bit hard. We do see like 3 to 4 teams using this similar flight path, but eventually they do need to kind of dodge it out. I do see Sour Esports, I do see TX, I do see Quark as well. Seems like, you know, they are going for a little bit of a split, but for some reason, seems like Painan is kind of heavy there. Or maybe I'm just a little bit long.
I mean, all the teams are gliding out there, so
Yeah.
we never know that which team will settle down in the areas of Pine. And as you mentioned earlier, Quarky Sports are having a really big split. Same goes for Los Hermanos because they're also having a good split around the areas of Query. Ralimper going down to the southeastern side. That's the area around Cave and Docks, maybe. But sorry, Sports. I mean, they're gliding maybe to go the extreme southern side of the map of Sanhok.
Wow, interesting enough. For every single round here in the realme BGIS, regardless of round 2, 3, and 4, we will always have a circle in towards Alpha Island. It seems like being center of it all, it is going to be hard in, so a majority of teams are going to be heading towards Alpha Island. K9 has one of the best starts possible, considering that they are the only teams in Alpha Island right from the get-go.
Definitely, but as of now, sorry, Sports, they definitely have a couple of vehicles to go for some quick rotation, but TXTCW officials, they knew exactly what to do next. They dropped in Painan, grabbed a couple of weapons, and they literally advanced to the hill, knowing that, sorry, Sports, they have glided way too much, and they will be able to reach their designated drop location. But as of now, I see, we do see some clashes out there.
Well, T4S seems to be. We do have Champ pretty much stuck out in the open. And as of yet, it is going to be a game of patience. Team for Snake, one of the teams that loves to scavenge throughout the entire fights. But as soon as I talk about scavenge, guess what? Mitsuki is able to get the opening. Fury getting knocked in. Emperor trying to get a little bit of a catch here. But won't be able to get a clip here. But Thanos goes in for the one tap with one snap. That's going to be one down. But Team for Snake, they're also losing bodies. He's looking for those confirmations. Unfortunately to say, he is panicking a little bit, but he will be able to get one finish for now.
He's just waiting. Thanos, the shots being fired, and a constant pressure from the behind the areas. There's a backline support coming in, but that backline support has been denied. The DBS will be going for a reload. Sarthak cooking up a nade can be really vulnerable to the likes of Thanos. He wants to escape, but that nade is going to be that final nail in the coffin, and that's a very early exit for T4S.
Well, big one coming from Sarthak as well, but that nade well placed here, completely caught off guard. Great tag team coming in from Champ and Sarthak, but Godsend Kiddos, they will get themselves 4 finishes, but they will lose light in the process. So even though this is their usual play style, we saw it coming from Erangel as well. They do like to play a little bit more scavengy. And guess what? When a full team rolls up, that is going to be delivery right at your doorsteps.
Indeed. But I'm a really bit concerned about this team GDS because in the last couple of matches, if you kind of see, in a 4v4 fight they took in the map of Miramar was not quite well. I mean, it seemed to me like that they were a little kind of hesitating to take those 4v4 fights against a team.
No, I kind of agree. But considering the amount of commotion they just made, look at this. PO7s, they see it, they hear it, but they don't spot anyone. But the question here is, do they want to take all these fights considering the fact that the circle may be in Cam Alpha, and right now the ones that's in front of them is pretty much GODS, who pretty much just wrapped up the fight, got out very, very quickly. So a lot of questions remains whether or not should they push forward. They don't have vehicles as well. But speaking of vehicles, look at Los Hermanos. They're going for a very unusual split.
Quick rotations indeed from the side of Los Hermanos. Yes, it's a big split out there that we are seeing. As we expected that this team has a lot of potential to come up with, will be showing some real class, hasn't been able to deliver that much. But if you want something for yourself, because Holi is coming up and you have this Realme P3 Ultra in the question, which is launching on 19th of this month, definitely you can check this out with having the world's debut Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset within it.
Yeah, and of course it is, like you said as well, launching on the 19th of March. All you gotta do is just search Realme P3 Ultra 5G on Google and stand a chance to walk away with amazing prizes. Meanwhile, on the screen here, Los Hermanos is able to find a pick. Quark Esports loses Aryan right from the get-go, and you can see the panic coming from Quark Esports. They don't really want to hold down the fort. They are going to try and potentially retreat. Nades being lobbed over from across, and Ammo was able to find a knock here. And that's going to be potentially a rush coming in. Anmo still stuck outside. He can't seem to cross the bridge, or in this case, the road here. No man's land. He's pretty much exposed, and Apu is going to be fighting him off. That's going to be the mistake coming from Quark. They had the trade-off. Unfortunately, just can't seem to cross over this fight.
That's a really big overextension being done, if you ask me. And right away, we do see the needs being connected. Arjun wants to get those openings. He did find one, but eventually there's still 3 more players that he needs to take care of. And there's one support that he needs from behind. Karlan and the company, they're advancing, but Spy is dropped down, but Kakarot has been taken away. And in a blink of an eye, Los Hermanos Esports will be wiping the entirety of Quark Esports from this map of Sanhok, securing 4 finishes and also keeping all the 4 players alive.
Hey man, this is Agent 5. 5PY, also known as Spy, seems to be able to get the job done because he perfectly executed them all. And that is a very quick one coming from them. Meanwhile, on the screen as well, Royal Emperor. They may have messed up the overall game in round number 2, but they still had one of the biggest comebacks coming from from game 1 into game number 2. This time they are taking a very slow approach apparently. Stage 1 still outside the zone, hasn't exactly made their mark into his Cam Alpha yet, but a majority teams are already heading down that way. And on the screen, Sour Esports also going to be one of those teams who's on the southern edge of the zone, slowly rotating away, hoping that maybe Alpha Island might actually shift back into the mountains rather than the ocean sides of Hatin.
Yeah, everybody's looking forward to capture that, but I'm really surprised that K9, they have moved down to the area of Hatin, keeping the dead center to themselves, but TWM this time, again in a 2-2 split around the areas of Khao. In the northeastern side, 2OP will be there, but the circle has shifted drastically to the western side, while K9, Mafia Official, they will be the happy lads out there.
Yeah, they are indeed the happy lads, and of course the mountain terrains on top of the mountains of Camp Alpha Island and Camp Alpha is pretty much unoccupied right now. And I feel bad for teams like 2OP and TWM because right now, if they want to rotate in, it's going to be so very difficult. And from the ocean path, we do see Korba also going for a split towards Hatin shorelines. So eventually, they are going to be expecting a lot of company. Arip going to be swimming along the shorelines here, trying to sneak up. And it's a pretty early swim, 50 seconds before the zone starts to close in. And he's already making his journey. Meanwhile, the rest of his teammates are going to be staying behind to actually fight against 2OP officials. I'm not a big fan of this. But I think maybe they're waiting on Arip to try to sneak up from a different angle because he's in the ocean, and I don't think Botfire can actually seize this at all. This is very unorthodox coming from TWM.
Indeed. And 2OP, they have the moves quite clear. They want to gatekeep, but as you mentioned, that one flank of Arip can literally change the game. But for the likes of GDS, they have been struggling a tad bit more. K9, they knew the exact spots to hold on. Doing the gatekeeping out there for a lot of teams. Mastermind Mavericks facing some consequences. Maxima will be confirmed eventually by the likes of K9.
Yeah, they just understood which position has one of the best possible spots, right? Like, this spot is so good at punishing anyone coming from east side, and the only team that can actually mess up is on top of the mountain, so that's going to be a little bit awkward spot for them. Meanwhile, on screen, look at this, BO7S going for a rush against Gods and Kids, and guess what? Mitsuki was able to get one trade. Unfortunately, no backup from his compadres as he gets taken out because the rest of Godsend is still stuck under that little bridge inside the water.
Oh my god, I see this is something that I really didn't want to see. TWM Lobster being picked off. Toxic is knocked out. 2OP tried a reverse psychology rather than just waiting in the compounds. They wanted to go up front, take the battle, confirming all those finishes for themselves. That's the second one. We'll be getting the third one as well. Arib, he went all the way up. I don't think he's going to look back again because there's nothing left out there.
I genuinely feel bad for TWM. Like, they were hoping that Arib is going to be able to do something about this, but again, 50 seconds before the circle closes in, they were from the furthest edge of the zone. They had to make a play, but they just didn't have the utilities. Whereas 2OP official, they made a smart call. They were willing to take a risk. They have vehicles to rotate in. Obviously, you know, it's not the best timing, but considering that now they've gotten 3 finishes, and if they are able to find an entry point, they're going to be A-okay. But again, from the main island itself towards Alpha Island, at this stage of the game with so many teams, it's going to be very, very tough to do so, especially when K9 Esports is on top of this mountain.
Oh yeah, they do have better visuals out there, but it seems like Burnix, they are a little bit interested in stopping the reign of the Empires, the Emperors out there. Royal Emperor, they've lost one of their players, Clutchex, is down and out, and Burnix, who hasn't been able to perform in the last couple of maps, they are looking forward to strike back in this map of Sanhok, and you do see one player's advancing, Hunter has a read, but now gives away his position, he needs to back off, but before that, one last need that he has, he's going to invest it, but it will just go drop down in waters, and Ohm is going to back off from that position.
That was such a risky gamble coming from Hunter as well. He needed like 3 headshots in order to actually get the knock in, considering it was a level 2 helmet. Unfortunately, he tried it, immediately says, you know what, I regret my decision because we need to get out. The zone is going to be shifting in towards Hatin. And right now, everyone is out in the open, except for K9, who surprisingly made a very, very quick move inside the city already. Seems like we are going to be seeing an urban warfare here in Sanhok. And as you can see, Royal Emperor, while they're midst in the rotation, Mafia is able to get a couple knocks in.
Oh yeah, Emperor Levi wants to go up close and personal, but this is going to be Mafia official to do something better. The DBS needs to make that connection, but with the shot, but Levi strikes back instantly, being traded off. Atlantis is there, the finish will be confirmed, but Mafia official, they will be good for 1 and will not go for any overextension.
Well, speaking of extensions here, Mafia officials able to pick off a couple players, but guess what, Korba? Gonna be thinking of a third party as well, and look at this, there's so many people trying to rotate around here. And Korba, they may have had a little bit of a split here, and guess what? Zaura Esports is the ones that actually finds the stragglers. Aside, shots being fired as well. K9 Esports from the top of the mountain, inside Hatin, gonna zone everyone out of Hatin, which is kind of weird. But for somehow, they are able to take so much space inside Hatin itself.
Oh, unlucky for Pekka. He wants to escape the spot, but his vehicle is stuck, I see. That's really problematic, but the shots being fired from left and right. Pekka, he did almost clutch in the previous map of Miramar, but this time things doesn't work out like that. And eventually gets taken down. Mafia official will be cherishing another finish to their name, but the western quadrant is so much clustered.
Speaking of cluster, seems like every single one is pretty much stuck outside of Hatin just because of one play from K9 Esports was just bullying everyone out of the city. And I'm surprised K9 has been able to get away with this. And because of this, look at this. Mafia still deciding what to do. There's Royal Emperor around them. There's Burnex as well around them. There's also Sour ahead of them. Their vehicles are pretty much split apart. And while this is also happening, Mafia officials still stuck in a predicament whether or not should they actually push through or not.
The entire temple region is completely acquired by TCW. Once again, they're playing it very slow and steady, taking some really good decisions from their end, because they do know that there is no... that's not going to be a good move if they want to go dive in the dead center. Yes, Hatin will be definitely conquered by some of 1 or 2 teams not having the entire information, but around the area, they are just getting some more information, and that has to be Los Hermanos in the close proximity as we see them down south. But oh my god, that circle shift is going to hurt K9.
Oh boy, this circle definitely going to be hurting K9, but look at the bright side. Because of how they've been zoning everyone outside the city, they will have the compound inside on the western side of Hatin themselves, just because they've cleared out every single angle. However, we might potentially, you know, maybe be a little bit afraid of potential sneaky little rats from the north side. Cobalt Core still inside the ocean. BO7S needs to push from the east side as well. So we are going to be expecting company in Hatin, considering that that is the only place with decent entry points from teams coming from the southeast corner. We've talked about the west. There is going to be a huge cluster. Same can be said for the east side as well. And right now, there's 12 teams, and everybody needs to push in this next stage.
Definitely. But Sauri Sports, they will have a lot of responsibility on their shoulder. They're sitting in the dead center. They do have the hard compounds to play along with. They have to go for some move. But I do see one rotation out there. I see that is going to be BO7S from the eastern side of the map, rotating in a single vehicle. If Ninja Boy anyhow spots them out, forget Ninja Boy. It's going to be Team Mastermind Mavericks
Oh
to
no,
literally
what?
run them down in the blink of an eye. All the 4 finishes will be getting added to Adi's account, and that's 6 finishes in their name. And BO7S, they're out of this map of Sanhok.
My goodness, Team Mastermind Mavericks completely set up the perfect trap, and they just get completely annihilated. Feels bad for BO7S, but a big dub for TMM, because as of yet, 6 finishes, they've got 1 knock. They cleared out the east side, but they need to make it into the next phase. And guess what? K9 still not letting off those pressure yet, and they are expecting a lot of company very, very soon. As they try to regroup to the west side to try and get a couple of picks here, TMM finds themselves a small little shack inside the zone, but not a lot of room to work with.
Definitely 2 players in 1 small shack. Definitely not a wise decision. But, well, you don't have a lot of hard compounds to play along. So, yep, they did take that risk. But it seems like the risks that LHS took is backfiring them somehow, because U7 from the western side is raining down some bullets on them. And one of the players have been knocked out.
Personally, I'm not a big fan of them parking the vehicle like this, just because they need some kind of leg cover. But because of how the position is, the people can still shoot through those windows. And it's a little bit ironic, considering the fact they are going for a double peak strategy, 1 on top, 1 on bottom, so that they don't get collateral. But if there is anyone from north side, which in this case, nobody's in the north side, so they are going to be momentarily safe unless K9 pushes out. But as soon as I say this, guess what? K9, they definitely have to push out from the zone. West side, they do have Burnax. Hunter still the last regular from the side of Royal Emperor. And on the south side, TEE has to get down from the mountain. And they are going to be pushing towards Sour Esports, who's inside the center, alongside with Mafias, having the best compound so far inside the zone.
Yeah, Mafias, they will be cherishing that place. But U7, you do see on the northwestern side, Burnix. We do see one of the players, their Hunter from Royal Empire, who's trying to kind of chime into the circle. But Botfire giving away his finish to the blue zone. It's Hunter striking back the players of 2OP from above. And this is the kind of position that we were mentioning earlier on multiple times. TXTCW playing it small and slow, but excuse me, Hunter? Nobody's aware of his position, while Burnix, I mean, they're just getting some information. They don't want to take risks. They don't want to lose any single player out there. But Hunter can be that one-party spoiler for them. He's completely prone down. He's not taking any risk. But U7 will be chiming in with this a golden opportunity. Hunter gets 1 knock and instantly confirms Royal Emperor's Hunter. He's spoiling the game.
Oh my goodness, what a sick one-way coming from Hunter. And because of this, Burnax, they're a little bit paranoid. And with the circle closing in, they have to make the play. Do they flush Hunter out or do they push on forward? Because like it or not, they are pretty much in a tough spot. Because U7, like you said, slowly creeping up. Burnax needs to make the tough decisions. And Hunter says, you know what? I'm happy with 1 finish. I'm happy with what I've got right now. But there's only so much I can do. Sprays comes through, but eventually he's pretty much stuck. And he needs to get out. And Burnax seems to be focused on all this small little rat. Nades comes through, doesn't seem to connect him. Barely clips him off, but Hunter,
no.
he actually accidentally blew himself up. Oh, boy. So ironic. However, with the gunshots being made as well, U7 looks to push the pressure. And here he comes. They going for the flush. Reshot misses the shot, and he's going to get taken out as well. Choke Boy is going to be next, and he is also the next to fall.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. Universe 7 definitely having this northeastern side under their control, but the circle has shifted. I really wonder, Rishabh had all the time in the world to take that 1 player down, but he choked. But eventually, looking onto the other side, Predator is waiting. I'm not quite sure whether he has any information. 1 good util, and the entire team of Los Hermanos can be perished.
But I don't think he's going to make a move as well. He's even dropped his back. I don't think he even have a lot of utilities. But as soon as I say this, Los Hermanos, they heard him. They heard those movements. The sprays comes in. But guess what? Mafia from afar is going to help him a little bit. But it's not going to be good enough because Los Hermanos lose 1 in this rush. And they are split off out in the open. And now with the zone coming in, they have to push across this road. And it's going to be no man's land. Mafia is going to be waiting for them. But somehow they're taking pot shots on U7. They are able to get a confirmation. coming from Los Hermanos Esports.
7 finishes already in the name, but Mafia official, this should be their game. They should not make any fumbles. The shots being fired onto the directions of the northern side where you do see K9. Yup, they're trying to hold them off in a distant area. Mafia official, they know how much importance this compound gives them. But within that place, we see Team Mastermind Mavericks being eliminated, but even all the players are getting taken down by the blue zone. LHE, they're out of the question as well.
Well, Los Hermanos pretty much done and dusted in that situation. We're down towards the final 4 teams. Sour Esports, once again, very, very consistent out of all 3 games. Now makes it to the top 4. They've hold down the fort from the southeast corner. But the question here is, how will K9 Esports, a team with such experience and firepower from game number 1, how will they deal with this situation? Because they've made it into the north section. And right now, the 2 biggest obstacles is going to be Sour Esports and Mafia officials. In this case, Sour needs to make the first move. They need to get out, while Mafia has been chilling for the longest of time.
Indeed. They have had a great time in this particular map of Sanhok, but Ninja Boy, he's a little bit interested in taking on the players of Sour Esports, and the shots have been fired. Somehow, Ninja Boy's position has been compromised. He needs to reposition himself, but also, this is going to grab the attention of Mafia official and Universe 7, who's there up top in the hill, having a topography advantage. But B says, nope, you're not getting away with that.
Beast. What an absolute beast, man. 5 finishes, 3
Oh.
in his vein. And guess what? He finds another one. K9 Esports just absolutely dominating the competition. Final 3 teams, Sour still making a run out in the open. They're going to be sacking their cars and they are going to try to snake their way out in the open. Kira going to be looking for a flank. He's going to try and challenge Beast, but the nade comes in, scares him off. But I don't think Sour Esports does have enough cover to actually push forward here as Beast continues on with those pressure.
Mr. Reliable, being one of the reliable players of K9 Esports, but right away, Sour Esports, yes, they were trying to chime in. The support comes from behind. It's going to be Omega stepping up. Sour Esports, they're into shambles as one of the players is just remaining in a very low HP. All the finishes will be converted. K9 Esports, they are a 3-man all out together, and they are trying to make an impossible thing possible for themselves. Still 1 player's out there. Beast has to be cautious, but otherwise, he can be really bitten off by that one last player of Sour Esports.
My goodness, the confidence on this guy. And Rock Lee pretty much the only one left coming from Sour Esports. He finds a little bit of small bush. Beast wasn't able to spot him out, and I'm surprised Mafia, despite all the commotions, has just kept absolutely quiet in this scenario. And of course, stage 9 comes in. Beast sees him. What is that insane eyesight? Beast just spots every single little pixel, and now Mafia, they need to get out, and Beast, they will find another one once more. He's got 7 finishes.
Oh my god, there's 1 player nearby, and definitely that's gotta be the moment. But Ninja Boy knows it exactly. That nade should be giving a lot of hefty amount of damage. Finds 1, but instantly gets traded off. It all comes down to the final player, Omega. Can he do it? The IHL need to step in. K9, this can be a miraculous dinner for themselves, while Ajit is still on a low HP. The position has been known.
Oh.
Omega strikes back, brings it to a 1v1 situation. Shots being fired. Omega clutches it out. It's gonna be K9 to walk away with another chicken in their bag.
What a clutch coming from Omega. When you need him the most, he steps up and takes on the role and dominates the competition. K9 Esports, what a clutch coming from him. What a game we've seen. K9 Esports is 2 chicken dinners on day 1 here in round number 4. What a performance.
Also with some hefty amount of finishes with themselves. I mean, the first match was around 17 finishes, 15, 17 finishes. This time also having like 12 to 13 if I'm not wrong. But just imagine Mafia officials sitting in that one compound for the entirety of the game. The moment that they could have, had that decision that yes, we can go forward, take a fight when Sour Esports came in the close proximity, could have been a very vital move for them.
Well, they played a little bit too safe, to be honest, compared to how much confidence K9 has done as far. Beast has just popped off all the way through, taking every chance he could take. I would say very risky, But his riskiness has paid off just because of how quick his reaction was in every single place he's made so far.
No doubt about it. And that's why we call him the Mr. Reliable of his team. Every time his team needs him, steps out. And Slug got taken on earlier on. So yes, they were down to 3-man. The front line assaulted. There was a little bit of lag, but Beast says, okay, I'm going to take the job. I will take that responsibility on my shoulder. And man, he did the job very nicely. Though we can also talk about other teams like BO7S. They were having a really decent run for themselves, but that one decision that they took by coming through the bridge with one vehicle, it costed them the entire match.
Yeah, I agree. And every single team who's pretty much on the east side, not on the main island as well, was pretty much stuck all the way through, right? I think right from the get-go, especially when the circle came in from the Alpha Island, we could see very, very apparent that K9 was the only team inside Alpha Island, and they had such a wide spread that before the start of the game, they already knew where everyone was, which is nowhere inside Alpha Island. Because of that, they took advantage of all the space and just took time and taking very, very strategic spots in specific stages of the zone and just capitalized on it. It started from that mountain on top, and then they positioned the Hatin. Hatin was a little bit of an interesting one for me, but they knew for a fact that Hatin was clear. And they had a very early spread that forced everybody outside of Hatin, which normally I don't see this possibly happening from time to time, but because they had such a strong presence, they fought in every single angle as if it was like, I am not alone, I am one man, but I'm going to fight as if I'm 4 men, and everybody thought there's at least like 3 to 4 teams inside Hatin, and that's why you can see a huge cluster just ignoring to try and rush into Hatin.
Eventually, like TCW, I mean, they were also anticipating the very same thing. They were playing through the hide, having all the intel in the world that where are the teams located, and in a usual mind, when it's a circle around the ears of Hatin, everybody is going to think that Hatin, at least 2 teams will be there. And that's why you do see, like, even when it came down to Gods and Kiros, I mean, they had the eastern side, that big compound above the hill under their control. I really thought they were going to rotate quicker, but they fumbled in the fight. They took a lot of time, and that costed them.
Yeah, and at the same time, Sour, obviously, inside this compound, they did really well making it to the top 4, but eventually, they just couldn't get out. I was a little surprised they'd actually sacked those vehicles just to go for a snake push, and because of that, it just gave the information to K9. It was like, I heard a vehicle, guess what, there's somebody there, I'm gonna casually walk up and pick, and Beast was able to just pick them all apart. Really, really unfortunate coming from Sour Esports, but still a great run coming from K9.
Yeah, definitely, no doubt about it. But you know what? This match, we can just get some more highlights on it to just go and recapture what happened. This was the fight where somehow Los Hermanos, they were looking forward to get those early finishes, but the way K9 handled every team coming in their way, U7 was a really big threat, and Beast dealt with him all alone.
Yeah, this is a perfect example of when you're proning, there are some foliages that kind of gives you a little bit of vision block, but Beast was able to take advantage of that, finds a little bit of angle, and able to punish every single one. But this clutch coming from Beast to kind of allow K9 even more room was that the moment it shut down Sour Esports, they knew for a fact that everyone from Mafia has to get out of this compound. And knowing Mafia, they have been playing very passively since the beginning of the game, and they just kept in check. Because of this space, once more, K9 was able to get this chicken dinner. Unfortunately for Omega, it was a very close call, because that final bullet could have been I would say a hit or miss for Mafia, to be honest.
Definitely, and when we talk about the MVP of this game, it has to be Beast with 7 finishes on his name, and you can see the kind of damage he has did. 749 damage, 7 finishes registered, nothing extra, nothing less, exactly on point. I mean, it kind of gives us an example that Beast, whenever he saw a player, he gave them the damage and take them down as finishes.
Yeah, that was very, very nice coming from them as well. And of course, joining the top 5 as well, Beast does have number 1 here with 7 finishes total. Adi from the side TMM was able to get 4 finishes. Omega, Playmaker, clutch the chicken dinner for K9 is also on the top 3, followed by Liability from 2OP and also Spy from Los Hermanos with 3 finishes.
Yeah, this match I felt like Los Hermanos, they were getting the momentum back for their side, but overall in the match summary, we do see all the smokes being used up. Yes, we did see a lot of things happen in the last circle, but there was no vehicle finish in the map of Sanhok.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate considering how the flight path was as well, right? Like, it was a pretty northern flight path, and everyone was trying to head out to the south side. but with the circle being on the Alpha Island, we'll see very minimal smokes, which is very, very unfortunate. However, with the points coming in, K9 Esports will get the chicken dinner with 23 points in total. Mafia Officials on top 2 here with 4 finishes, 10 points, followed by Sour Esports, Los Hermanos Esports also getting 10 points each respectively. Universe 7 getting 8 points, Mastermind Mavericks 8 points, 2 OP Officials 5 points, Godsend Kiddos 4 points. Unfortunately to say, this top 8 only from 1 to 6 position had so much more impact in this game in general.
Exactly, but on the second shot, again, the disappointment continues for TWM Gaming at the bottom, having 0 point and 2 points each for Cobra, TXTCW Officials, and BO7S. Yes, they were trying to do something better, but couldn't do it. Burris Official this time. Again, Royal followed by Royal Emperor and Team Force Snake having only 1 point for themselves, when Cork Esports TWM continue their drastic downfall.
It is going to be a little bit of ironic, unfortunate news for them, but as of yet, K9 Esports in 3 games was able to get themselves 55 points. This pretty much guarantees them into the top 6, top 7 at least until tomorrow. But again, anything can happen. As in terms of overall qualification, we can say it's kind of safe for K9 Esports now.
Definitely, no doubt about it. But talking about the other teams, TEX, TCW Officials, 30 points for themselves, followed by Mastermind Mavericks and 20C, having 1 chicken dinner for themselves. Yes, the other 2 maps were not quite balanced up. That's why you do see that a little bit dipped out there. But these 8 teams, I see, they have to do a real hard work in the next 3 games that they will have and the next day.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, Burnex Officials, what happened to them? Like, they were the table toppers of the previous round. Now they've only got 1 point. And TWM Gaming also with 9 points. I feel genuinely bad because I know for a fact that my prediction is going down south in this top 7 here, 100%.
I guess we need to make a handshake out there, I see.
Why?
Because we have the same team prediction out there, Burnex. Well, I don't think we need to be sad enough because even Fixes isn't getting that much attention out there when it comes down to prediction.
Looks like Hindi is going to be winning here because TE and both K9 are in the top 1 and top 2 position respectively after 3 matches. Seems like English gotta buck up a little bit more. English test is gonna keep quiet and not brag a little bit more anymore anytime soon.
Just a bad dead prediction today for
a very, very bad day apparently because none of us actually hit anything, unfortunately.
Yeah, not even close. But hey, that was the first 3 games coming up from the group side of group number 1 in round number 4 itself. But there are still a lot of there's still group 2 coming into the question, another set of 3 maps, a different set of teams, but the expectations are there from the experienced one as well.
Yeah, of course, it is going to be a brand new group as well. And of course, if we were to base off round 2-3, which we have seen for the past 2 weeks, every single grind team that has made an appearance, except for 1 or 2, has had a pretty bad day in day number 1, but somehow finds a way to bounce back in day number 2. So hopefully, to be honest, fingers crossed, TWM is going to be able to make a bounce back. But in this case, they are in the hot seat right now.
Definitely, no doubts about it. And even a lot of teams have to do something more. Same followed by, we've got Burnix Official out there. 2OP also will be looking forward to come up with some really decent matches because 2OP, their last match was a little bit better compared to the first 2. But we'll have to see what happens in the next day. But for now, we're going to go for a very short break and come right back with the next group itself.
भाई ये देख नया फोन इसका पंप देख रहा है पंप उसके कट्स देख एकदम प्लेटिनियम प्रो मैक्स
बकवास है। अरे वो छोड़, इसकी बैटरी लाइफ इतनी लंबी है ना कि तू चार्जर भी भूल जाएगा।
क्या फेंकता है तू? बकवास है।
ओ प्लीज, इसके कैमरा में ना इनबिल्ट स्नैप फिल्टर से क्या ग्लो अप आने वाला है यार?
ग्लो आने वाला है, ड्रामा क्वीन। बकवास है। अच्छा, तुम लोग के फोन में BGMI है क्या? फोन में नहीं है BGMI, तो फोन नहीं डब्बा है ये। जल्दी से BGMI डाउनलोड करो और अपने फोन को अपग्रेड करो।
अब तो इसको भी अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा।
हाँ, तो गाने के बोले तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट।
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तो नूब नहीं है।
नूब नहीं। टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे। नेक्स्ट शॉट।
तेरे वास्ते मैं कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट। तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट। डे हो या नाइट इंडिया करे फाइट। डे हो या नाइट इंडिया करे फाइट।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ। मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा। मैं नूब नहीं हूँ।
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी। हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी।
टीपीपी पे जा। एफपीपी टीपीपी एफपीपी।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ।
एक काम कर, टीपीपी पे जा।
कौन लूंड्री नाजर विनर विनर चिकन डिनर।
कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025 round 4 stages. Earlier today, we've pretty much, well, not really earlier today, it was like pretty much 3 to 4 minutes ago. It's not that long of a break though. We pretty much watched all 3 games coming from group 1, number 1. Now we are going to be taking a pause from group 1 as they will continue the journeys tomorrow. And now we're bringing a brand new group. My name is ICBaby12. Join me as Fixus as we take you through the English commentary. Welcome back, Fixus.
Thank you.
Now, you've seen group 1.
Yeah.
Give me a little bit of tips here on what Group 2 is going to be coming up next.
So we've got quite a lot of different styles of play coming in from Group 2, because when you look at the names, a lot of these teams have actually graced the land stages. So it's rather surprising that we have to cast them at round 4, but that makes it all the way more exciting.
Agreed. And of course, for these guys watching at home here, this is the segment's best performance phone, a brand new one for you guys. It is going to be the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, which is currently the world debut for its Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. Of course, double the performance in this segment in itself.
And just to make things better, it does have that Antutu benchmark of 1.45 million. That's baffling if you consider about the phones available in its own segment. So that's going to be really interesting. It is going to be launching on the 19th of March. All you're going to do is head over to Google, search for this device, and you do stand a chance to win some exciting goodies.
Exactly. Now, speaking of the game here, I know for a fact that round 1 we saw a little bit of a potential stop coming from grind teams, right?
Yeah.
Except for, well, I'm sorry for TWM. They are part of the grind, but we do see a very, very big step up coming from TE as well as K9, who didn't really perform that well during the grind stages, but somehow through the round stages, they have developed a feel for the current meta itself.
One thing, if you've noticed, is all those teams that have actually not performed well in their grinds, they're starting to step up and amp things up. But this is where I also have to bring in 8-bit. Now, let's not forget, in just the previous BMPS, this exact roster did achieve podium. And again, that breaks my heart that we have to cast them in round 4. But it is what it is. I just hope they improve in this one. But barring 8-bit, we've got quite a lot of other names. Let's take a look at them. We've got Raven Esports, we've got 8-bit, we've got Welt OMG, Diesel Esports, CV Academy, GSG Sarkar Gaming, Altitude, and damn who cares.
Well, damn who cares indeed, because in this lobby it is going to be a very, very stacked one as well, considering that we saw 8-bit during the grind stages and we have seen Welt OMG's performance as well in the previous round. And joining the second half as well, we also have Rivals Apex, Team Halo, Cyclone, Sign to Gods, Rider Esports, Mysterious 4, Dread Havoc, and Volcano Esports. So this is going to be a very interesting as well, because Rivals Apex has a little bit of an up and down situation, but we have to talk about Drigger as well, because he has made a little bit of ups and downs in terms of his performance. But in the caster's prediction, it seems like something is cooking here. Something happened in the cast. What is this biasness coming from the casters?
Listen, Icy, we're all believers. We want these underdogs to step up, and I think Welt OMG are literally literally have boarded that choo-choo train of being really aggressive, going all out. They've won our hearts. Had it been maybe Oblivion Knights, maybe there would have been a little bit of those differences. But Welt OMG certainly wants to look out for. This time we're not going to go wrong. Trust me.
I'm pretty sure the coach for Welt OMG is going to tag me up again. It's like, oh my goodness, everybody's watching OMG, but could you blame them after their performance in round 3 itself, considering how dominating they were?
It is actually ludicrous when they have such stats coming up. They managed to get chicken dinners with ease. Simply put, they have been playing like what K9 just did in the previous 3 games. So Johnny, he's definitely one of those players to watch out.
Correct.
Of course, not Jonathan. He's a different Johnny.
Yeah.
He's definitely making a mark for himself.
Justy is also another one to talk about
Yes,
as well. And
Daddy
think about
Dog.
this, right? Welt OMG was in the same lobby as Wildfang's.
Yes.
And they had a little bit of a, stat check on towards Milta power as well. 4 versus 4, hot drop Wildfangs, wiped them rather early. Almost lost to Scout as well. Scout was able to 1v3 them. So that was a very, very interesting drama that actually happened during round 3.
You would love these ego fights, and I hope Welt OMG go all the way inside LAN, because the entire purpose of hosting such events is to find out all these new talents and carve them and shape them to be better versions of themselves. But now coming back, we also do have Raven Esports. This is one of those teams, if you talk about the performance and grind, did manage to get those 3 chicken dinners. That means they are quite sound in terms of how they're positioned. They found a perfect balance. We also do have the likes of Rivals Apex. You were talking about Trigger.
Yep.
Definitely one of the oldest players, but his stars have never aligned. Is this a chance? Well, time will tell the tale.
Well, it's still not too far off towards the grand finals as well. It's only, after round 4, you've got quarterfinals, then you've got semi-finals. Not that hard to make in the grand finals. I make it sound easy, but it's not at all. I'm sorry.
It definitely isn't, because, Trigger, he's got so much to prove, and this time it's not with his own band of brothers. He's come up with a different lineup. We have seen, however, these players of Rivals Apex performing, but heading on, the next game is going to be Sanhok, and when you talk about Sanhok, we've got 8-bit drop clashing in the bootcamp area, and that is going to begin just about now.
Hey, welcome back. This is the realme BGIS 2025 Game 1 for Group 2, or in this case, day number 1 here, in towards Sanhok, a brand new group, a brand new roster, a brand new game. And this is going to be a little bit interesting one here, because the flight path is going to be heading all the way from the north side of Hatin and ending all towards the south side of Sanmi. A very western flight path, but it seems to be a little bit of a sign here, because in the previous map with Sanhok, the circle collided all the way west side of Hatin. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a potential alpha circle here, Fixes.
To be honest, I really want to see another one of those quarry circles, which has been the case so far, at least in round 3, on 2 different occasions. But seems like 8-bit, they've been left alone. Bootcamp all to themselves, as we've got DH right beside them. Eyes still panning out for any drop collisions. Little bit of turbulence I see. We do spot around those ruins area. We've got GSG Circa Gaming. Just next to them is going to be DH.
Speaking of DH, seems like they're pretty split off. I'm not exactly sure why are they so split off as well. This is kind of greedy, but somehow they're not getting picked off as well.
Look at Nakham though. You've got Team Altitude just dropping next to Raven Esports. Now Team Altitude, they've had really good games in Sanhok, and they have always been the opportunistic ones. And we've got Team Halo right in front of them. There's another team, Mysterious 4. As Team Halo realize that it's still those early phases of the game. They do not have enough armor, nothing, no helmet. Might as well just back off, get your loot done. But seems like STG opens it up against Damn Who Cares. Clearly living up to their names, aren't they?
Again, damn, who cares? Because Sign to Gods pretty much says, hey, you gotta pray, man. King, able to get the confirmation. Seems like Lucifer was the one to get the initial knock. And the confirmation assist comes from King OP. So that's going to be 1 finish points in towards Sign to God's position. They are right in the center of the zone. First strike goes to him. And for now, seems like they're going to be A-okay, right? Considering that the circle is on the south side and it is a pretty balanced one. But the question here is, Will it be in towards Charlie Island or is it going to be Quarry? And as of yet, inside bootcamp, they are inside the zone and 8-bit uncontested, my friend. Uncontested fixes.
But you know what concerns me about 8-bit is how are they going to get out of bootcamp, given that you've got a couple of teams already looking out for them. As when you talk about this team, they had such a good run in the previous year, heading on into 2025. It hasn't been a smooth sail. Formerly known as Team Forever, and now under the banners of 8-bit, they really need to start redeeming themselves.
It's ironic, right? Considering that 8-bit during the grind stages, they had to play 24 matches, and the earlier few days they were doing so well, but eventually during day 3 and day 4, things kind of fell off for 8-bit, which resulted in them barely, well, in this case, not qualifying into a quarterfinal. That's why they're playing here, which is very unfortunate for them. And as of yet, I feel like they can do so much more. And we've seen the highs and their lows, but the question here is, will they be able to play it and do it right now?
If you want to bounce back, also partake in the next officials, might as well check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G, as it has the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, just to make sure that you've got no hiccups while you are gaming. But you know, bringing the conversation back to 8-bit, you could see a little change in the roster. You've got Termi into play instead of Omega. If you ask me, that's a big change, because Termi, formerly playing from Hyderabad Hydras, he's been such a young lad. He's got such nice future ahead of him, but replacing Omega, that is what has me concerned. Is it just a dip of form, or what are they really trying to accomplish with it?
But that's the thing, right? When Termi was playing for Hyderabad Hydras back in the days, he was the star player. He was the card carry for Hyderabad Hydras. It's just that as a team, as a unit, they haven't been able to play macroly. So he definitely has those kind of experience. And I feel like as a grind team, you need those experience to play. But as of yet, look at the screen here. Volcano Esports just casually driving by, gets a couple of pot shots in, but they do escape the crosshairs of Team Halo. So they are going to be A-okay. Meanwhile, Pratik almost loses his life. Oof. That's unfortunate. Almost. Hey, wait.
What?
Wouldn't you?
He wants the vehicle first. He realized.
That's so greedy. That is so greedy. What are you doing, Pratik? What are you doing?
Oh, lack of experience clearly showing up, because
like, he popped his first aid, no?
He did almost. In the last moment, it got cancelled, and he was like, chuck it. I'm just going to get the vehicle anyway. But for Sign to Gods, it's been a rather good day so far. Already one finish secured. As Volcano Esports, they showed no signs of interest, as if they had no idea that Team Halo would be right in those compounds. A little bit of those pot shots fired. Did connect though. Had it been a knock, would have been a different story altogether. Now, this is what I wanted to talk about. Look at 8-bit's position. They're so wrapped around. You've got Welt OMG, and that just makes things all the way more difficult.
Well, I'm curious to see how well OMG is going to tackle that as well, because like you said as well, they are going to be having a little bit of run-in with 8-bit. Right from the get-go, two of the, I would say, the top dogs in this group going head-to-head. That's going to be a little bit of a run-in if they get held on a little bit too long here. Fortunately for them, it is still inside the zone. They're going to be A-okay. But on the screen right now, 8-bit still looking around. And I don't think they realize that Welt OMG is kind of close to them. They are on the eastern side here. They heard those movements and those vehicles, but I don't think 8-bit can afford to rotate out, just because the difference between Welt and them is that Welt has those vehicles and 8-bit has absolutely nothing, especially when outside of bootcamp. Very difficult to look for vehicles.
But still, 8-bit is really doing well in terms of how they've positioned themselves. They've got a really nice high ground terrain to themselves. They've got that security outpost, so much information already being relayed to each other. As for now, we've got Team Altitude in front of us, I see. We have witnessed in the previous round, this is also an opportunistic team, knows how to play, and they have got their basics right. And if you have to talk about those individual players, I think Gods is the one that has impressed us the most.
Yeah, Altitude is going to be those teams that really likes to prioritize those high ground advantage, right? And in Sanhok, it is going to be something that they can actually do it. But something new here, CV Academy, also the second team going for a one-car drive-by just to rotate their way through, but they are the furthest away from the northwest corner. But guess what? Look at this. Altitude, they are already setting up their first roadblock, hoping to catch people straying by the sides here. And like you said as well, Altitude is their specialty. but not enough mats. Level 1 helmets on Lazy. 6x M4 with only 90 bullets? That's not a lot. That's not good.
It's fine. If they can take that one fight, get a couple of loot done from the boxes, it's a-okay. The circle, however, I see it has taken a shift. And Diesel Esports, at this point, they feel quite comfortable. Diesel Esports, when you look at their roster, they've got the likes of Gokul and former IGL of Team Limra. They had such a good run last year, but now he feels betrayed. Pretty much on a redemption arc with a new band
would
of
you say he
brothers.
feels betrayed?
Yeah, because he was the only one who was kicked out of the roster.
Oh, poor bummer. But will we see a Cinderella story or will we see a vengeful story? You gotta stick around to find out because as of now, nothing much is happening in the action. Circle pretty much gonna be inside of Painan, and then Altitude still deciding whether or not if she should stay or just push away because this roadblock hasn't been able to catch anyone yet at all.
And this is something that I really do not like because, again, all these teams are not really getting conditioned to what the new zone demands out of you. You're supposed to be engaging in these fights because as we move on ahead, there will be those moments where fights will be happening left, right, and center. But as of now, you can see Rivals Apex. They've opened things up. It is Kratos. Just find that opener, but still not enough to at least have that finish secured. The only silver lining over here is they will deplete them of their resources. The armor chunked off.
What? They actually got him inside the car and
Yeah,
drove off.
it's panic setting in, brother.
All right, very, very interesting. But they do prioritize a little bit more of position. But guess what? 8-bit having a little bit of a run in here. It is going to be DH in front of them. And as of yet, Nate's not going to be able to connecting. It is a little bit far off. Dread Havoc currently not being very Havoc here. It seems like a very similar trend compared to how the first game began. Everyone starts to play very passively to try and gauge the lobby itself.
I mean, the idea is right. The center is what is of utmost importance. But at the same time, you need to take those fights you can win. And for now, 8-bit, they are starting to inch in a little bit closer. And as a result of which, they've sent Ash to do all that scouting. The big question, however, is he aware of Dread Havoc's position? Because the moment, if he comes out in the open, you can already see Saksham. He's ready. Just show your face, and he's just going to open it up.
Look at all the pit stops here.
What's going on?
Even Raven has a very, very unique compound. Audio South side is a very interesting split. Either or does have a lot of vision onto the north and the south, but aside from that, if anyone get crashes, they are not going to be able to help each other, unfortunately to say. It's a very, very unique split.
I mean, at this point, it's going to be absolute pandemonium happening in the stage 3 or 4. Everybody at this point is feeling pretty much safe in their comfort zone, really.
Like, to be honest, this is my first time ever seeing Sanhok stage 2. Only one man has pretty much got taken out.
Yeah.
Only one. And it's just absolute silence. And if you drop a needle or a pin, you can literally hear it. And as of yet, Circle shifts in. It is going to shift towards Painan. And I think we are going to see, or in this case, hear a lot of gunshots very, very soon.
It's quite rewarding, especially when you talk about 8-bit. Now, they've got a nice high ground advantage. You've got Termi looking out for you. This is where Ash can decide to even retreat towards his teammates. But the major cluster that we have is forming around those certain sites. So there's that one bridge right next to the P of Painan. That is going to be surrounded. And I think 8-bit, they're going to do whatever it takes to put Team Rider out of the equation, as we've got Team Altitude deciding to engage against Team Diesel. Both of these teams all ready for a fight.
Diesel Esports inside Painan seems to be inside the zone as well. They can find some sort of salvation or sanctuary for now. But eventually, do they want to clear them up or do they want to just share the compound? Because eventually there is still a lot of space. Meanwhile, the rest of the world are slowly inching bit by bit to actually push into the next phase of the zone. And everyone is just very, very cautious. This is by far one of the safest lobby between all these teams. Everyone is not taking any kind of unnecessary risk. But on the finish rate, we do see Drigger getting a knock from the southeast corner of the map. They are still on the outside of the zone. And action is starting to begin here. You can hear shots being shot across the entire map itself right now.
Who else than Gods who needs to spearhead the attack? And there you have it. The right connection. Just goes charging in, gets the slap on. And Sham, just like that, he falls as lazy. He follows up. He's cooked up that grenade. Needs to make sure he pins it out and pulls it early. Next time maybe he's the charm, as Diesel already dealing with that one loss. As Orlo, he decides to retaliate back. A grenade thrown from his side. And now a couple of smokes dropped. Still hoping that somehow they keep Sham alive. As Pari, all these players, they've got their nades pulled out. But although he needs to understand that altitude, they are showing no manners, showing no respect. They decide to charge in, and look at Lazy just coming in from the balcony. Gets a beautiful knock. Did not see from miles afar, but Pari has his position still unchecked, finally known, but still gets away with a knock and a half. It's going to be 2. Needs to go in for that reload. Can he make it 3? As Lazy right in front of him has to switch weapons, and just like that, what has happened? As Diesel Esports, they live to fight another day, I see.
Pari, what a clutch coming from him. Diesel Esports wipes the floor with Team Altitude, and at the same time, while Altitude was in a little bit of a commotion here, guess what? Raven was able to take a couple pot shots, and now they saw the fight has ended, and they are going to be the ones to keep clear out the entire competition, and it's only Pari left. Can he get the pump? He misses the angle, and he's going to get shot himself, and he's down for the count. As the rush comes through, and Raven Esports takes him out.
Quite silent like an assassin. They just sneaked in through, but heart goes out to Pari. Went in for round 2 there. The moment he missed his first couple of bullets, that was when he's realized he's pretty much done for. But look at Rival Zape deciding to go after the players of Sign to Gods as Tyson comes out in the open, gets a knock, beautifully secured by Drigger. Important cover fire from the backline, still keeping their heads above the water. As Rival Zape, without any casualty, they do have 3 finishes to their names.
Yep, and at the same time, Circle is going to be on the furthest end. They do have a little bit more time to actually reset their fight, but Circle is going to be on the mountain terrains of Bootcamp. 8-bit has been there the entirety of the time. They will be able to scout out everyone who tries to push up. And despite pushing up, it is not an easy mountain to push up. You need vehicles to actually push up as well.
You do, and it's going to be so difficult with 8-bit having that spread to them. As try to respot. Do pepper a couple of bullets here and there, but still not enough to get one of those players down. As Sarkar getting interested, but seems like he's been snuffed out. There you go, Zyro, he finds that opener. Sarkar way out in the open. What was he even doing there?
Well, Sarkar pretty much stuck in a very, very tough spot here. As the shot goes through, look at this, well, the OMG. He's able to gatekeep the members coming from Rival Apex. Nick going for the spray down. He does a couple of damage, but he is exposed to the back lines. And in this case, the back lines of Rival Apex still outside the zone. And here comes a beautiful spray from Nick. He gets one. Can he get the second one? But he's whiffed completely on the second guy, and he's going to get taken out instead.
What is Marty doing over here, I see? No semblance of cover fire from his side. This does not look good as Rival Zape. It's going to be a free pass where they get those res back up. As Tiger just dropped down a couple of smokes, but look at this, the circle slowly but surely starting to close in. As Kratos will have enough time, get those bandages up, but Raven Esports, they lie to be the next threat looming around Rival Zape. They have been electrifying so far, but now Justy is what lies between them and Rival Zape. As Justy, position already compromised, as the pod does come in with the DBS. Did manage to scare them off for a while as Kratos has taken a little bit of that damage, but the numbers just too overwhelming as Rival Zape still march on.
Really unfortunate for Justy as well. The right-hand advantage from Rival Apex was easily taken advantage of. And right just like that, the clean house. And guess what? Raven heard all this commotion. They got the knock, and they are going to commit to the fight and win one fell swoop. What the heck just happened? Because Raven completely takes them all out. They get a couple pot shots in, and guess what? Mysterious Fall was also part of that fight there, as Raven Esports gets themselves a decent amount of finishes.
That's as easy as it goes for Raven Esports, isn't it? As Rival Zape did not see that one coming. They were sly, they were cunning, and did everything right. As for Rival Zape, still bow down with a lot of finishes at least. Not really a worse game in any manner, as Raven, they've collected 4 finishes for themselves. As we move on, the circle taking another shift. Now, things have changed a little bit because Dread Havoc, they will be really happy about their position. They've got the best compound inside the server, whilst all these teams will be fighting amongst each other. They will be enjoying and they will salvage whatever remains.
Oh, speaking of whatever remains, guess what? We've got fishes in the bridge and the circles coming in.
All right.
I don't know how they're going to be able to get out of this as well. Considering it is stage 5, it is going to hurt CV Academy. Going to try and swim and hug it out. But in front of him is going to be Exist from Rider Esports. And guess what? From getting shot from behind, he didn't realize. And guess what? He goes for the pick and he actually loses his life. Zyro was able to trade him off instead. Exist, not expecting a flank from behind. Oh boy, and now Sid. Okay, he's gonna get taken out. Fortunately for them, they are able to reset, but I don't think they can pick him up.
The second one was for sure a freebie. But look at CV Academy. They tend to somehow climb the hills, but with keeping a look at the players of 8-bit, this is going to be oh so difficult. Always will patch himself up. As for now, 8-bit, they've got a really nice spread to work around. And just to make things easier, they've also got a couple of good compounds to also play with. At this point, 8-bit, they've got so many players in front of them, but look at Ryder. Fragger just comes out against the players of CV, Baby Girl right in front of him, and in a swoop, everybody just gets devoured. Who gets that final finish is still up for ask as of now, as Raven Esports showing some slight interest there. Smiley IGL somehow trying to breach in the compound that Dread Havoc have been holding for so long. Does he get the opener? That's the big ask.
Oh my goodness, that was a complete, I would say, weird flush coming in, but Raven Esports, they're cleaning out every single one. Dread Havoc finally bears their fangs, but they're getting completely pushed out here. As Raven Esports going to be storming in, as they slowly check every nook and cranny. But Dread Havoc not going to be able to provide like assistance across here, so that's going to be compound shared coming in. But as soon as they say this, guess what? 8-bit's going to be crashing in. Guess what? They found Saksham. He's holding the DBS, but here comes 8-bit. They're going for the rush, and the pump comes through. Termi gets the knock, and here comes the second one, and they clean out. That is going to be DH bowing out with 6 plays. 8-bit finds himself a couple finishes.
Much needed for 8-bit, given the circle has taken a rather eastern shift. As Raven Esports, they wanted to do their bidding, but look at this. A little bit of a TK coming in here as Lens, that grenade, will take his own teammate down, giving another chance for the players of 8-bit to somehow get their revenge. As look at Oasis, he's got a nice angle. All he's going to do is act upon it. Still, intentions are trying to get Termi out, just making sure that nobody bothers them. As for now, Raven Esports put to a little bit of a halt here. As 8-bit, they'll have their numbers back alive.
Nicely done coming from 8-bit for the regroup as well. The smokes comes in. They're just spraying randomly, trying to scare him off. And because of this, Raven Esports is hesitating to push out. And considering that they are inside the compound, they do have very, very limited vision on what's happening outside. And as of yet, a little bit afraid to push their way through. 8-bit still got this house in check for now with all the amount of smokes coming in. It is a lot of utilities, but with the zone pushing through, it is going to be right at the edge. Raven has no choice but to hold down the fort just because the zone is going to be favoring them once more unless 8-bit cleans them out.
They have to stretch out their wings at this point. For Raven Esports, that's a good choice to back off because they know that 8-bit is right in front of them and a couple of nades is enough to get a couple of bodies down. As Smiley, his position compromised. Termi, young assaulter, he's already proven himself in the previous officials. Once again, with a new team. New ambition, but now 8-bit also need to be aware of the other outliers. Could be the players of M4 as they have to deal with Team Halo Esports. Both these teams fighting it out, jousting against each other. Grind still outside the zone, does not have any meds at this point, I see. And he has himself exposed. Pratik still falling down, and Diablo, he goes out as well. Mysterious 4 getting some nice cover fire from the backlines will be enough to deal with Halo Esports.
What a clutch coming from Hero, actually saved the day. But like you said, they are out of meds. We are down towards the final 3 teams. It is Raven, 8-bit versus Mysterious 4. And in this case, Raven and 8-bit still a little bit hesitant on colliding with this head-to-head fight. Not aware that Mysterious 4 is going to be lurking around here. But Owise was able to get the knock here. Akash gets traded as well. As Termi also getting knocked. It is going to be 3 versus 3. But in one fell swoop, it seems to me 8-bit actually loses even more players.
Yeah, and just to add salt to their injuries. They have to deal with Team M4. Akash lying out in the open,
Oh
but
my
this
goodness.
grenade from Hero is perfect as 8-bit are caught with their pants down. Hero might not have a lot of first aids, but still a lot of zeal, but eventually taken down by the IGL. Ash still there to save the day, but the moment this smoke dissipates, that is where 8-bit will be truly tested, I see.
Well, seems to me they are going to be able to get the reset. Smiley with the nades get the re-knock on OYs, and that's going to be the confirmation in. And with one fell swoop, Raven cleans them out, and that is going to be 8-bit losing out in third place, while Raven looking for the final guy. Grind, no meds whatsoever, finds himself a finish 2 versus 1. Grind with the shotties. Going to try and clutch things out, but the zone is going to be right in back as well. He goes in the opening, gets the knock, and now it is going to be a 1 versus 1. Lens versus Grind. Grind, he's making the impossible happen. He finds another confirmation, but he doesn't have meds. Oh my goodness, he's only got bandages.
Mysterious 4, they're on the verge of pulling off something special. Grind, he's got to make do with that DBS. This nice smoke to just obscure the vision. He knows that Lens wants to move around, but he's going to deny him that luxury. This Molotov already panned out, trying to flush him out of his cover. As Grind, he wants to ensure that he's back at full health. Just has a couple of bandages to work around with. As Lens, he's decided that he's had enough. Wants to take that 1v1 battle, and Lens, he prevails supreme. But kudos to Grind and the players of Mysterious 4 as Raven Esports, calm as a cucumber in those final situations, did come down to the wire, but they were still enough to pull through with a victory.
What a game coming from Raven Esports as well as 8-bit, but Mysterious 4, who would have thought that in those final moments, they were the reason why 8-bit was completely shut down. That nade from Hero just completely destroyed 8-bit's momentum in taking the head-to-head fight against Raven.
We were just talking about it. Rather, I just mentioned they need to have that spatial awareness, and suddenly they were bamboozled. Did not see that nade coming from Hero from miles afar. And that is the point where 8-bit, they knew that their time has come. But despite that, I think 8-bit still had a decent outing. But the team that impressed me the most has to be Mysterious 4.
Yep.
I mean, they were fighting against all the odds. They had to fight against the circle. They were pretty much out of meds. Yes, towards the end, if Grind did have those couple of first aids, could have been a different story altogether, had that Molotov connected, all those ifs and buts. But, you know, credit where credit is due. Raven Esports, they were so clinical, man.
Exactly. I think Raven Esports was one of the more confident teams,
Yes.
where every single fight they have taken, they have always tried to time it really, really well. There were a couple of instigations where, especially in the Painan fight, right, we saw a very, very big fight between both Altitude and also another team, right? That was a very awkward fight, but they were able to take advantage of it, get a couple shots in, open up the situation, and then went in for the push and then clean out everyone. So I think Raven was very, very opportunistic. But aside from that, we obviously know that every single team is going to be thinking alike, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like in terms of Raven, it might be luck, it might be skill, it might be the tension between all the teams, because everyone felt very scared in this lobby.
Yeah, honestly speaking, Raven Esports, they've just doubled down on what they were doing in Grind. They were prioritizing on position. I think that part has improved. Now they're also getting a couple of finish points. The best part that I loved about Raven Esports is how they dealt with even rivals Ape, who were really having the ball rolling in their court. And suddenly, in one fell swoop, they all fell down like cards. And from there on, that build up to take a fight against Red Havoc, of course, a little bit of help coming in from 8-bit as well. Both of them dealt. But the moment they disengaged from 8-bit, that was such a smart move, because had they not done that, had they stuck onto that compound, I'm pretty sure 8-bit would have launched a couple of Molotovs, few grenades, and they would have been dealt with.
I think that final top three moment, right, between Mysterious 4, as soon as they heard the knock, they got the car repositioned. They were willing to sacrifice one guy to reposition and then take that fight. So I know what you're talking about in the top three here. We will see it in terms of the highlights here, but I'm more curious on what about the rest of the world, because Weld OMG fell a little bit short, because we've seen Justy for his amazing sprays, but he whiffed a lot of clips there despite having a little bit of great knock here. But now, up on screen, we see glimpse of moments coming from Ryder and CV. We, in this case, not exactly sure how they actually took each other out, because that was very, very quick.
Oh, it was indeed. And, you know, we were talking about this position, this fight rather. They showed no signs of mercy. It was 8-bit and Raven Esports doubling up, taking down Red Havoc. But this was a point where they had to incur that only one loss. But Smiley, I think he did his bidding there. And towards the end, heart goes out to Ash. He tried his level best, but now the pressure was so enormous that 8-bit kind of stuck, not just between a rock and a hard place, they literally dig their own graves over there. So that was quite concerning, but this part, I loved it. I think the kind of composure that Grind displayed in those situations, yes, this could have, if it would have been a clutch, we would have enjoyed that, but taking nothing away from it. Even Zyro gets to be the MVP. 5 finishes, well played, man.
Well, Ryder Esports had a little bit of run in coming from round number 3 here. We didn't see too much coming from Ryder, but Zyro was part of the top 5 here in this vicinity. He got himself 5 finishes, alongside with Lens also having 5 finishes from the side of Raven Esports. We saw Lens did a little bit of a performance during his previous grind stages as well. This is something that I feel like Lens is starting to get into his comfort zone. But with this opening match for them, this is a very, very good booster for them to actually push forward if they can maintain this consistency.
No, considering one of the latest additions to the lineup, he's definitely outperforming. And I would love to see him qualify and make it into the latter stages. But the match summary in front of us, and this is absurd. 50 smokes used, not even a single vehicle finish. 4 grenade finishes. The only thing that stands out is Sketch getting that 344 meters knock, which is quite uncanny if you ask me in Sanhok. So Raven Esports kicking things off with a chicken dinner, 23 points in their bag, a great start. But Mysterious 4, I think they really stepped up. They were the ones who came out of the box.
I think this is the first time I've seen Mysterious 4 this
comfortable
or confident as well. And you must understand that sometimes in life there's not every time you're going to be good, right? It's going to be sometimes there are good days, sometimes there are bad days. But in this case, they had one of the worst days possible, and they somehow able to scrape the top 2. And I feel like that was a big win coming from Mysterious 4.
It was indeed. For Mysterious 4, still happy, but these Lee spots, altitude, even for Sarkar Gaming, I think this has to be a wake-up call. But then again, a lot might say, a lot of pundits, oh, it was just the game of Sanhok.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's so important to have a good first game. You should not be ending out on just zeros. At least get 2 or 3 points, at least something to latch onto, because Miramar and Erangel, they're going to be a whole different ballgame.
I think as of yet, based on round number 4, we've seen from round 2, 3, and then now 4 itself, right? Even the previous group as well. I think this group itself is by far the most stacked lobby, because we have by far a lot, and I not just mean by 1, 2, I mean like more than 4 grind teams inside this lobby, and you can see the tensions are in the air, to be honest.
Tensions are definitely soaring, temperatures are definitely rising up, and it gets even more heated up once we enter into the desserts. Of course, folks, next up is going to be Miramar coming up after this very short little break.
Let's go!
कर क्या रहा है ये? सर लगता है अपना ब्रो वाव मोड में खेल रहा है.
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता. ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है. और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार. नहीं आता. क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह. अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता?
नहीं आता।
अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार।
आता है।
नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो फॉर चिकन डिनर।
यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। Oh yes.
It's suddenly starting to feel hot inside the studio as the temperatures are soaring high. It is the round 4, ladies and gentlemen, of the realme BGIS 25. And this time, with me on the desk is going to be baby Necros. And Necros, you did watch the previous game. Any takeaways?
I mean, the kind of display we saw from Reven Esports was incredibly well. I really want to highlight that, the entire game that they kind of tangled up. It was really great. But also, nothing's taken away from the side of 8-bit. Once again, they were also trying their hard. The circumstances were a little bit different for themselves. Difficult it was, I would say, the exact wording. Because the one flank, I really thought that, yes, the player that was surviving on there will anticipate and will have a look. But, well, he was not.
He certainly wasn't, and that might be an unlucky game for Team 8-bit. But if you do not want to leave luck to chance, so ensure that you check out the Realme P3 Ultra. It's going to be an upcoming release from Realme. We have been talking about these features. It has the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. And just to make things even more exciting, if you talk about the Antutu benchmarks, I'm pretty sure a lot of those tech-savvy kids out there, they love checking that out. Well, it has got 1.45 million. So that's really exciting because it's pretty much the highest in its segment.
Exactly, and it's launching on 19th of this month. So don't miss this opportunity. And also, if you go to Google and search Realme P3 Ultra, you also stand a chance to win some exclusive rewards. And I mean, who doesn't want rewards fixes? Everybody wants that. And as of now, again, coming back to the discussion, rewards is something that Welt OMG will be also looking forward. I mean, they did had a decent game right away. I wouldn't say it was a bad game, but I mean, we know that they can do much better.
The expectations from Welt OMG are actually so high that even if they get around 2 to 3 points, we're like, nah, they played bad. But for Welt OMG, I really felt like they were too far from each other. They were not really ready for that fight coming in from Rivals Apex. What do you think they could have done better?
I mean, I feel like, as you mentioned earlier, they were not prepared, and yep, again, it was the first match as we are seeing for their side. So always the first match comes a little bit dicey for a lot of teams, and I feel like Welt OMG it was similar like that. But again, if you ask me what they could have done better, I feel like they could have maybe had some more intel, maybe could have prepared in some way that, okay, it's Sanhok, right? Anytime, any moment, any team can just hop onto us. So we have to be a bit prepared. And yes, we have these kind of expectations from a team like Welt OMG because they've done a better job in the previous rounds.
Yeah, they have indeed. And when you talk about Welt OMG, you would love to see them bouncing back because all the casters out there, at least 6 of us had gone all in on Welt OMG. But let's come back to few individual moments of glory. Diesel's parry is what I'm talking about.
Oh man, I mean, that was really, really a great play coming up from his side. And the way he pulled off that one clutch, I was like, I was sitting aside and my reaction was like, what? What just happened? How he was able to do it? But I mean, that was a little bit unlucky. Instantly another team came into the question. So it is always difficult for a solo player to handle it all alone. But still, I would give him all the credits in the world.
We certainly would. And up next, folks, is going to be Miramar. That means that Diesel Esports, they have stand a chance. But lately, stars haven't really aligned for them. The previous group's performances, or rather the previous round performance, was quite stellar. So do you think that Diesel Esports can bounce back in this game?
If Puri pops up once again, indeed they can. Because I believe that Diesel Esports again has one of the biggest IGL that you can ever look forward, kind of experience he has, and definitely he will be looking forward to bring this home.
He certainly will be, as the game is already on its way. It is beginning just about now. Into the desert, we march ahead. It is going to be the map of Miramar as the flight path trajectory right in front of us, all the way from the southern side slightly towards areas of the northeastern areas. We've got Torre Ahmuda. up for grabs. So skewed towards those eastern areas. A lot of these teams, Necros, are going to be having a lot of trouble getting away with it. The ones dropping down on the western side. It's going to be interesting. But yes, eyes will be on the teams that will be heading out for a drop clash. Do you anticipate any?
I always do so, Fixes. We did see what happened in the previous Miramar earlier in the day. A drop clash in the areas of Toria Humada. But once again, it's a different set of teams, different set of 16 teams coming in the question. Having performed well in the previous rounds, they have qualified to the round number 4. And once again, as we dive into the map of Miramar, as you mentioned, some drop clashes earlier on, we do look forward to. But so far, I am not seeing any drop clash being happen. And I'm really surprised as well. Nobody's going to Puerto Paris here. Why are you keeping it vacant?
I mean, to head over there, you need to maybe collect vehicles. So let it simmer, let it cook. But what's interesting is that look at Partona. You've got Diesel Esports over there. You've got Raven Esports right next to them, and the circle is formed. So Rider Esports, they've got the best possible position with the players of 8-bit also having nice avenues to rotate in. As for Sign to Gods, Necros, they did have that first strike in the previous game, but later on, they kind of seemed lost, don't you think?
Completely agreed. But, I mean, they need to kind of focus on the later part of the game and the decision making. Yes, indeed. You can't just get it inside your head. Like, you need to kind of focus, keep it up. You know what's going to come up next. You have to anticipate. This is round 4. A lot of things are on stake because from here we know the top 7 teams qualify to the quarterfinals from each group individually. And everybody's fighting it out for. But right away, this is going to be dicey. Volcano Esports, they're on a chase. Enric, I'm not quite sure whether he's going to survive with that van with on his side. He's try to ride it out, but no, it's not going to happen. He's just going to fall prey to the hands of Volcano Esports, and that's the first finish being registered.
That's pretty much the caravan of death. That little minibus out there, just out in the open. He wanted to get it for his teammates. And just like that, Volcano Esports, they will be the first ones to strike. Psycho on the board already. And for Dread Havoc, we've noticed this pattern. They get themselves a nice area to drop down, but somehow cannot put up with numbers. Need to know how to fight back. But this was a whole different story, right? All this poor man wanted to do was go out and get that vehicle, come back right in. So already they feel quite rattled at this point. So we did also see couple of teams dropping down around San Martin. We had Volcano Esports. They did get that first strike. Right next to them, they've got Mysterious 4. And if you ask me, Mysterious 4, they're starting to feel themselves.
What they have done already, I mean, in the previous match itself, it was really amazing. The kind of play that came up from their side has been incredibly well, and I mean, we do expect. I somehow, deep down in my heart, I expected Mysterious 4 to do something better, and eventually they have proven me right, so I'm quite happy with it.
Honestly speaking, Necros, they have surpassed my expectations. Because if you look at how they qualified from round 3 to round 4, and that first game, they showed that grit, right? You want that oomph from that team, and they did deliver. No complaints, at least for Mysterious 4. They made so much out of that loss situation. As for Diesel Esports, it's going to be interesting. Really haven't seen them dropping down at Partona. So they've made some tactical changes. Because Kokul, one of those players, former ex-Limra IGL, was quite well known for his rotations inside the zone. One moment, he would be outside the circle, taking some longer rotations. And the next moment, he would be right smack in the center.
That's the kind of speciality that he has developed over the years. We've seen when he was there in Limra, in the previous BGIS, that was a different kind of set. We did see them performing so well in LAN, and everybody got to know about who is Gokul. And he's again living up to his names, but also we have to look on the other perspectives. It's going to be Team Halo in front of our screen. This line of fixes, what are your thoughts about them?
See, honestly speaking, we haven't seen Team Halo much, but there were times when they were looking a little scared in engaging in these fights. And if you do not want to be scared, you want to go head first, charging into fights, might as well check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, an upcoming launch from Realme It will be available from the 19th of March. Head over to Google, search for Realme P3 Ultra 5G and stand a chance to win freebies.
Definitely. Who doesn't want it? And I really hope that you're going to get for yourselves, but also on our screen. It's going to be Welt OMG, a team that has been anticipated by 6 of the casters in here, but hasn't been able to deliver in that way. I mean, it's fine. It was just the first match, so we can just slack it off, but this is going to be the second one, and everybody will be looking onto them.
At this point, I feel cursed. I feel like I'm the one to blame. I went for Los Hermanos, they messed up, and suddenly I went for Welt OMG, and they've not had a really good start.
Excuse me, Fixes. The
Yes.
entirety of the English desk has been a little bit disappointed in the first predictions.
You know, I'm still talking about the overall day because
Yeah.
usually I'm not the one making those wrong predictions, but it's okay. Maybe I might have woken
Just
up
a
on
bad
the
day.
on the wrong side of the bed. But for Mysterious 4, what really excited me was that fight where they had to squeeze inside the circle. They had to deal with the players of Halo and Grind and Hero, especially Hero. That cover fire from the backlines was so instrumental. Had he not provided that, I think Mysterious 4 would never had seen the days of the final circle.
Again, they have been performing as one unit, and that's what matters the most. But as of now, we will just switch the screens on Welt OMG, and it is not a great side for Dread Havoc. They've lost already one of their players earlier on. With that same thing being happening around the corner once again, this is not something that they would likely look forward to kind of get one more time, maybe losing another player. So, yep, they finally have that breather for themselves. Were able to escape that rotation of Welt OMG. Yes, there were, again, one player. There were one single player who just managed to just get away with the vehicle. He had some different one, and that's good for him.
It certainly is, but you know, the Welt OMG that we've come to love and adore is the Welt OMG that loves to go out on a hunt. You know, at this point, them backing off, you can feel that they're starting to just melt down under the pressure. But it's fine, still a long way to go. As look at this, Sign to Gods right behind them are the players of Diesel Esports. Put on their tail. At this point, Pari, he's pulled off a beautiful clutch in the previous game, but this time it's going to be Orlo who opens things up. Tyson down on his knees as Sign to God scared for life. They have retreated back to the safer compounds. But Rexy he needs to keep this fortress alive at this point because the breach for sure has come in through.
Definitely the need being tossed up. Diesel Esports, they do anticipate that there is one player in this compound. Rexy is all cooking up needs, but this Molotov is going to hit him hard. Rexy, he's burning to crisp. There is no way he could have escaped that, but Diesel Esports, they do face the consequences. Yes, one that need that Rexy cooked up got Olo down, but Diesel Esports, they're still standing tall enough to just be there, and we'll be looking forward to confirm it. Sham, he's like, hey, Molotov, can you just go away?
Yeah, he's just getting so impatient there. Wants to secure that finish, get all that loot done. Whilst all of that was happening, we've got the circle also shifting down south. And look at that, Raven Esports right at the smack center. Even 8-bit, they've got some nice areas to themselves, but this is what I was talking about, folks. Welt OMG getting back to their DNA, doing what they love, doing what where they thrive, just hunting down teams. Couple of moments earlier, we saw them taking down a couple of players of Volcano Esports. It seems like only one player, Psycho, he's still alive.
That's really unfortunate for Volcano Esports, but again, talking about the circle as well, Fixes, it is going down south, while Diesel Esports will be the happiest ones in the lobby.
They will be. But look at this rotation coming out of Rival Zape. Just around that Impala, they're going to take that long stretched route, move all the way from the eastern side, maybe inject themselves to the southern side. Could be a nice way of approach as, damn, who cares? Previous game were the first ones to get taken down. In fact, were the recipients of getting finished off. But this time around, they've changed their fortunes. And Zyro, that's some nice drifting. I'm pretty sure you love doing that.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, that vehicle tossed up a little bit more. It was like, okay, it's too much drift. Not this much, but okay, it's fine. Some kind of entertainment is what we already seek for. But Rider Esports just showing that, yeah, they are the real riders. They haven't got any finish yet.
Oh.
But KSR, that is unfortunate for him, getting taken down by DWC.
I can't believe my eyes at this point. Especially when you talk about GSG Sarkar Gaming. They've been one of those teams that always makes those deeper runs in the official events. And the start in the first game hasn't been that great. And just to make matters worse, this time also losing out on KSR, one of the instrumental players to his team. This is going to hurt a little bit. But damn, who cares? Do they really care? They're just enjoying themselves so far, their body language. Not really poised, but still, as long as you have your boat sailing, do what it takes. But for now, Team Halo, just around those ridges, that little dip, they've got some areas. I think what's bothering them is maybe the presence of Sign to Gods.
There's one single player just hiding there. I'm not quite sure whether the information has been passed on, but CV Academy, they're coming up with a very long rotation from the Heroes of La Bendita, conceding all the damages of the blue zone. And then from the eastern corner, they will go through the urban compounds of Los Leonings as well.
They certainly will, and quite a lot of traffic around those eastern areas. And if you want to avoid and if you want to smoothly sail past without any lags, without any hiccups, do check out the Realme B3 Ultra 5G, an upcoming release coming in from Realme. It releases on the 19th of March. Head over to Google, search for Realme B3 Ultra 5G, and stand a chance to win exciting prizes. As for Sign to Gods, King OP, he's lying down. He's all in the open. At this point, he's quite reluctant, Necros, to fire any shots, but feels like he's been snuffed out. Chief and Pratik from two different angles, but still King OP, he does prevail. That first knock, quite successful, but towards the end, gets finished off. But before he went down, he ensured he had Pratik.
That's gonna hurt Team Halo. They were trying their level best not to lose one of their comrades, but this, man, it's gonna hurt. But overall, Team Halo, they have to just forget it and move on, because that's the part of the game.
This is something that could have been easily avoided. The idea was right. They had that perfect, two-pronged approach, but somehow they managed to mess it up. But yeah, even for Sign to Gods, things aren't really looking that great. We did talk about that eastern cluster, the same area, now occupied by the players of rival aims. I anticipated them coming in from the southern side. They decided that no, it's going to be a little too late. Now, right in front of the players of Team Rider, Zyro, he's feeling a lot of that heat. Naman gets a beautiful knock with that grenade.
This is a big opening for rivals. Apex definitely will be looking for to charge in, and there goes Kratos, booming, slamming on the compounds. They need to find those informations. That's really important. Some pre-nades being tossed up, providing and pushing, trying to push away the players, not giving them the free hand to move anyway, and Kratos drops down to almost mere half of his HP. A lot of utils being dumped off. Molotovs will clear up, but eventually Naman falls down. Rivals Apex lose second one. Fame comes into the question. It's Rider Esports striking left and right, and that's going to be problematic for Rivals Apex.
They're starting to flip the tables over here. Rider Esports had the perfect setup, even Fame from the backlines, and now they decide to march in. They have got them surrounded, and one good grenade is going to be enough as even Kratos falls down eventually. Tiger already lamenting, bleeding, but to no avail. Nobody there to help him out as Rivals Apex. They start losing out on numbers. Trigger, the last glimmering hope for this team. As Rider Esport, they're also down to their last man. It is going to be Fragger who has to do his bidding, but that grenade sails in through is not going to be enough to take Fragger out. As Trigger, he locks up another one, tosses it. Does it make its mark? That's a big ask. As now for Fragger, he decides to step out as Trigger, quite prepared, just slaps that S12K on his face, and now against Exist in another 1v1.
A lot of sounds being made, but it's a 1v1. Trigger needs to put how all his experiences, but Exist is just too better. Wipes Rivals Apex out of the map of Miramar. 4 finishes being registered, but Trigger, that was a really big mishap that happened from his end. He could have clustered out. It was such an easy one for him.
Yeah, especially with that experience he carries. Did you notice he went out in front of his enemy trying to reload that weapon? Those small margin of errors could be really costly, and for Rivals Apex, that is exactly the case for now. As Rider Esports, they live to fight another day. 4 finishes secured. Exist this time coming clutch for his team as the circle takes another shift. You've got the players of CY in a really good position. As of Diesel, they also have the central compounds to themselves, whilst 8-bit, they'll be enjoying themselves. That little compound as Daddy is being pushed at. You've got Daddy Already pinned that grenade. Needs to lob it, but he's going to hold on to it.
CV Academy, they did not anticipate or they did not involve themselves in the fight that happened between rivals Apex and Rider Esports just a few moments ago, even if they just walked past by them. But now this compound again being contested by Team Halo. Daddy's trying to make something. He's just got one last grenade. He has to make that connection, but it would be a big exchange coming from both the ends. But Team Halo, 3 players intact. Daddy on the front line. He has the backup he needs for himself. But Team Halo, that Molotov is going to hurt them a little bit more. The positions have been revealed. But right now, if CV Academy can pull off this fight, they will have the Eastern Command to themselves. But both of the teams are taking so much time.
Where is the backup? Where's the cover fire? Finally, the cavalry does arrive. As Daddy, he's got some help. Ninja, as those Molotovs already dying out. As for Team Halo, somehow clutching on, keeping their heads above the water in this situation. As Ninja and Daddy, they have to pull off something special. They've got another player, but he's checking out another direction. So it's kind of awkward as to what CV are trying to accomplish. Both these teams just eyeing each other out. And CV looking a little restless over here. Whilst Team Halo finally have gained their composure.
They've decided enough of this and we're just going to go in and look forward to take those fights. CV had a lot of utils to dump. I really wonder that if it was all about Daddy having all those nades, other not having a single one, because a complete artillery strike could have literally wiped out at least 2 of the players of Halo. But, I mean, again, that has to be CV Academy's call. But right away, Halo completely positioning themselves to 3 different angles. They're all prepped up for this fight, while still Daddy having 2 more nades in his bag. He's looking forward for another opening, but the nades are not connecting at all.
CV Academy, they finally realized that they need all their men. And that is what they've gotten. But those little retaliatory shots coming in. Daddy knows the position of at least one player, Baby Girl. Already brought down quite low. As for Ninja, he lies there. Look at that. Not even a single mate. Not even a single grenade or even a smoke grenade available. No signs of utility, as of which Team CV, they needed to be a little careful with their approach. And it feels like, you know, this is their last piece of utility as Baby Girl. This was not supposed to happen, as one after the other, 2 of the players getting taken down. Team Halo suddenly realized that the time is nigh. They need to go in for the push, and that is exactly what they do, securing that final finish as they wipe out the players of Team CV Academy.
They took so much time in this fight. I mean, you know that you are in almost on the edge of a circle. You need to kind of wrap up the fights a little bit quicker, because the kind of sounds, noise you make will be heard by the teams nearby. And it kind of dragged the attention on Diesel Esports, and that's why they got taken down.
Exactly. Diesel Esports were the ones who threw a wrench to the works of the players of CV Academy. They were the ones who opened things up, and it was Team Halo who followed up. As Diesel Esports, they're still enjoying the luxury of that central position. As for Mysterious 4, lost out on Sketch, but still, ambitions there. They know that they've got everything rolling, the momentum, especially as Lens, he finds a knock onto it. Saksham, as of now, Dread Havoc find themselves in a bit of a predicament here, as no IND. He's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, no HP even to follow up, as Fragger makes quick work of him. As look at Nonchaku, he's pretty much out in the open. What is he doing?
Oh man, that's really a bad choice, and that's it. Dread Havoc, they will be looking out, down and out from this map of Miramar. And this entire map of Miramar for Dread Havoc has been a nightmare from the very start. One of the players got taken down just to go and get the vehicle. Second, almost a similar case, and right now, it's complete mishap from their side.
Yeah, comedy of errors, so as to speak, but looking quite lost. I think the moment one of the players got taken down from Diesel or from Far Off Ray, that's where they did not know what to do next. But for Mysterious 4,
my God.
Oh, they are treading through tough waters at this point, out in the middle of nowhere. As Smiley makes good work of Hero, who was the hero in the previous game, and now he feels quite isolated from his team. I don't think that Rez is coming back up.
Hero needs a savior, and nobody's going to save him from that pit. My God, 3 teams completely focused on one point, and that was a pit. That was a dead almost, we can say, a graveyard pit for the likes of Mysterious 4 out there, and the other players will decide, okay, we're going to back off, not going in any way forward. It's Revan from one end, DWC, as well as GSG Circa Gaming. Three-way, it's a trifecta of teams out there.
At this point, so many teams in a nearby cluster. Look at those power of utility coming out from Damn Who Cares. Spasha still alive with his teammate. As Team CY, they're getting something done. As for Ronak, he's taken a couple of shots, but look at him, down to his last smoke. Really does not help his endeavors, given the fact still around the edges of the circle. Not a lot of vehicles to their veil at this point, as Damn Who Cares, they've had enough. They have finally gotten restless, decide to march in. In fact, between the two players, Ronak still alive will be enough to wipe the floor, as Damn Who Cares. They survived the onslaught, and did they blow each other up? What happened?
No, it was not. Last player was surviving or taken away by Team Halo from a big distance out there. Team Halo were pressurizing them from the compounds in the extreme eastern side of the map, and they got the bonus finishes all to themselves. What a positioning, what a kind of awareness that they have for themselves. But right away, the circle gets a central shift. Diesel Esports sitting in the dead center definitely will be preventing anybody to come around their surroundings.
The only team right now who's breathing easy has to be Diesel Esports. They have been blessed at this point. They've got a care package to themselves. They have that central position to themselves. And for 8-bit, it is going to be a little bit of a task to deal with the players of Raven first. Dermy just trying to pepper a couple of bullets. The intention is just to somehow flatten the tires. Try to reduce that mobility, but he's got to watch out. Oh, seems like he's already spotted out Ruth.
That's a kind of position where you don't want to be in, but eventually 8-bit have to keep both the sides in a check. Onto one side, it's going to be Raven Esports, not allowing them to enter the circle that easily. On the other side, you get Team Cyclone out there, who is having a topographic advantage for themselves. But again, that can be a little bit of threading position for the likes of 8-bit if they want to move forward and the circle shifts away from over their heads. But right as of now, Diesel Esports, they do have some intruders around their surroundings. That's going to be Team Halo.
Yeah, Halo so far have been keeping up. If you take a look at their points, 14 secured already. We'll talk about their overall rankings so far. Looking quite dandy, looking quite good. Quite a nice improvement, if you ask me, in comparison to the previous game. Oh, look at this. Loki out in the open. Owace does spot him out. But he's got to be a little bit more careful.
The position's been given away of Owace, and right now Team Cyclone will be having some advantage and maybe attention. But Akash, he just completely prone down in the open. That's a big mistake. It could cost him, but the shot's being fired. Owace, oh man, he's gonna missing. He's been whiffing those shots, but he has to take a chance. He can easily get 2 knockouts.
What's wrong with Owace? There's no chance on earth that he messes up, but it's okay. Seems like the pressure is starting to get the better of them, as Mafia decided to be a little bit brave. Went out of his line, wanted to drop a grenade. Did not really find that opener. As for Team 8-bit, they do have that higher ground to themselves. Raven Esports, they will have to come out of their hiding, as Ash, he's going to be the one who sees the opportunity. If even Owace could not connect those shots, that information was quite vital.
Indeed. Ash's flank was really something that kind of opened the gates for 8-bit in order to completely dominate the northern area, but there are still 2 more players left of Raven Esports they need to take care of if they want to just completely clear the northern end. But eventually, you do see the players of Team Halo on the northeastern side, and they have also been spotted. So this information will be relied on to the teammates, but Ash, the position has been kind of compromised. But in between, it's all about Raven Esports completely in a sandwich situation.
Look at this. Even I like Team Halo's position. Of course, that next circle shift is going to throw them off. But for now, they've got so much cover, so much space to play around. Starting to wonder if they do have vehicles, because now they're going to need that. Now they will have to expose themselves. As for Diesel Esports, they're pretty much chilling. Basking under the sun, inside those compounds. Just enjoying all these teams, fight it out. As for Team Altitude, so far, it has been a decent game. Given that we had such high expectations from them, they failed to deliver in the first game, just to pick things up back to pace in the second.
Exactly. Having the entire southern side in their control, not having any neighbors around them, it's a really good position for them, if you ask me. But still, we're in that slow pace of Miramar where you do see, yes, there are 6 teams left, but all the teams, they're in a very big distance. There's no close battle happening except Revan and Team Halo. But oh, do we see that something is happening? Team Halo taking some multiple fights, gets one of the pairs of Diesel down, but I don't think that's going to be bothering them much.
They have literally bitten off more than what they can chew at this point. Because if you look at it, they've got no vehicles. They'll have to come out in the open. And giving their position away just make things a lot more worse. This is what I was talking about. They've drawn in so much of that attention. And this is where even they were expecting somebody else to maybe go for a slam in onto its Diesel Esports. But seems like 8-Bit and Team CY are in real close proximity to each other. Ratopi on the lower grounds, Owace readying up that grenade. Will be throwing it off. Does it connect? Is the big ask as Mafia. He's going to be the one finding an opener elsewhere. So Team 8-Bit are taking 2 different fights as Termi, his grenade connects. As 2 of the players of Team CY already down on their knees as SKD does not have the best of HP. And that she wrote. All she wrote for Team CY as they get wiped off. As for 8-Bit, they march ahead with 7 finishes to their names.
It was all about the artillery strikes that we were witnessing just a few moments ago, but right as of now, the information has been relied on to the players of Team Altitude. They seem to have that little bit of ridge advantage for themselves, but Revan Esports, out of all the mechs, they're still surviving, and look at them backfiring. The boys of 8-Bit, 2 players down, still haven't been confirmed. Maybe there's a little bit of chance of revival, and yes, the process is already started.
Yeah.
But right as of now, 7 finishes being there. Waze has to be that one medic to rescue. But Team Halo, this is a big opening for them to get down the players of Altitude.
It should not be a problem for 8-Bit to get the numbers back alive. But still surprising. Team Halo, they're still breathing. And look at them, 6 finishes already. Team Halo, they have definitely surpassed our expectations here, Necros. As for Raven Esports, they feel cornered. Just the 2 lonely stragglers there, Loki and Lens. They have to work it out. They're just waiting for somebody to launch an attack on the players of Diesel Esports. And that is where they have to seize their opportunity. As for 8-Bit, they've got their numbers back up. Everybody just coiled up, waiting for somebody to break the ice, to break the silence. And seems like Raven Esports, they have been spotted.
Oh yeah, definitely the information has been relied on. Gokul, he was waiting for the right moment, but eventually it's now time for 8-Bit to chime in. They have the height advantage. They can spot all the players out. Owace has got this opportunity and he will make sure to get that, but will that be a steal? I guess yes it is. Owace never misses the opportunity. Altitude, they might be denied of the fact, but Raven Esports, they're in some real big trouble. 2 of the players, yes, one of the players got knocked out, another one in the mere HP. They will all fall prey to the hands of 8-Bit out there. 8 finishes being registered. Can it be the 9th one? Still those stab shots coming in, but Revan, I wonder how they're surviving there.
Yeah, just to be finally put down to rest. The revive was there, but eventually those finishes have come in through. And look at this. Altitude out of nowhere have launched an attack on 8-Bit. Ash does find some semblance of cover, still out in the open, way too exposed, and gets punished. As 8-Bit, they're starting to lose out on numbers. Owace still going for that revive, whilst Mafia, he provides the cover fire.
This was definitely not a great decision coming from the side of 8-Bit, but gods, look at that. He wanted to advance, he wanted to drop one nade. He has one Molotov only on his hand, but eventually he was denied. He was pushed back. That was the kind of cover fire we expect, but Termi in between has been decimated by clouds. Owace falls down. Altitude, they're fighting it back and they're really doing it in a hard way.
This is what we love about Team Altitude. The tendency to pull through, get back even after that one bad game. We did talk about that mental reset, but look at the amounts of smokes that has been deployed around these compounds. At least I see more than 10 as Team Altitude. Are they aware of Chief though? God, he's got no idea, I feel like. Or maybe he does. Throws a grenade. That's smoke. He's covered. He's somehow obscured that vision around there. But he could really prove to be a surprising element.
2 players there, Fixes. 2 players, Chief, as well as there's 1 player of 8-Bit out there on the top. They can be the party spoiler for Diesel Esports, but eventually, Mafia, why would you come there? I mean, he did not have any options though, but it's gonna be a fight. It's an all-out fight between Altitude and Diesel. All the solo players have been decimated. Diesel Esports, this should be their match if they don't any mistakes. Adam comes out in the open. Pari's all set, all prepped. One good nade can do an hefty amount of damage, but Adam survives.
Oh, but look at Pari. Wanted to get into the mix of the action. Decided, however, to just back off. As Team Altitude, they're taking their own sweet time. They've got a nice spread, whilst Diesel Esports, they do not have that luxury.
Oh my
For
god.
Gokul, look at this. He is trying to get a little bit impatient, but those grenades from Lazy will prove quite fatal if they're not careful, because Orlo literally landed onto one as Cloud. He finds another beautiful opener as Sham. He has fallen down as well, leaving one last player of Diesel Esports alive to be put down to rest. As Team Altitude, they somehow managed to redeem themselves after that first fall in the map to get a chicken dinner in the second.
What a game it has been for Altitude. I mean, what a kind of display of patience that they had. They had the position for a longer period of time and it could have been a different game, but they played it very smartly. They knew about the positionings of where 8-Bit was, where Diesel was, and also they had an all-out vision over the players of Revan and the players, those who were in the open grounds. So they did anticipate, they did play it very smartly of which fight to take first. But I am really confused about that one decision 8-Bit took to go all in against Team Altitude at that point of time.
You know, I'm not confused about just one decision. There were multiple errors that Team 8-Bit committed. It feels like the cohesiveness was missing amongst the players, because they were, first of all, taking two fights on different fronts. They were dealing, one of them was dealing with Altitude, the other with the players of Team Raven, and suddenly they look at one of their players getting taken down. And I could not understand why Ash had to overcommit in that situation. I mean, they could have easily cut down on their losses, maybe moved ahead, because towards that there was nothing remaining for them to salvage. But still, you know, putting that aside, two back-to-back decent games for 8-Bit if you talk about just finishes, and they've been making it inside the top 4, top 5, so still a pretty good outing. But Altitude definitely impressed us.
I mean, we were just talking about them when the Miramar started, that we do expect Altitude to do something better, because the kind of performance they did in the previous round 3, coming down to round 4, they have lived up to the name. They've lived up to the expectation in this map of Miramar. It was a much-needed chicken dinner for them, and with this point, I mean, if I'm not wrong, they had only 5 points from the very first match, bouncing back to the second, 10 for position, again, with adding on to those finishes. It's a very good game from them, which will, again, grant them the access to maybe close up to the top 7 spot.
But, you know, barring Altitude, I feel like Diesel Esports also had a really good game. And this could have been theirs if the circle had stayed on to that compound. But the rule of thumb always says, majority of the time, it goes out. And in that moment, I felt like Altitude were one step ahead. They realized that this was incoming. And they had all the players of Diesel pinned on to that compound. So the moment they stepped out, they had so many utilities already deployed that, you know, Diesel Esports just got decimated. But barring that fact, I think Diesel Esports to have secured the second finish with decent amount of points is still going to be enough to somehow get a couple of points and be in the top 6.
Yeah, definitely. No doubts about it. But also, I have to give credits to the luck of Revan Esports. My god, that 2-player, they were tucked in beside the tractor for such a long time. And we can have a view of that once again as we jump onto the highlights. It was a really unfortunate situation. Circa Gaming, they were looking forward to survive, thrive the situation. But damn, who cares? Did care for themselves in this particular match.
This was such a sketchy fight. I could not even realize where how the final player got taken down. But in this one, I think 8-Bit looked much more in control, because all those grenades being bombarded. Of course, they had that high ground advantage. Of course, they had to win that one out. But for Diesel Esports, I think it was all those teams trying to close in on that gap. But Team Halo, this was also one of those teams that really went out of their ways, really impressed us quite a lot.
Exactly. I mean, the kind of performance they put up was really great, but this was the split I was talking about. Altitude literally wrapped up the entirety of Diesel Esports onto one corner, dumped all the nades, and again, that granted them the victory. And I was talking about that Gods could have been that X factor, and he was one of the players we do see Altitude's Clouds. He got 5 finishes for himself with 146 damage. Man was a proper thief out there.
This is daylight robbery. The epitome of it. What he's just managed to achieve, but does not matter. Still, those 5 finishes were enough to somehow pull them through. They got that chicken dinner. That's it. We're not going to take a look at the damage numbers anymore. But when you look at the others, of course, Oasis will find themselves through. We've got Chief, we've got Orlo from Diesel Esports, and Ash. So two old guards of 8-bit stepping up in terms of the fragging numbers, which means that Termi and Mafia, the next game, they will also have to buckle up.
Definitely, it's high time for them. But as we look onto the match summary, there were two vehicle finishes.
Yeah.
Unlike the last two Sanhoks we saw. I mean, it's not a usually see vehicle finishes in Sanhok, but Orlo has the longest finish, 351 meters, 129 smokes were used fixes.
Yeah, 129 smokes, still quite less in comparison to Miramar, but that is what the new zone does to you. As we take a look at the point standings, Altitude find themselves atop 19 points with that chicken dinner. 8-bit, however, despite not making it inside of the top 3, still the second here at 13, with Diesel Esports getting the third with 12 points, and Team Halo. They have been so impressive. Even for Raven Esports, I think quite a decent game in comparison to how they performed in the first one, securing chicken dinner. So in terms of the overall standing, they would still find themselves in the top 3.
But not, I can't say that same for Welt OMG. This match has also been 3-pointer game for themselves. Same for GSG Circa Gaming. They have 2. Mysterious 4 has got 3. Volcano has got 3. 2 for Rivals Apex as well. But Dread Havoc, Sign to Gods, a complete massacre. And most importantly, it's going to be for Dread Havoc, but because they were literally hunted down by every other team out there in the lobby. But talking about the overall standings, Raven Esports on top with 30.
Oh yeah, at this point for Raven Esports, still holding on to those 30 points, that first spot, but Altitude, they have bounced back, leapfrog their way through inside the second spot. But for 8-bit, I think a little bit of a smooth sail, 22 points out from 2 games, still decent average points going on. Team Halo, they have, like we have said, have been quite impressive. Mysterious 4, little bit of that climb down the order because could not accomplish a lot in the game of Miramar. But for Sarkar Gaming, it's getting so concerning. Even for Cyclone, Volcano Esports, Tam Cares, Dread Havoc, they need to pull their socks up. And even the likes of Rivals Apex, you might have 7 finish points, but not having secured even a single position point, despite the fact that you've been in bigger stages, you have Trigger, the other players also have a first-hand experience of the officials. Somewhere down the line, it's not acceptable. They have to bounce back in the last game.
Exactly, and the kind of overall standings that we're seeing right away, it gives us a gist that every team out there in the second sheet and maybe down in the 7th or 8th position, they have the chance. One good match, a double, maybe a 12-15 points match in the next one can literally make them bounce back in the top 5 as well.
Of course, you would want to end the day on a good note if your Rivals Apex, and even for Sarkar Gaming. And we know they've got their decent days in the map of Erangel. That is definitely going to be up next. So much switcheroos have happened, so many new teams have bounced back, but who knows what happens next in the game of Erangel, which is after this short little break.
I grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gate. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. The iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, Tawa Master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
Altitude are definitely setting up higher benchmarks for themselves and setting up big stage for the upcoming undergods. But right as of now, I've got IC Baby joining alongside me on the desk, and this is going to be another bomber match. But before we hop on to the further discussions, what are your take on Altitude?
To be honest, I feel like revenge is sweet because game number one, you know, Diesel versus Altitude was a little bit awkward in Painan itself because it felt like Altitude was winning the fight, and then the third party from Raven kind of messed them up the entire formation, and then Diesel was able to clutch it out, you know, with one player surviving in Sanhok. And now in that second map itself for the chicken dinner, revenge is sweet. I swear to God, that is so mwah. So sweet.
This man is quite satisfied with the results, and I mean, Altitude will be also. But talking about the other perspective, again, 8-bit, they were also looking a little bit kind of imbalanced in the end because the decisions, a lot of chain of errors were made. But if you don't want to make any error inside the game due to lag or something, definitely get your hands onto this realme P3 Ultra 5G, which is one of the best phones in this segment, and also having such a beautiful chipset with it.
Exactly, it is the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment itself, and it is currently going to be launching on the 19th of March, which is going to be releasing, well, very, very soon, apparently. 19 March is very, very soon, and all you gotta do is just Google Realme P3 Ultra 5G and stand a chance to win some amazing prizes. And now, all things considered, again, the score right now, 1-1. Altitude versus Diesel, 1-1, you know. It's interesting. We haven't seen this kind of rivalry for quite some time now. I think during the grind stages, we saw Jelly versus Godstrain's rivalry throughout the entire 4 days was very, very exciting. And now we have Altitude versus Diesel. And I'm like, okay, you know, in the final stage, Diesel versus Altitude, Altitude came out on top. I'm like, I still think that is a big win for Altitude.
I guess to settle this debate, Erangel is going to be the map where both the teams were looking forward that, okay, it's 1-1, let's make it a 2-1 to end the day. And let's see who reigns supreme, but also talking about the mishaps that happened for Dread Havoc. I mean, everything went downhill for them in this particular map of Miramar. We can't even say that, okay, they got a chance at least to make a fight back.
I think Dread Havoc was put in a very awkward situation just because based on how they've been playing in 2 games of performance, you can see there is a lot of hesitation coming from Dread Havoc, and because of all this small little hesitation or maybe even indecisiveness on taking a fight is one of the reasons why they're getting picked apart. And multiple times you can see that their formation, if you compare it with how the earlier games we had, right? Like you can see the split coming in from another team, which was very, very interesting. I can't remember all of a sudden. Oh my goodness. The one that got a chicken dinner for his first game again.
Man, what? Oh my god. I was also trying to recollect. Okay.
K9 Esports, sorry, yes. It was K9 Esports that actually got the idea of having those 1-1-1 splits, right? But the difference between K9 Esports and also them is that K9 was very confident and they understood their roles very, very well. So understanding your job and understanding when you're given a task in the team is very, very important. And unfortunately, we can see a lot of sloppiness coming from them.
Yeah, definitely. And if somebody or any team wants to kind of pull off a play like what K9 did in the very first half, the 2 chicken dinners that they bagged in the map of Sanhok as well as Erangel, again, the individual plays has to come in the question. As just before now, Fixes mentioned that 2 of the players of 8-bit, they were stepping up, but the other 2, like Termi, one of the key players, what I feel like, he needs to buckle up, he needs to step up his game, and he has to be that one Terminator for the side of 8-bit once again if they want to go back on the winning ways.
I think it comes down to consistency, right? And so far, I would say it's nearly impossible. I wouldn't say it's impossible. I would say it is a very, very difficult task to get all chicken dinners. Like imagine you have to play 6 match and you, a single team, gets 6 potential chicken dinners. It's nearly impossible. So you have to weigh your options, considering the fact that Circle doesn't sometimes favor you. So I feel like based on 8-bit's result in these 2 games, yes, second game was a little bit tough. But I feel like they did the best of what they could have done, and they were able to get a lot of finishes as well. Raven, same can be said, they were taken out rather, I wouldn't say early, it was kind of mid-stages, but they were still able to consistently top the leaderboard. So I would say it's still a win for all these top teams. But I feel like teams that really, really struggle now, which is, in this case, well, the OMG, the favorites coming in from all the casters, I don't know what happened to them. I seriously don't know what happened. Like, they're doing the right rotations, they're doing the right formations, but in terms of executions and just taking those shots, it feels a little bit sloppy coming from them.
Yeah, it's completely unlike what we saw in round 3, right? But I believe once again, we have seen so many comebacks happen in round 3 in the later part of the day. I mean, there's still one more map to go in today's last game, Erangel. But again, a lot of teams, first 3 games hasn't been that well.
Yeah.
The next 3 games, they bounce back like anything. Like a rocket, they jump with like 36 points in one day. Only God's one of the biggest examples out there.
Yeah.
So I feel like if they can make it, other teams can. And teams like Welt or ENG who have kind of made a benchmark, made an impression in everybody's eyes, everybody's looking onto them and they know it, that they can do it, but they just need to kind of reset themselves somehow.
I like that you actually brought it up as well, because when it comes to mental fortitude, resetting and momentum is very, very important when it comes to playing a game like this. And I feel like right now, especially in day number 1, where some of these teams, we have not seen them on broadcast as well, there is that potential social pressure where people are watching you, which may affect some of these players. And again, this is only round 4. And a lot of teams who have, like you said as well, we've been speculating, oh, a lot of teams, they've been trying to make it to the LAN finals, etc., yada yada. If you can't handle pressure here, wait till you reach the LAN, because it's a different kind of pressure. You can hear the audience is screaming, shout. You can see you can feel the floors vibrating, just people just screaming out. That is a different kind of pressure. And some people, they thrive on it, but some people, they choke on it.
That's where the experience comes into the play, and I feel like one of the experienced teams out there, GSGX Circa Gaming, they have been seen kind of really in trouble, haven't been getting any good points out there. The games have been completely going downhill. This map of Erangel, they have to do something miraculous. If they don't, I mean, it's going to be a really tough day for them next game.
It is going to be very, very important as well, considering the fact that every single one in this team has been playing very, very safe and very, very passively. Hopefully, things will be a turn for some of these teams who potentially make their points here. This is going to be very, very important. For the last match today, here for group number 2, we're going to be duking it out in El Clasico in Erangel.
This is going to be the final map of today's day as we kickstart with the map of Erangel, a map that is going to hold a lot of comebacks, a kind of hope for comebacks for a lot of teams. Though we see the flight path starting from the western part of the map and ending in Stolber, a northeastern-sided oriented flight path, which will be kind of putting some teams in question that how are they going to reach to their respective drop location, which lies in the extremities of the east.
Well, speaking of this flight path, obviously it is going to be sighting onto the west side, northwest corner. Obviously, teams who is going to be heading towards the military base will have a little bit of Farfetch. Novo is going to be completely out of reach. I'm not sure if we are going to be seeing any teams going to be switching up the usual drop spots, but considering that this is their first time playing together, I don't think the grind teams would want to risk it. But all things considered, we do see 8-bit heading to the south side, most probably going to be heading towards military base, maybe even towards farm mill as well. We do see Welto MG has been taking Georgiapol for quite some time, considering that they do like that area, and it is an area where you can share maybe 2 to 3 teams between the railway estates on the southwest corner and the containers area and also the North George. So it is good enough for 3 potential teams, but having 3 teams up there means that getting out can be very, very tricky.
Exactly, just imagine the circle shifting extremely the southeastern side around the areas of Milta. I'm not sure when it's going to happen, but at least the BGMI gods, they've favored them.
Okay.
It's going to be a western side, northwestern side oriented circle. A lot of teams in Georgiapol will be happy that they are inside the circle. But still, that doesn't push the facts away that, yes, that's a very, very clustered area.
This feels like an exact same circle from the first game we actually had as well. Unfortunately, it was Group 1 that actually placed it as well. It was out in the open in Gatka. So that means potential open fuse fights may or may not happen. And this is where they do have to test their individual prowesses and understanding each other's roles. In this case, Team Halo was able to do a little bit of a bounce back here compared to how Game 1 went for the Game 2. Was a little bit of an improvement coming from them. And this is a good run for them. Can they actually do a little bit better, considering that inside North George, there is going to be 2 teams, and inside South George, there is going to be 2 teams. So this is a very, very huge drop clash in Georgiapol itself.
Indeed. Talking about Dread Havoc as well, they did not had a good Miramar. Again, they will be looking forward to kind of bring back the momentum in this particular map of Erangel. If they don't do so, it's going to be problematic for them to make a comeback in the next day. And every time you have a very limited amount of matches left, it creates a lot of mental pressure on you that, hey, we need to qualify for the top 7. If we don't play this match well, we might just be out of the top 7 category.
Agreed. Rival Apex also the team that a lot of people are going to be having a lot of expectation here into its round number 4. Hasn't been able to do too much. We saw a lot of brilliances in terms of taking gunshots, but Circle hasn't been favoring them at all. Their edge zone rotations hasn't been working out for them. Same can be said for the OMG, which also struggle in terms of late rotations based on Sanhok as well as Miramar. But 8-bit, this is them heading all the way towards Military Island. They're going to be looting up first before actually rotating back to the south side. And fortunately for them, no one is in the south side vicinity. Ferry is completely unoccupied as well.
Indeed, they went there to collect the vehicles. They have found out a couple of them. And eventually the ferry pair is their drop location. They will be looking forward to just loot and go and move forward. Even the areas of Gatka seems to be completely vacant. So again, that's a plus point. But when we talk about vacancy, I don't think Rozhok has ever been vacant.
I agree. You know, most of the time Rozhok is a very tricky place to actually play with, just because of the fact that, oh, once you loot it up, there's a couple of vehicles. But if anyone drop clashes you, it is so difficult to get out, just because there are so many angles that you will be punished for, especially maybe for mountain terrain, maybe even teams coming from school. But if circle shifts there, it has one of the strongest plays to hold out. And I'm not saying Rozhok City itself, it's just the mountain terrain on top, which is the water tower itself is going to be one of the best spots you want to hold on in. Meanwhile, on Cyclone, we haven't seen too much of them. They have been struggling to find some sort of footing in this game itself. They are going to be playing the furthest away in terms of overall rotation, which is going to be in Lipovka. And unfortunately to say, this is something that I don't think I can afford.
Yeah.
Maybe 20 years time, I'll be able to buy one IRL.
Oh my god. I will be waiting, I see. I'll be
20
waiting.
more years, bro.
See, I'm 20. I'll be 40 if it's 20 years down. So, I mean, every car enthusiast ever dreams of sitting in a Pagani.
Sometimes I feel like taking my shoe and slapping you because I don't need to be reminded how old I will get at some point in my life.
Oh
but
my god.
all things considered, you know, if you guys want to potentially have your dream car, guess what? You can actually roll it in game in BGMI itself. Hopefully you get lucky.
But yeah, you can get a car for yourself, but also if you want to have some good performance inside the game for yourself, you can get your hands on Realme P3 Ultra 5G, which is also coming with the world debut of Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, having an Altitude test of 1.45 million. That's a really big benchmark that they've set already.
Well, 1.45 million on the Antutu score. I would say that's a pretty huge benchmark. Hopefully, you guys are going to be checking things out because it is going to be launching on the 19th of March. And you can also search the Realme P3 the Realme P3 Ultra 5G on Google. The Pro is pretty much expired now. The heist is gone. We've taken all the phones. Now we're giving you guys brand new phones now.
Mode upgraded. And I feel like that's going to be an upgrade coming that we can anticipate from the sides of Reven Esports. I mean, they have been doing pretty well. No complaints. But again, if sometimes you kind of look forward to the performance of what K9 did, and if Reven Esports wants to reciprocate very same, they need a big match of Erangel that kind of K9 pulled off in the very first game.
I think Raven Esports is feeling themselves, guaranteed. Their momentum is at an all-time high. They are playing very, very well as a team. In particular, it was a little bit of shaky moments from the Sanhok where Lens was able to clutch it out, but Lens has shown a lot of signs during the grind stages itself where they were able to win 1-versus-1 fights. But in terms of overall macro position, they struggled during grind. And after all these matches that's happened, it feels like Raven Esports has found a little bit of solution to their playstyle now.
Every round is a big test for all the teams in the lobby, and they're evolving themselves through every match that they are playing. A lot of teams are not are not getting that point. Maybe sometimes they're making the mistakes. Yes, it's quite understandable. But for the teams, those who have been a part of grind, most likely they're looking forward to rectify their mistakes in these stages and prepare for the next one, because definitely they look forward to qualify for the next one. But for the likes of Sign to Gods, it was a complete nightmare in the previous map of Miramar, and still they are not in a very good position in the overall standings. They do have really good vehicles out there in this particular map of Erangel, but why would you just swap that? I mean, I know it's a little slow as compared to Buggy, but it gives you protection.
Okay, I'm surprised that Sign 2 Gods decide not to go for it as well. And interesting enough, even now, back then, the meta was having UAZs just because it gives a little bit more bunker when you're looking for pit stops, right? But nowadays, everybody prefers speed, and you can't really blame them considering how the circle has kind of affected the overall meta in terms of overall rotations. So it makes a lot of sense why they would prefer Dacias or even the Murado at some point, just for that extra acceleration to push through. But take a look at the zone. Seems like the zone is going to be heading into its Gatka once more, but this time with a little bit of twist, where we will include the Georgiapol urban area and also Mount Everest. In this case, Welter OMG already right at the tippity top of this mountain itself.
This is a very suitable position, and right now they are getting all the info in the world. It's going to be Mysterious 4 rotating from the northern side. We'll be looking forward to have some hold on the squad house maybe. But once again, you can see the swarm of teams coming up from the eastern side. You see Team Cyclone out there from the extremities. If they want to enter the circle, there will be ample amount of teams to kind of gatekeep them. You also see the altitude out there. From the behind, it's going to be damn who cares. A lot of teams out there.
Yeah, it is going to be something that they have to worry about as well. In this case, Welter OMG right on top of the mountain. We do see a lot of ammunition on everyone except for Johnny, who's got about 90 bullets. I guess using Johnny as a potential forward is going to be the strategy here. But as of now, there's no reason for them to get down the mountain. They have one of the best positions possible if the circle shifts up. But if it shifts down, in this case, as you can see, Sign to God is going to be having a little bit of run-in with altitude. They realize that this is going to be one of the stronger compounds if the circle shifts down as well.
Look at the nade. God's one good nade. 2 knocks can be just on his way. That nade goes in, but not in the right slot where he could have got the knockout. This is a good positioning. The shot, the artillery strikes are making some of those temptations inside the camp of STG, because they are completely cornered in one single compound. And for altitude, they have ample amount of utils to dump in.
Yeah, there's a lot of smoke coming in. Altitude is just dropping every single one onto a Sign to God, and they're pretty much trapped. The smokes are pretty much limiting all their vision. And Sign to God doesn't seem to be able to do a little bit more. But as soon as I say this, guess what? Clouds, he actually accidentally naded himself. This is not good for Altitude. And I hope Sign to God doesn't realize that he did exactly that, because if they know that that's going to be Altitude in front of them, they are going to go for the rush.
And Clouds is just there. He can, like, for STG, they can just go up front and take a free finish for themselves. And yes, they are advancing slowly and gradually. But yep, Sign to Gods are taking the time. They don't want to go and overextend, because there is another team in the close proximity. And that is going to be really problematic for them. Oh my god, it's a 3-way fight right as of now.
Oh, as you can see, shots are being shot as well from side of Altitude. They are going to be scouting out members coming from Cyclone, rotating from afar. But can they actually get out? This is going to be the question, because they are taking some serious heavy fire. Altitude manages to escape, but they are going to be pushing towards the southeast corner of the quadrant. Meanwhile, Gods is going to be able to pick up Clouds just because Sign to God was kind of chipped away while they were rotating out. So the reset comes in once more, but this utility dump has put Altitude in a very awkward situation, and now the circle is going to shift onto the northeast area, maybe ruins, maybe even towards the north side across the river.
Oh my god. If it goes up north, Rider Esports will be really happy with it. But if it stays in the areas of ruins, Reven Esports, they have a really sweet spot to play along. But talking about the southern end and the southwestern quadrant, you see so many teams out there. There will be something, but eventually the first strike came in. Reven Esports, they will be having one of the finishes registered onto their name, and that's going to be the first finish. We are in stage 3, hitting the first finish itself in this particular map of Erangel. Kind of gives us a gist at how slow and steady the teams are approaching the fights.
Exactly, and of course, for Welt OMGs on top of the mountain, they have no reason to give up control all space just because it is still within the 4 points quadrant of each angles of this circle. So technically, whenever the circle shifts in, they still have the upper hand, they still have the easy rotation to work with, whereas the rest of the teams are dodging that mountain. And you can see, like you said, a huge cluster of teams all the way to the east side. And this fight between Sign to God and Altitude has been going on for at least 2 to 3 minutes now. And Altitude, they're getting sick of this.
Oh yeah, that's why Team Halo came into the picture, taking one of the players down. Altitude, they need to decide whether they want to engage or not, because taking 2 time has costed CV Academy in the previous map of Miramar, and it is costing Altitude this time, because from behind comes Diesel Esports, from the other direction it's Team Hello. It could have been a fatal fight, but STG, they decide they need to advance, they can't risk it, they have to go for it, commit to this fight, and wipe the entirety of Altitude out there.
Look at Diesel. Diesel, they're coming in for the third party. This is going to be a 3-way showdown. Altitude is on a weak point, and Cloud's going to be taken out as well. Altitude leaving only Atom left, and he's going to be wiped out. It seems to me Diesel will be the victors in the 2-1 revenge match. But now, as the journey continues, guess what? There is going to be a third party even more. The fourth party comes in. Halo also going to be chiming in this fight.
Oh my god, Diesel Esports, they're all cooked out, but the nade will make the connection. Chief OG will get Rexy. That's a big blessing to the side of Diesel Esports, though. But right as of now, Halo, they will be creating so many noises out there. One player has been knocked out. The nade's being cooked up onto that one direction. Gokul wants to make a good one, and yes, his nade does make it, but Gokul survives on a very pixel HP.
The reset needs to come through. Diesel Esports, they've gotten themselves 5 finishes, but this fight, once more, is going to continue. But this time with 2 different teams. The third parties comes in the way. Halo, they may have gotten themselves a couple of finishes, but they do not have the numbers. Diesel will be able to get the reset. Sign to God still has King OP right in the middle in the crosshairs of all 3. And while this is all happening, Welt OMG on top of the mountain sees this. And, of course, 8-Bit heard all this commotion, is going to be dodging this fight. So this man-to-man fight is about to happen as well. Diablo could be forced to run away, but as soon as he turns his back, he is going to get shot, and that's going to be Diesel finding another finish, but a big nade comes through, and they take down 2.
Oh my god, this can be the turning point for the side of Diesel Esports. They've registered 6 finishes, but right as now comes 8-Bit from behind. This has been the death compound for the side of Team Halo, but right as now, 8-Bit Ash has been taken down. Prateek's nade is making that connection. 8-Bit, they want to take it slow and steady, but King OP surviving still now. But Diesel Esports, they're getting shots from another direction. This is a pure nightmare for them.
Oh my god, oh Wise, he's intentionally tanking outside the zone just to get that off angle, and now Diesel losing every single one. Only Pari is left alive, and 8-Bit is able to get a couple of finishes themselves. However, they need to get the reset, but as soon as I say this, Halo, they're losing members themselves. Prateek is going to try and clean up house, but the zone is closing in. Prateek goes down, but 8-Bit, they need to run into the zone. The zone is coming in. They will lose Termi, but in front of them, they have Sign to God, they have Diesel, they need to get out, and that's going to be the reset coming from 8-Bit as they push through the next phase of the zone. It is a pretty far one as well in stage number 4.
Indeed, Away is also making a rotation, but right as now, Mafia knows about. There are a lot of players still surviving in that compound if he wants to, but oh, Diesel Esports, it was a really nightmare for them. But as of now, we move on with the 13 teams remaining inside the circle, and Mafia is literally locking horns. He's looking for the lock horns with anybody that comes in his way.
There's no space. Every single little compound has been occupied as well. Even Velt OMG needs to get down from that mountain. Sakar Gaming is going to be taking a couple shots in on towards them from on top of the mountain. Meanwhile, the circle in towards Ruins itself. That means teams inside the Ruins will have a little bit of advantage, especially on the church area. And as of yet, it is still undecided where it will shift because the river intersection between the Ruins area and the northern side of the place is still inside the zone. And everyone is a little bit hesitant on parking their cars yet. They are waiting for the next potential rotation to come. Or in this case, the circle. That's a car. Oh, Flash. Okay. Okay, Flash. I see what you're doing.
He wanted to be a little bit cheeky out there, but GSG, Xerca Gaming, they're keeping the rotations on, not having fixed where to head up next, because next circle shift once again will grant them the access, grant all the players the access that where is it heading. Is it heading the northern side, or is it just will be there around the areas of Ruins? While between all these commotion, Raven Esports have been really, really quiet.
Can they get a little bit more is going to be the question here. Because right
Oh
now,
my
KSR,
God, Flash!
he actually got ran over. Flash! What a cheeky play they did do. Because right now, Sakar Gaming, they want to regroup. And as of yet, I don't think they can actually save KSR. They are going to be sacking his life. As Volcano Esports will be able to find one finish.
That was really not a great move coming in from the side of KSR. That was unfortunate, but he could have just stayed inside the vehicle. That's what I feel. But Volcano, again, a first finish registered to their name. 1 point as what they have gained already from this particular map. But the next circle shift, again, a lot of questions. Where is it going to head? North, south, but it stays in between, segregating both the lands just through one river. Team Cyclone, one end. We do see Dread Havoc on the other, as well as Rider on the north. So 3 teams on a triangular formation, while the entire southern side still occupied with another 9 teams out there.
Oh my goodness, huge cluster from the southwest corner as well. Even Wealth OMG is struggling to actually make ends meet on how to penetrate the next phase of zone. Ruins is completely zoned out by Raven Esports and, of course, rival Apex. As the gunshots about to break through, you can see Wealth OMG. They have to start taking fights now. Sakar Gaming getting knocked off here as Justy was able to get a couple trades, but Johnny loses his life, or in this case, getting knocked off. There's 4 seconds left. The zone is about to close in. Everyone from Wealth OMG needs to get the heck out of here right now.
Yeah, you can't just wait out there for a longer period of time. The revivals have to be real quick. But Wealth OMG, they have to figure out where are they going to head to. Because, yes, there is a lot of breathing space inside the circle. But as soon as you enter, you might just fall prey to any other team rotating from your backyards. That's something they need to care about, but M4, they will be there in the left-hand side, and Rider Esports make sure that Sketch doesn't move freely out there, but eventually when we just talk about, well, OMG, they will be waiting just right in the corner of the circle, eventually kind of getting some more intel around the surroundings, but M4 versus Rider in a distant fight would be really crucial to watch, while rivals Apex sit in that one compound that is remaining in that particular area.
Well, fortunately for them, they're going to be doing A-OK. Meanwhile, for these guys tuning in home, the realme P3 Ultra 5G is going to be launching on the 19th of March, which is going to be coming very, very soon. If you guys want to win yourself some amazing prizes, do check out on Google realme P3 Ultra 5G for that amazing rewards. Meanwhile, in the action here, Rivals Apex does find a couple of picks on towards the members coming from Raven Esports.
Oh, look at this. Rider literally kind of came in, dashing away. M4 being completely wiped off in some seconds, fraction of seconds, 2 finishes being registered. Still trying to find out that one solo player who was there. It's gonna be CB Academy's Daddy OG, who is still there having a little bit of lip, but well, OMG, this is a fight that they need to take care of. Rider Esports, this is going to be their arch rivals out there in the lobby, and then one nade makes a connection. Johnny finds the opener for their side. Trades can't be counted out there, but Zyro gets finished off with Sakar Gaming from the mix, trying to steal away all those finishes.
You know, stealing Johnny. They are going to be put
Oh,
for push,
no.
but he will get taken out. Well, OMG, Nick saves the day, but Fragger from his Rider is still alive. They're riding towards the smoke here, but there's so much compound, and every single one is going to be taking pot shots. Nick is going to try and hold on for his dear lives because the nades from Justy will be good enough to take Fragger, the savior of Wealth OMG, as they are able to push out from this. And guess what? With that knock being said, they can get the reset, and they are going to be able to hold down the fort. They have a couple of vehicles, but the explosion comes in. But look at the shots from afar. Sakar also going to be taking a couple of cheeky shots under the tires, under the buggy. And Nick, oh my goodness, he doesn't have a lot of cover to work with as well. He needs some protection, but he can't do much because why? Rider, what? Rider? What?
Yeah,
Huh?
yep, exactly. Fame was there on the northern side, playing the sweet game, having 5 first aids in a cheeky angle. And he is being the party spoiler for the likes of OMG. Oh, that's gonna hurt them really bad, but still now, in between all these commotion, you see that EOG is still surviving. Yes, the circle has shifted towards the eastern side. Raven Esports will be there in the dead center, but eventually, how are they gonna perform? Because what I see, Raven Esports have lost one of their players out there.
Well, in this case, they are going to lose another one right here, right now, because Lens gets knocked off. As damn, who cares? Because we are coming to knock onto the churches. In this case, prayers has not been answered for Raven Esports, leaving only Smiley and a couple of compadres on the other side of the section. But guess what? They're right in the middle of the circle. And we also start to see those submarines coming in play. Daddy gonna be sharing it with Fame. Gonna be in the buggy. Unfortunately, once upon a time, you can shoot through those vehicles underwater. But I think, yeah, they're trying for nades, but unfortunately, it's no longer a thing, which is kind of sad.
Oh, man. I mean, why are they being those happy neighbors out there? But oh my god, 8-bit.
Another submarine.
Another comment. It's going to be Omen from Cyclone Esports. There is still one player. Rat OP is there in the lands, trying to just survive, stat bit more time. Raven Esports, they can be those crucial players. Though these two players can literally sum up a lot of finishes. Oh my god, no way you're going to sit with... What is happening? Daddy, as well as Fame, both in one, sharing the same Tesla out there.
There's nothing they can do, actually. Like,
Say, hi.
yo,
What's up?
Yeah, there's nothing much they can do because the moment they step out, they are gonna get picked off. And the only thing they can do right now is pretty much hope to get some kind of oxygen and then potentially just hang on because as of yet, there's only so much you can do. But oh, Fame, he gets to the shoreline, he baits Daddy out, he's gonna take a couple pot shots in. But if he blows up the vehicle, he's gonna be okay, but he's making a little bit too much noise because right now he's all out in the open. He is in the next phase of the zone, and all he needs to worry about is that guy inside the water right behind him right now.
He's creating a smoke path, a smoke cover for himself so that he doesn't get shot. But oh, the shots will be fired, and yes, that's an end. CV Academy, they will be eliminated on the night spot. A good friendly banter happening, a high hello session got over eventually, but right now, Raven Esports, those artillery strikes, they're haunting them down. Smiley, he will be there getting a revive on Akash, but rivals Apex, they know the exact positioning. They are in a very sweet spot of the circle, and they are one of the biggest contenders of winning this match.
How are they able to get so much space? Because as of yet, consistency is something. Raven, only with Akash and also Smiley, in the center of the zone. They have a small little ditch, which is not exactly a lot, but considering the stakes and how deep the zone is right now, it's got a pretty decent cover. The only thing that can really mess up is pretty much a well-placed nade coming from rival Apex, and that is if they push out their compound.
Yeah. And now I don't think they have to because they do still have some more time, but talking about Mafia, can't say the same for them. 8-bit, they need to move out, they need to get on the open grounds, and they will be literally open praise to the predators out there. That's going to be rivals Apex and also Volcano Esports out there in some distance. But as we mentioned, damn, who cares? They're in the top 8 as well, and again, a sweet spot all to themselves.
Yeah, 8-bit right now is in a little bit awkward situation. The only teams that can kind of mess them up while they're rotating is pretty much the guys all the way in the northeast side. And like you said as well, damn, who cares is literally there. Or in this case, as actually Dread Havoc actually is going to be on the right side. Seems like Dread Havoc is going to be like a marine going to be swimming under the water, so they won't be exposing themselves anytime soon. But 8-bit still going to be being very, very careful about this next approach because the next phase zone, they are still having a little bit of angles to work with, but after a couple shots in, you can see the preemptive smokes comes in as well because Raven also has a dirty angle on them.
And then one of the players of Damn Who Cares, Shine, is really close. He was waiting for 8-bit to just walk out of the pits, and he might be that surprise package out there. But yep, they're checking all the corners. Dread Havoc around, right across the land. But it will be taken care by the players of Raven Esports. Enric has been taken down. Yes, they are on the fishing mission out there. Raven Esports, they've secured 5 finishes altogether for their name. And it seems like the one player who was surviving from Team Cyclone have went back into the vehicle. But Nunchaku, he's still there surviving. He was going to come up to take some air, but eventually the next time he spotted Smiley's going to take him down.
Yeah, Smiley just right at the edge as well. It was a blind spot through the scope. He could not see him, but he will get the confirmation because as of yet, Aman, he has been inside the truck. And guess what? Just because of that small little pixel, he's exposed Aman's position and now he's got to get out. And now he's going to be hiding his way through, but eventually the fish is going to be there, and Smiley finds him as well. He's been hiding there for the longest of time, but Raven Esports, like the vultures they are, they completely pounce on the fishes, but to his greed, Smiley getting picked off by 8-bit. 8-bit now also having 5 finishes in the back. They are coming out from the churches, but the reset comes in, and look at the horizon. Guess who's still alive? Famey from Ryder.
Man, he's played the biggest survival game of his life as of now, but Ajay steps up. There are the players who are facing the consequences. We not having a really great time in the western quadrant of the map, but it's time for Akash to go back. Smiley, he's got the revival. Akash will be going back, looting up the crate if he can find something else. But Smiley, he is definitely not smiling anymore after that nade coming into the picture. 8-bit, they're advancing, and Akash has to play the bigger game at this point.
Oh no, Akash needs to hold down the fort, but at the same time, he couldn't do much. He's kind of trade a couple players, but for now, he's able to stall 8-bit. But look at him, he's so low, but right in front of him is going to be Fami. And guess what? Fami sees him! Fami, don't miss your shot because the juke is going to be good from Akash, but it's not good enough because Fami from the side of Ryder Esports keeps it together. The one-man army from the side of Ryder Esports, the spoilers for many teams, now with 6 finishes, 3 from the side of Fami, and they are now part of the top 4. Ryder Esports, what a comeback from Fami.
Look at the nades being tossed up onto that direction. One makes a connection that will be an opening, but yeah, definitely Fame. He won't be looking forward to advance that closely, but the nades on the right point. Kratos has been pushed away from that particular position, but rival Apex, the constant pressure on DWC doesn't want to let them enter the circle or maybe find a good spot. All the nades on the utilities dumping on the very right spot where DWC, the 2 players, are still there intact. Naman is up on the front. He's just got one smoke with himself, so it's going to be a tough task for him. If he finds something from the crates, that's a different story.
Well, this case, DWC is able to push up a little bit more, and they clean out on 8-bit. Y is pretty much left alone. Needs to go in for the reset. Doesn't have meds anymore. Only has bandages. But as soon as he said it, guess what? He doesn't even have bandages anymore. He needs to hope that Mafia crawls to him before he can pick up the rest. But it is going to be rival Apex with 4-man roster. Wise looking for the reset. 4 versus 2 versus 1 situation. And Fami still survives. He's top 3 now.
Oh my god, he's cooking up those smokes. He's making a path eventually, and eventually we talk about these kind of utils being dumped on the one spot. Rivals Apex, they're all around that one rock, taking a cover. That's going to be a tough task, but the nade being tossed up on the right direction. Trigger is just there, but it was a flash, not a nade. Still survives, but Fame playing the very slow game. He's there, waiting for the right time to strike in, and that one nade can be really deadly for Team 8-bit.
Oh, almost clips onto this 8-bit, but circle close in. Rival Apex, they're going to be going for the flash as well, so they're losing members. And in this case, 8-bit is going to get taken out. They get a couple of knocks in, but now it comes down to Fami to try and clutch things out. Rivals Apex 3 versus 1. They've got 10 finishes, and guess what? The knock comes in. It's 2 knocks, 2 versus 1 now. But Fami, he needs to push on under pressure because rival Apex, they look to go in for the reset. They want to resurrect their teammates. Fami, it's now or never. This is your moment to shine. Can you make the play? The nade almost looks good. He bounces off the car. Trigger and Kratos scouts him. Fami dropping solo. Another nade once more. Can he cook it to perfection? He's aiming mid. It looks good. Oh, barely clips Kratos once more. He's got the flashes. He doesn't have nades. He has mans. They have to go for a reset. Rival Apex, 2 versus 1. Fami, you're an absolute madman. You're about to do it. Can you do it? He's going to get some confirmations. Even more finishes for Ryder Esports, but the zone is going to force him out. Can he get the tab? He gets one. No, he does not, and he's going to go down. But Rival Apex gets the chicken dinner instead.
What a beautiful game it was for Rivals Apex. They hold on to the ground till the very end. That one compound, it helped them back this match, but it will be, I mean, my words are just getting over and over. Like, that one play from Fame coming from Ryder Esports, my god, it deserves all the appreciation in the world right now.
Yeah, they pulled a near impossible thing. Like the 2-2 split from Ryder from all the way north and south during the circle, and him, the last man standing from what, top 11 teams?
Yep.
Making the top 2, I would say, well done, well done. Like, if he got in the chicken dinner, that's a legendary moment right there.
He was very close. Just imagine he had so many nades, and that one nade almost made that connection drop down at least one of the players' HP to almost red marker, and that was really alarming. I mean, I really thought that, yeah, just imagine, IC, one player got knocked out by that one nade. Fame, the kind of confidence he was having within himself, he would have charged in. He knew, this is my shot, I have to take it.
Yeah, in this case, unfortunately, say the zone forced him down as well. He tried, he just could not find those connections, which, unfortunately, say, well, legendary moment pretty much scrapped out of the moment. You know, we could have seen a history making here coming from Famey. But, of course, he has made your mark for sure, 100%. I'm looking forward more to see how Rider Esports is going to be performing as well, because right now, Rider Esports and Rival Apex definitely pulling a big one in this game tree as well, because that's a lot of points for them, and hopefully they will try to retain their top 7 by tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, after what the games have been for Team Altitude, Raven Esports also, they have also survived for a very later part of the game. So eventually, summing all things up, I feel like 2 to 3 teams, they are quite safe around the corner, but can't say much because the competition in this particular group has been really close with all the teams. The top 8 seems still under that contendership. Yes, we know the top 7 will advance to the quarterfinals, but it's really hard to say which 7 teams are going to be. Yes, for the top 3, Raven Esports, they might be sitting a tight bit kind of calmly in that place because they have got 2 good matches, but still I would say 1 more to be on the safer side.
Yeah, definitely as well, considering that Rival Apex just got the chicken dinner, so I would say it's still a very good confidence booster for them to actually retain the top 7. 8-Bit also being very consistent in all 3 games. Yes, they were able to do well in the first game, and then after that, second game, third game, they still have been consistently to make it in the top 5. So I would say there's decent amount of placement points and also finishes coming from 8-Bit. All things considered, I think right now the competition is a little bit tighter, and teams like, well, the OMG needs to have a big game tomorrow in order to bounce back, which, ironic, it is going to be very difficult considering how stacked the lobby is.
Yeah, exactly. And after seeing what this circle was, I felt like, well, to OMG, they will have a shot of winning this match. They were in the height advantage of the Everest, but getting down, not having enough breathing space inside the circle was really tough. But eventually, if you want something for yourself, the Holy is coming up, and if you are looking for a device to have, definitely Realme P3 Ultra is one of the best choices, having the best chipset within it. But not only that, it's launching on 19th of March, so it's not way too far away. You can grab it as soon as possible.
Exactly. All you gotta do is just Google Realme P3 Ultra 5G and you can stand your chance to actually walk away with potential rewards. Again, like I said, launching on the 19th of March. So, all things considered, I feel like based on what we've seen so far, there are a lot of adaptations here coming from round 4. And we talked about at the start of the day, competitions are getting closer and tighter. And you can see the significant skill cap in every single team that is delivered here in round 4. There, of course, there is going to be winners and there will be losers. But all things considered, let's talk about the game itself. And that is going to be the highlights that is going to be coming up on screen.
Exactly. And this was the moment where Raven Esports started crumbling down. I mean, damn, who cares? Literally came into the picture, dumped those utils, took 2 players down of the equation, keeping Raven Esports on a very sharp position, almost on the edge of the knife that they need to kind of push their limits. And Smiley did it. He had 7 solo finishes within himself, So that's a really major contribution coming up from his end. But at the end phase, it was a really tough job for Raven Esports. One last player to do it. And Fame, on the other contradictory side, he did a fantabulous job.
Yeah, Famey. I feel like he is one of the boy wonders. I would say a little bit of a dark horse coming in. No one expected them to actually do well, but for him to actually seize a moment like this and almost take any chicken dinner, I feel sorry for him. My heart goes out towards Rider Esports because of this play. But eventually, Rivals Apex still a very, very commendable run. We haven't seen too much angles coming from him. But we have to talk about the MVP for now. Raven Esports is going to be the MVP here, coming from Smiley. We did see him getting 7 finishes, and even in the final 2 moments as well, they were able to consistently make it to the top 4 again, alongside with 8-Bit as well, throughout all 3 games that they have played.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about that, 8-Bit from there, Murphy again stepping up, 5 finishes for his name, followed by Rider Esports Fame. Yes, definitely 4 finishes. Also, Rivals Apex Kratos comes into the question. We see Sarkar having 4 in his name. So overall, it has been a decent game for a lot of teams. But when it comes down to GSG, Sarkar Gaming as a unit, as a team, can't say the very same because I feel like they could have done much more better things out there. But quickly jumping onto the map summary, the longest finish has been registered by OMG Nick.
Yeah, it is going to be the ones that has the longest amount of finishes, right? Considering that, you know, they were all the way on top of Mount Everest in general, so it wouldn't be surprised to have them get the longest finish thus far. 10 grenade finishes, but 232 smokes used. Of course, when it comes to Erangel, it is by far the most balanced map out of everything. But with that being said, let's take a look at the point standing overall here. Rival Apex, they have gotten themselves the chicken dinner and also 11 finish points. That means they will get themselves 21 points in total. Rider Esports, with that play for Famey, gets himself in second position and also 13 points in total. 8-bit, 12 points for them. Raven Esports, 11 points. And this is pretty much a top 4 having double digits thus far.
Exactly. Damn, who cares? Comes up with a 6, equalizing with these esports in the 6th space. Same goes for Volcano Esports and Welto MG with 5 each. But this is where the setbacks comes in. PSG Circa Gaming, decent game. 4 points, not something that they wished of. I mean, they wished for a better one, but it didn't work out. Followed by that, it's Team Halo having 3, 2 for Dread Havoc and Mysterious 4. But the others, Cyclone, CV Academy, Sign to Gods, all on a single 1 point. And Altitude, this was a nightmare game for them.
Well, it is indeed a nightmare game for them because they were caught in a very, very awkward situation. But with that being said, after 3 matches in total, this is the overall standings. Raven Esports at the top of the leaderboard here with 41 points in total, followed by 8-bit in 34 points. Rival Apex shoots themselves up into the top 3 here with 28 points. And Rider Esports with that final play with Famey, guess what? They are also in the top 4 with 27 points. Altitude on the 5th place here with 22 points. 22 points for Halo on 6th. And 21 points for Diesel Esports on 7th place. So that means from everywhere from top 3 all the way to 7th position is still up for grabs by anyone but the rest of the pack.
Exactly. On the second shot, starting over with Welt OMG having 14 points for themselves. One good match, they're back in top 5. But moving down, damn who cares, 10 points for themselves. Volcano Esports having 9. They had a decent game in the last one, so that's why they are there. CV Academy, 7, tying up with Side of God. Cyclone having 6, tying up with GSG Circa Gaming. And Red Havoc at the last bottom with 5 points for themselves. A very tough day for all these teams, but once again, this time, none of the predictions kind of made the mark, except I would say Diesel Esports. Anki played the game.
I think Diesel Esports did really, really well.
Yeah.
So I would say when Anki Bot is here, oh wait, sorry, not Anki Bot. When Maisie is here, everybody gets it right, but Anki predicts and everybody goes against him. All right, Anki, all right. You get the last laugh because apparently on the English desk, Group 1, Group 2, none of our predictions has been spot on at all, unfortunately. But all things considered, well, the OMG, it makes a lot of sense why we kind of expected them to actually top the charts coming from round number 3 itself. But today itself, I felt like their rotations a little bit weird and they were getting caught off multiple times, right? But I felt like even though they had a bad day, they still had 10 finishes and technically 4 placement points. So technically, they haven't had any top 5 finishes at all.
Yeah.
So that is 1 minus points coming from Weldo OMG. But considering the gap between them and top 7, tomorrow it's not that far to actually catch up. You just need like 1 amazing game and Weldo OMG is back in the running.
Any team in the bottom 8, right? Any team who gets at least a 15-pointer game at the very start, when they will be starting with Erangel itself. So once again, 1 15-pointer game, 1 10-pointer game, you're really good to go for the top 7. But once again, we need to understand one thing. It's going to be the basic that consistency is the key.
Yep.
You be consistent in 3 matches, you even get 7 to 8 points each, you're also good to go for the top 7 spot as well.
Exactly. Anything can happen. In this case, 8-bit was able to do that as well, right?
Exactly.
No chicken dinners, but they were in the top 2 position. So I would say it's a big win, but of course, as of yet, aside from the number 1 spot, everybody else, if they don't be consistent tomorrow, they might get taken out.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be really important to see how things are going to turn around because Group 1 and Group 2 both have 3 matches left, but tomorrow is going to be a really, really high day for them.
Yep, it is going to be a high day for some of these teams. And of course, we have seen 6 matches here in round 1 here for day number 1. And of course, we will be continuing the remaining matches tomorrow. So be sure to come back once more. This is currently realme BGIS 2025 round 4 day 1. Signing off. My name is ICBaby12. He is Necros. We'll see you guys tomorrow.